Put your ass away, child!
Evans just subscribed. RPF Mario 1 keep rolling 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 RPF Mario 1.
Ray, what the hell? Let me talk to him real quick. You gotta finish the dance. What the hell? Eb, hello? I'm seeing you this early? Oh my god. Hello? Breathe in, breathe out. Evans, thank you for 9 months. I appreciate that. What the hell? Eb, how are you? Evans, hello. Rocks your socks off. Hello, you swat. Ray, Staley, Henry, hello. But I'm paying attention to you instead. This is group therapy. I need this. I need this, Eb. No, no, no. I'm sorry, doll. Carla, morning voice? I love when people are like, hang on, your voice is a bit different. Morning voice? It's true though. It is true. You got me. You got me. Striker, hello. Hello. I am very excited for Gamble with Friends. I'm so excited because you know every game that has a gambling system, you know I'm there. And I think I'm going to win them a lot of money, quite frankly. Striker, hello. I've got my Red Bull. I didn't know what I felt like playing, but I thought after Friend Slop, if I do like a Fap Cap, Faz, then at least I played like a few things today. No, I'm so excited. No, I'm so excited. I'm really, really excited, Henry. Tammy, I can't give you ads. I honestly gotta, you know what I gotta do? I have to film ads. And then when people say that, I play the ad on stream
48 months.
and give you
And
an ad.
I'm still waiting for my ad calls tutters.
I need to do that. Thank you for the sub, Tammy. 48? Girl. Thank you. T3 as well. I appreciate you. How are you? Are you working today? Thanks, Evans. I wanted to be comfy today. No, Henry, I'm gonna make my own ads. I know you have a cupcake now. It actually suits your name. Ooh. Vegan cupcake. Striker, how's your week, dog? Just out of my shift. Pookie. How was, I'm sorry you didn't get to play. We will. We definitely will. How are you finding the Alan Wake stuff? Is it Tammy approved? Thank you for the 4 years. Thank you, Evans, for 9 months. And Nona for your watch streak. Oh my god. Thank you. It's good. Really? Ooh. Very exciting. 2 new ghosts. What? Like permanent or just for the Alan Wake stuff? What the hell? Also, look at this Huntress skin. Am I a moth? What am I? I'll take it though. Permanent? Oh shit. I'm already learning the old ones. Faz went, you know what? You gotta learn 2 more, girl. You gotta learn 2 more. Mamma mia. Home with the kids today, so I'll be in and out. That's okay. Daddy's busy. I'm glad you're good, doll. I'm glad. Guys, I almost went live at 2 a.m. last night. I couldn't sleep. And Mimi was... I gotta take her to the vet. I gotta take her to the vet Monday, maybe. But Mimi couldn't sleep either. She was sneezing off and on. And there was a point where I was like, I'm not falling asleep. I don't think I'm going to sleep. I was going to go live at 2 a.m. and then end stream at like, I don't know, 7 a.m. and then have a nap for friend slot. I was like, I can't sleep. What's the point? I may as well go live. Like, I was like, girl, why am I in bed? But then I fell asleep. I was impatient. So I'm like, just let me fall asleep. Everyone on Reddit was saying that they had to rush the cosmetic update for Alan Wake. And I feel like that's so true. There's a oh, got you. They had to rush the previous update before Alan Wake. Right. And then did they fix everything that needed to be fixed? Hi, Max. How are you? Kalina Cappuccina. Any Overwatch fans annoyed about the anniversary skins? I love how, well, to be fair, the anniversary, I mean, it's week 1, so I'm sure week 2 will be better. But the loot boxes, everyone's like, what? Girl? I read the changelog and it seems like most of it. Oh, cool. Okay. Hell yeah. At least they know their audience. They're doing well like that with that. Sorry. Seems like most of it. Oh no. I joined for a little club. I said live at 18. You are just wild, Tammy. I want to be you. David, happy birthday! So many birthdays this week. Oh my god. For me, for you was yesterday. Wait, 2 birthdays. I was in it up to 7. Oh shoot. Damn. Happy birthday, David. What did you do? I slept and woke up and changed car oil and came back home and Tammy was still like, I know. What the hell? Girl. Tammy's giving me faith that I can smash out my 24-hour. I went to work. How was workies? How was work? I can't believe we've had so many birthdays in the community this week. I mean, it makes sense, but still. Oh, who is it? Why are they silent? Hello? $20 seconds? Damn. Hello? And more coming. Yum. Hi, Nelly. How are you, doll? Yeah, I said in the Discord, I was like, just heads up, bit sensitive. Oh, of course, it's Ghostface. And I realized last night, I was like, I mean, I know it's silly, but I've been so focused on my meds that I kind of just forgot. And I was like, why am I so uncontrollably emotional? I was like, I don't understand what's going on. And I was like, Carla, it's the 1-year anniversary. Like, that's pretty heavy. Like, when you lose someone, like, that's, of course you feel that way. And I was like, oh shit. Okay. I was like, okay, well, that at least makes me feel a little bit better, because I was like, why do I feel like this? I'm not sleeping, which is amplifying it. It's like, why do I feel this, like, yeah. I don't know. But I guess I was a little bit ignorant, I guess. Not ignorant, but like, I was like, no, I'm not going to feel this way. Everything's going to be fine. And then it's like, yeah, of course you're going to feel that way, babe. Run! Run! I'm gonna run away. 7 hours, yippee! You know what I used to do? What was that slide? I used to go, when I was working a shift, say if I had 7 hours left, I was like, in 2 hours, I have 5 hours left. That's how I would get through it. I don't know why, but it would help. I don't know. All right. Woo! Nad, hello. Hi, princess. Hi, Goobs. Thanks. Thanks, Henry. I do feel like, apart from the grief, I actually feel pretty solid, which is great. I was like, okay, girl, you're just adjusting to two things right now. You have grief and you have meds. I'm like, no wonder you feel like this. Give yourself some credit. I nearly didn't go live. I was like, oh, I just don't know if I can do it. And then I went, girl. Ooh! Oh! Oh! Heavens to Bitsy! Yes, David. Yes, yes, yes. I'm okay. I'm just really sensitive. Ooh. It's, this week's the year anniversary of my dad passing that. And I thought... I'm fine. Oh, sorry. I'm fine. But, like, it's just been, like, hitting me really hard. Where's my little napkin? It's just been hitting me harder than I thought it would, but like, of course it would, you know what I mean? Like, of course. Like, don't be silly. But I think you kind of like forget how heavy it is sometimes, you know? You're just like, oh, I'm fine. And then you're like, oh, I'm not. And that's okay. Like, of course you feel this way. It's like, it's been a really quick year, you know? It's been like, it's gone really quick and like, yeah, I was just, last night, it all came out and I was like, why do I feel so emotional? And I was like, oh, okay. Jeffy, hello. Yeah, I think you just need to like, get it out. And it's okay. You know? It's fine. But I love you and it's okay. You just gotta have a cry sometimes. Ooh, a pallet's done. That's so funny. Ooh, a pallet's done. Tears running down my face. No, I'm actually okay. I swear. I'm good. That's why in the Discord today, I was like, okay. I'm gonna give them a heads up just in case I might not like, I don't know. I just wanted to give you a heads up so you're not like, what the fuck? Great. Wait, a blue Yeti Nano? What's the Nano? I'm good, doll. I'm good. I'm good. I swear. Jeffy, how is Tassie?
Gamer Guy 187 just resubbed for 56 months. Girl, I'd just give you a hug if I could. Let me be serious of all people for a moment. Love you, Carls.
Oh, I appreciate you. I swear that I'm good. I'm just very, very emotional. Like, I literally finished my makeup and then I was just crying. And I was like, fuck. I don't want to, like... I didn't know if I could stream today, but I've already had time off. So I'm just like, I just gotta, like, try. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Where eyeliner's gone. Oh. Yeah, nah, you're right. You're right. No, that's okay, Striker. Like, I still am gonna joke and stuff, but I was like, just in case, you know, sometimes we banter at each other and maybe we might tease each other. I was like, you know what? Maybe just go easy on me today. I'm sure listen, give me an hour. I'm sure I'll be like, so fine. You know what I mean? I'm fine. I'm just very emotional. So like, I just like to give you guys a little bit of a heads up. Rage, I'm sorry, doll. Look, you know what? We can be emotional together. It's okay. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with being emotional. It's all good. It's all good. Cold. How cold was it? Thank you for the sub. Yeah, nah, exactly.
CBeats 424 just subscribed.
Guys,
who needs
exactly.
eyeliner anyways?
Exactly. I'm just gonna be, look, I'm playing with friends in an hour and a half. And I will literally just be foul. It's okay. It's fine. Put your ass away, child. You'll be heeing and hawing with pals. Exactly. Seabeats, thank you so much for the resub, and Gamer as well, and Tammy. I appreciate you. Wow, message Chris back. Okay. We can rehash shaving butthole. Shaving butthole? Striker, what? Be back to drawing Peters and Tomo. David, that was 3 times. Sack and cheese. Spear. Oh, the milk. Yeah, milk. Have had a Red Bull and played some cunty pop. Some cunty pop?
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing.
Striker, wait, pussy tossing cheers you up?
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing.
Oh.
Pussy tossing.
Thank you, doll.
Pussy tossing.
Wait, Chris called me back.
Striker underscore 500 has
you.
gifted
Wait, hold.
5 subs. Naughty boy.
Sorry, I'm good. Got the little FaceTime with Chris. Sorry, Striker. Sorry I left. I was messaging Chris today because obviously he has experience with it. So I was like, can I have some advice? And I'm fine. Striker, thank you. That was very sweet. Sorry about me leaving
Put your ass
abruptly.
away, child.
Kawalk just subscribed.
Sorry.
Carl's love Carl's love Carl's
I
love
don't
Carl's
mean to put this
love
on you.
Carl's love Carl's love Carl's love Carl's love
At
Carl's
all.
love Carl's love Carl's love
I'm
Carl's
sorry.
love Carl's love.
Oh, babe, don't have to do that. Thank you, Kawa, Jeffy, Striker, I appreciate you. Oh, Striker, we're in the club.
Jeffy Cakes has
Yeah,
gifted 10
I'm sorry,
subs.
doll. Thank you, my love, I appreciate that. You know what, I think, in a way, I think it does... I don't mind talking about it because I know a lot of people are in the same club, but I think
Put your
it's
ass away, child.
a part of life that should be
Arizimbo
shared.
just
So
subscribed.
I'm not ashamed. I just
Carl's love Carl's love.
I don't want to like I'm trying to make a happy oh it's not sad, but I'm trying to help you escape. And I think I just struggled a little bit going live today. I really wanted to, but I was like, I feel like I'm just so easy to be set off. And it's not like I'm upset or anything. Like mentally I'm doing good. It's just more so I just can't help it. I didn't think very silly of me, but I with 1 year approaching, I was like, oh, everything's gonna be fine. And I think it's okay that it's not, but you don't realize like how much that would affect you. If that makes sense? I don't know. I don't know. It's my first time. I don't know. You get what I'm trying to say. Aries, Jamie, thank you, doll. True soup. You right. You right.
Jamie underscore 618 just resubbed for 12 months.
Thank you for the resubs, guys. No need. You're very sweet. Thank you. Gamer. Yeah.
Put your ass away, child.
Yeah.
It's
Game.
Content just subscribed.
What the hell?
Hey Carla. Happy
Thank you.
33 months. Carl's love.
Yeah, I really didn't think I would feel this way. Connie, hello. Not Hagrid. Oh, Lil, I'm sorry, doll. Match my nasty. I got stamina. They say I'm an athlete. Crazy.
Game
Crazy alert.
Boyd 42 has gifted 8
Thank you,
Hagrids to
game.
views.
That's very kind. That's very, very kind.
So you
Thank
see,
you.
that's where the
That
trouble
smile.
began.
That damn
That
smile.
smile.
Connie, thank you for 33.
That damn smile.
Booking Bexley
Numb
has
nuts. No,
gifted
David,
2
thank you.
subs.
Thank you. No, look. I just didn't expect it. I just didn't expect it. And it started like really bad last night. I just came out and I was like, oh god, okay. Because this is how I was the first few months. Especially. So it's just ripe. It's just ripe today. And it's okay though, because we're going to play with friends and it's going to be a good time. And it's not a bad thing. It's not a negative thing. It's just like, it's just they were loved, you know? And you love them and you just get it out. And it's okay. Comes in waves. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'll be okay. Always love you. Leave the natural ending in your alerts. Anyway. Thank you guys. You didn't have to do any of that. Please don't. It's okay. I just, yeah. Alyssa, thank you, doll. Thank you. I appreciate you. That is very sweet. Love that Chris and I had this conversation on stream.
Put your ass away,
Oh,
child.
Chili, my love.
Chili Scrambled Eggs just
I'm
subscribed.
sorry.
I lost my best friend 2 years ago this week. I've also been a mess, so I fell you.
Hey, we can be a mess
Hang
together.
in there, babes.
Grief
Love
is
you,
a
Carl's
is a
love,
real
Carl's
thing.
love.
Grief is a real thing. We gotta go easy on ourselves, and I have to practice what I preach. I have to practice what I preach. Okay? Bexley, thank you so much. And Chili, thank you so much. Game, Connie, Jamie, Aries, Jeffy Baby, Kawa, Striker, thank you guys. I'm trying, Evans. Yeah, like this morning when I was getting ready, I literally just finished my makeup and I couldn't stop crying, and I was like, no, like I don't want to have another day off. Like I don't. Like I really want to hang out, and it's struggling with, it's obviously bad timing with adjusting to meds and then also grief and not sleeping. That's what I was saying to myself. I'm like, of course you feel this way when you have a cocktail of things going on. Like, you're doing fine. It's okay. Like, just be nice to yourself, you know? Oh, Bexley. Oh, I appreciate that. And I'm glad the community could help, honestly. That's half the reason why I go live, is because I know a lot of people really love hanging, and that's really lovely. So, yeah. Thank you, Glue. That's very, very sweet. Thank you, guys. I did honestly, like, I thought Chris was stepping away from his mic. Not that I'm ashamed that people heard at all. I think it's a human thing. But, I didn't want to dump that on the shack either, or my community. But I appreciate you guys for being so lovely. As per usual, you know I love the shack. Yeah, I might get some sheets. You're right. I was thinking that last night, actually. I'm like, you know what? You haven't really done anything for yourself in a hot minute. Why don't you get some sheets? Or you get a new pillow, because something's not working. Yeah. Have red eyes? I'm not sure. Did they? I just saved 30 cents. How did we get here? Oh. No glue, real. And then I felt bad because I'm like, it's such a big week for Chris too, but Chris was the friend that called me when we were heading to the funeral and gave me a pep talk. Like that's why like
Pockets just resubbed for 8 months. Popping over from
Yeah.
the shack to send you all our love and hugs.
he's my
Doll.
goat, you know.
We love you, Chris Mulhart.
Moxie, me. Thank you, doll, and thank you, Nat. Ooh, I appreciate that. We're the perfect height for hugging. Oh, I appreciate you, doll. I just need a little. I need a little snuggle. I need a bloody snuggle. You're right. Kane, move over. No, I appreciate all the love, guys. That's very nice, and the understanding too. Because again, I really didn't want to talk about it, but I couldn't help myself. I just feel a bit weird, but I'd rather be transparent. And then if people need to like leave and look after themselves, they can. I don't want to trigger anyone. But because I'm feeling so off, I was like, okay, it's going to be different on stream. That was silly. At least you know. Thanks, Moxie. I appreciate you. Guys, thank you. Thank you. You're so lovely. We have friend swap in an hour and a bit. Oh. Well, what's the player queue like? Queue time. 9 minutes. I guess we could check on our Tamagotchis. Hi, Floppy. How are you, doll? I just want a good loot. I didn't realize because I was talking my shit last game, but that ghost face was so set on me. I feel like he was just chasing me the whole game. Fucking weird Charlie G you up. Blaine. Thank you, doll. You too. You too. Honestly, like, please DM anytime. I'll help you hold it, doll. Honestly. You feel like shit. It helps you work out why you're feeling down. Oh, that's cute. I like that. Yeah, Chris is my goat. He's good with advice. Yeah, true. Crash, thank you. You right, you right. Well, that's why, like, even more so today. Honestly, if I didn't have friend swap, I think I would have just not streamed, even though I really need to. But I think I would have not streamed and just cried. But not in a bad, like a negative way. I just would have not streamed. But I was like, no, friend swap is probably exactly what you need. And then also, like, I've already had time off this week, which is fine. But I was like, that's so much for me. I need to lock in and get a distraction. Even if I do, oh no. Even if I do 5 hours, you know, I just want to show up. Because stream always makes me feel better, you know? Abby, hello. Yeah, Mum and I are gonna we're having a hot date.
Abby Holder just resubbed for 43
Do you want to mend
months.
me?
Hi, Carls. Illy Pookie.
I need to mend myself, babe. Do you want to mend me? There we go. Leah, lurk away. I hope everything's going good with Pookie. Floppy, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, doll. And Abby, Abby 43. You're my goat. Thank you, Zell. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. Leah? You can overshare if you want. No, I'm joking. Oop. Leah knows exactly what I need to feel better. Girl! Okay. Oh my god, are you official yet and moving in? What's up? Punch. I appreciate you. That's a lot. What do you mean? You guys always say, I don't have much to say, and then proceed to say the sweetest thing ever. Exactly, Zell. I always partake. Oh my god, Leah. No, you kidding me? Look at my cheeks. What the fuck? Chill, chill. Damn, Leah went Carla sad.
Well, I got laid. How about that? How about that?
Anyway, sorry. No, I'm stoked, honestly. That helped. Thank you. No, but I'm so happy for you. You didn't test drive it first? I always say that. That's so funny. Not the test drive. This one's for Leah. Guys, pour one out for Leah right now.
Put your ass away, child.
Mom, thank you for
Moth
37.
Queen just subscribed.
That's crazy.
This one's for Leah.
Stop. Stop. I wish we had like the resubs we had before, and every sub message was like, to Leah. Congrats on the sex. Hey. I'm happy for you. And hey, I know we still have time, but so far I am not getting that side effect. The side effect towards all of that. So I'm still winning, and I'm still winning.
I realize I have never subbed yet, so here I am. Love you, Carl.
No,
Gold.
no.
Let's do yakitori soon, and I'll feel you full of meat.
Oh, yeah. Don't you stop it. Stop it. You're getting me excited. Didn't have to do that, Natalie. Stop it. Oh, I appreciate you. I love you. That's really nice. I'm gonna die. Oh. My god. I actually do want to try that though. Don't tell me what to do with you. Girl. Alright. So basically, for those who don't know, I've struggled with PMDD for a hot minute, which is premenstrual dysphoric disorder, which is basically intense PMS. And my anxiety was through the roof most weeks. Even though I'm positive and I was trying my best, and my friend had a great experience talking to a doctor, and it got to the point where I was like, okay, it's not getting better by myself. I'm losing quality of life. This is silly now. Like, I need to talk to someone about it, because I want to be happy-go-lucky Carls. I don't want to be, you know, anxious and sad like 3 weeks out of the month. That's stupid. Like, why would I hinder myself that way? So just getting used to that, which has been pretty decent. Like, I've been dizzy and tired, but overall, I think I've been having a pretty decent go. You know? I don't know if there's like, if I have to wait another maybe week or two to see if there's more side effects, but so far, pretty good. I thought Kate was coming to take a hit. I think she's taking Chase. But thank you, Nat. That's really nice. And Moth and Abby and everyone. I appreciate you. Yeah, last weekend was, it was great, but it was also hard. Like, I was just not feeling very good, but I managed to do all the social stuff, which I was proud of. So I did that, And then start of this week was a huge improvement from the weekend. I was like, yeah. And then the grief set in yesterday. I was like, damn it. But it's okay. It's what it is. It's probably gonna help me a little bit, I reckon. Now, yes. No, it has been going well. It has been. Oh, yay. Okay, amazing. Yeah, no, it's been a massive help for me because most mornings, for no reason, I was waking up with anxiety. Like, my day would start like that. In my tummy, just feeling just awful. And I was like, okay. I've tried everything else apart from medication. Maybe it's time to actually try it and give myself a better shot here. And it's actually been so great. Like, it's obviously it's been I'm settling in still, but the difference already has been amazing. Like, it's been such a change. Which I am grateful for. We'll take it. Sanj, I'm so glad. Honestly. Yeah, exactly, Leah. Yeah, when I went back to the doctor to do my checkup, she was like, I've noticed just such a big difference in you, because when I first went and I was asking for help, it must be my body language. Because she was like, yeah, so I can tell you're extremely anxious. I must have just been radiating anxiety. She was like, all right, babe. I'm like, okay, thanks, sorry. Oh, so funny. And then when I went back, she was like, she could tell a difference, which is nice. Also, Abby, I appreciate you so much. I appreciate all the validation too, because it can get like, you know, it can get, you can get down yourself. Like the first week I felt some shame, even though I would never think that of anyone else in my life. Like one of my best friends, Chris, is medicated. You know what I mean? I've never looked down on him because it helps him. So it's like, why are you looking down on yourself? Carl's like, shut up. And then I got over it. So I was like, why are you judging yourself, babe? You know? I know that mine made day-to-day life so much more manageable. Yes, same. Pretty much so. Like a little spook cat, no, seriously, yeah. Because I would feel pretty good, because I like to think I'm quite positive and bubbly, but then I would just be a bundle of nerves for no reason as well. And I couldn't like change that. I couldn't help myself. Like, I don't know. But like now I can help myself. Like even if I still have a little bit of anxiety, it's easier to squash now, you know? I went to my general doctor for that. I almost cried in my last session with my doctor because of the improvements I've had. I'm zooted with happiness. Oh, no. Honestly, yeah. For sure. It's, I've always talked to you guys about it, but I've always called it raw dogging life. Like, a lot of my friends are medicated and it helps them heaps, you know? And I've always joked that I'm raw dogging life. And it just got to the point where I was like, okay, that's fine, but like, what if you could get help? Like, what if every area of your life could improve? Oh, shit, okay. Hi, Max. How are you, doll? But yeah, no, I do feel much better. But last night, I just had a big cry out of nowhere. And I went, what? What the? Oh, right. Okay. Grief's here, babe. You know? Yeah, but what if you didn't have to suffer? Oh, Max. Oh, doll. Oh, that would be so bittersweet. Congrats to them. Oh, Sarah. Oh, I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. Like today, I was able to talk myself through a feeling because this morning I woke up and I just felt a bit off. And I was like, Carla, you haven't been sleeping. That's annoying by itself. You're adjusting to meds. You're doing great. And it's grief week. Those 3 alone, are you kidding me? Those 3 by themselves are enough. But together, no wonder, babe. No wonder. Like, just let yourself feel sad. It's okay. It's fine. Like, it's like, of course, babe. Like, what do you think you're gonna be like? Hello, yeah. It's like, just because you're what was that, by the way? Don't worry. Anyway, just because you're medicated doesn't mean you can't feel human. Like, you're still going to be sad. Stop. It's okay. You know? Good, Sarah. Same. Proud of you. How long has it been for you? Went to his high school. He got an award for being on the 3.5 honor roll throughout his high school years. Oh! Congrats, doll. What the hell? That's amazing. Hi, Lily. How are you? Thank you, Abby. I honestly feel like I'm not. So thank you for saying that. I'm just beating myself up.
Thank you for the sub.
I like feeling like a zombie.
Put your ass away.
My brain's definitely quieter.
KB39 just subscribed.
Going out of your way to help yourself can be hard, but it's so worth. Anyone here taking those steps should be so proud. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, thank you for 9. Oh my god, guys, thank you so much for the resubs. I appreciate you. No, Max, please. No, interrupt. I like having a million conversations at once. It really helps my brain when I'm feeling sensitive. So please, tell me more. Zayla, how are you, doll? Yes, Rox, yes. Oh, I'm glad. I mean, you validate me, so it's the least I can do, right? But, proud of you. Baby steps. That's what I'm doing. She see me through a bunch of med change. This one has finally worked. Oh, beautiful. Amazing. Okay, hell yeah. I'm thinking this is the one. I don't know. I'm thinking, I mean, I'll know in maybe 2 more weeks, but I think it's good. It's hard to tell because of my grief, but I mean, I guess my brain's still quieter than it usually is, so I'm guessing it's great, you know. Kyle, hello? No, what is it? Is it Cetraline? Which I think is Zoloft? Give me good news. Give me everything. The spider allegations. You know I am one. I'm dressed in a trench coat. Woo! Oh, Leah. Leah. Sarah, can I ask what your side effects were? Because mine at the moment, my dizziness has gone down. So far it's dizziness and I'm just extra tired. Yes, Cetraline. There you go. Kyle, so proud of you. You're killing it. What the hell? I mean, I knew you would, but that's amazing. How do you feel? Caitlin, no you. Thanks, doll. How are you? And Kay, thank you. Thank you, guys. No, Kyle, I have been. It's just grief. I'm fine. I'm fine. I want you to tell me all the good news. Tell me all the, like, I want to hear stuff. Don't hold back. Very vivid dreams. Oh. Oh, doll. Did you notice that right away? Like, was it the first few weeks? Danny. Oh, Zell got you. Yeah, I feel like my emotions haven't turned off. Maybe they have. Well, no. Can grief bypass meds? Or am I just so emotional that it's just maybe watering it down? I think I have been crying less in general. Wait. Yay! Danny, huge news. Steven, new name. Ooh. Got you. Okay. Got you. Thank you for the info. Don't worry. I was putting on my eyeliner today and my eyes were so swollen. I was like, no, that's okay, Lily. Thank you, doll. I appreciate that. Yeah, true. Oh, the evening. Oh. Ah. I am a scientist after all. True. It's probably just like balancing and grief as well. Oh. Thank you, Eb. I'm sorry as well. I'm a very big emotions girly. I cry at ads if it hits me just right. Also, Lily, sorry. Stephen, I am. I hope you're well too. Eliminated on MasterChef? Yeah, no, I am. And the funny thing is I was always like, why am I like this? And I actually had no chance. So my dad's side's very emotional. Like my grandfather will cry when his team wins a game. My cousin cried randomly at the wedding dinner because he just felt so much love. And then my mother is such an emotional, sensitive, beautiful person. So like there was no way I was going to escape being an emotional, and I hate to say it, I'm an empath, but it's true. I am like the biggest, it's fucked. Honestly, it's exhausting, but it's fine. Hashtag man moment. But it's true. And you know what? Mum unlocked all this because when I was little and I was having a cry because I was emotional, as I would say, Mum would say you never need a reason to cry. And my brain went, bet. Bet. So I just, that's why I think my meds won't fully turn that off. I think I will cry less, but I will still cry. I happy cry. I can think of my friends and tear up in bed and look through photos. Like I happy cry all the time. Oh yeah. Well, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for allowing yourself to cry because I know that we all grow up differently and some people are told that you can't, which is foul, and I'm sorry because you can. We're all different. Like some people just don't cry. Some people cry. That's okay. But I'm proud of you for getting it out because it does regulate you. It's actually very healthy to cry, you know? Yeah, they are. They are. It actually helps. Illy Tammy, do what you need to do. So, yeah. I think I teared up during the Traitors. Watching the Traitors. But yeah, I think I definitely... It has been less, for sure. But then last night, it just all came out. And I was like, oh. Okay. Just cry. That's okay. Get it out, Joel. Get it out. I'm excited, though, because Friday night is going to be a chill one. And I'm very excited. And then tonight, I also said to myself today when I was getting ready, I was like, girl, you're going to have a special Carla night tonight. You should order your favorite food, be naughty, and do all your favorite things. We're doing it. Serotonin night. Yes. Yes. That's how I feel too, Trish. Yes, 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 yes. exactly. That's how I feel. Like even today, believe it or not, even though I do feel quite emotional and I'm very like, ugh, it's a big deal that I went live because I think pre-meds, I would have definitely had today off, which is fine. Not a bad thing. But I was like, I'm gonna do it. I got this, you know? Pasta. Oh, yeah. I don't know what I'm craving, but I'm gonna be naughty. No, but it's true, and I know everyone it grows up in different households, so it's harder for some, and I respect that. But for sure, I love humans being able to be humans. Again, everyone has different bodies and different minds, so there's no right or wrong. But like, for sure. Hi, Mickey. Hi, chat. Or I'll make burritos. I could do some cooking. I don't know what I feel like yet. I'm sure that I'll... Or maybe I make pizza. I don't know. We'll see. I'm sure I'll get a craving in the afternoon and be like, guys, I'm having this. Ooh! True. Homemade pizza. Maybe homemade pizza tomorrow. My absolute goat. Are you kidding? Abby, I prefer 2v8, sorry, 1v4 Survivor. I do like Killer though, but the queues are just so long. Nice. I always do feel better after a cry. The release is really good. Oh, you know what it's helped with actually? I don't know if this is a thing or not. Or just it got easier. But the thing that I was really frustrated at months ago, and the grief was probably around a lot as well, but also my anxiety, is I couldn't control when I would cry, in the sense that like I could be in a Target and I would hear a song and I would start to well up, and that's not a bad thing, but it would get very frustrating because I don't want to cry in public. I don't want people looking at me. I don't want people to think the person I'm with made me upset. I don't want to do that, okay? And I haven't been doing that for a hot minute. I mean, it's been months anyway, so I was already like working on it. But this has helped a lot because it's like I don't need to cry that bad. Like, why is my body doing this to me in a Target? We don't need this. You know? Aww. So I love that. What the hell? Abby, you're right though. I wish you could play 1v4 in between killer matches. You know? I can try and queue up for a 2v8 killer. I just don't know how long it will. Might be 20 minutes. I can give it a go. I can't play that much anyway because we have friend slop in 40-ish minutes. So I could do that before I go. Come here. Friend slop. I'm very excited for this. Gamble with friends. Abby, but now you've piqued my curiosity. Let's see what the queue is. If the queue is like under 20, I'm down. So that's a beautiful thing, you know? I love that. I'm glad they're on good terms. I'm glad you were raised in such a lovely way. Like, they sound like really good people. Henry! I'm going to win big. Mark my words. I'm winning big. Henry, when they were like, gamble with friends, I'm like, oh my god, Henry's gonna be stoked. And you know what I love about the game too, real talk? They have a gambling hotline option on their menu, which I think is very responsible. Oh, stop. Are you kidding me? Who are these people? Clubby, hello. Aquarius, hi doll. Yeah, I'm thinking today, I know they might want to play stuff after Friend Slop. But I was thinking a little Faz Cap. I've got SEAL Team 6 apparently. What the hell? I need a mushroom. I need a mushroom. Tomorrow, I don't know what Gran and I are playing. I think it's between DBD, Repo, and Overwatch. Oh my god, I'm so glorpy. Where'd you get that mushroom? I'm a little glorpy gal. Is it cool? Repar. We do want to play Overwatch again, guys, though, if you're keen on the future. Yeah, Friend Slop today, Grand tomorrow. This has been an extremely short week, guys. I had a random... I didn't plan it. I just woke up and was like,
Here for the
I think I'm going to stay offline. And then I nearly went live last night. And then I was like, girl, just try to sleep. I know. I've been loving Overwatch too. I've been maining Jetpack Cat, which has been super fun. And then I play Moira when we need more damage. But I love my little annoying cat. May! How are you? You're my goat. There's a shopkeeper enemy in the shop where if you use things in the shop will kill you. You can make carts into vehicle. What? 150 cal an hour. That'll get you to sleep. I've got a bone to pick with Overwatch because I had to pay to change my username, and then I deleted my account when I tried to make a new one. It didn't let me use my phone. Oh, what the hell? Hey, thank you, doll. 61's crazy. What the hell? What the hell? Oh. It also changed my username? What the hell? You know what I would love, but I can't eat on stream because it's so messy? A breakfast burrito. Oh, God, that would heal me, I think. Blizzard flop with that one. Also, what's your thoughts on the anniversary event? Let's see what the queue is. I wonder if it's quicker to get a queue solo. 23 minutes! What the hell? Alright. Let's play a game. Oh, I love a breakfast burrito. Stop, guys. Oh, yum. Yum, yum, yum. Mmm. Oh, God, so good. Oh, I played Overwatch Classic for the first time. The team, the 6v6, we were all divas and the team were all hogs. So that was really funny. And then we all decided to be hogs. So it was like 6 hogs versus 6 hogs. It was really funny. I love when people have whimsy. Oh, it's just so messy. Wait. It was so hilarious. Like, I love when people have whimsy. Hold. Dropping shit on your webcam, girl. I'm investigating something.
Thank you for the sub.
Swervin! Guys, girthy
your ass
resubs
away,
today.
child.
Jesus.
She_B_Swervin just subscribed.
You can like home I'll crop my cam like this, guys. I did this before once. It was really funny. I just ate like this. Oh wait, not like this, sorry. I ate like this. Hello? Let me crop. I ate like that. I was like, rah, 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 rah. It was really good. Purely because it's just so messy. And look, I know you guys don't care, but I do. Like, I want to go in on it without... I don't want anyone to see this. Home improvement neighbor. We have years ago, Evans. I would play Faz with her too. Hi, Konami. How are you doing? Hello. Oh my god, a community train? What the fuck?
Lake Titicaca.
Okay, emotes.
Hakuna.
I feel bad, like I peer pressure. No, Abby. I wouldn't.
Wilt like Hua just resubbed for
So,
3 months.
a community
Prime
train.
is back, baby Destin 308
Yes.
love.
A community train is the higher the levels, the more people in chat get emotes, and it's not just people contributing. So it's basically just for everyone. So a lot of people in stream can get an emote, and they don't have to, like, they can't afford to contribute to the train, for example, which is cool. But it's newish. It's newish. Will, thank you for your prime and swerving for 55. My goats. Communism. Oop. Daydream. Drive safe, doll. Ooh, no, huge. Okay, win. Thank you for the resubs, guys. It means a lot to me. Wesker and Oni. Ooh, a goth banjo. Okay. Okay, girl. Oh, so guys, yesterday, my sister gave me, because I haven't seen my sister in a hot minute, and I saw her on Mother's Day, and she gave me some cash, which was very sweet. And my nails have been so fucking gross. I haven't got my nails done since March, and they were a biohazard, truthfully. It just looked, they were just bad. And I was like, you know what?
Put your ass away,
I
child.
took my ass to the
Chazin
salon yesterday,
777 just subscribed.
and I used
Resub
the
for
money,
communism.
or the cash,
Don't tell Daddy Bezos.
to get my nails done, and I got the most... I've never seen someone be so meticulous with my nails before. They did such a beautiful job. To the salon! They were so lovely. Evans, oh shit. During my 24-hour stream, I'm gonna do a wheel where I can give some subs to. Shazim, thank you so much. Thank you. For 4 months. Oh my god. Thank you, my love. That's very kind. Show us? Oh, I'll show you. They're actually very pretty. I did a red tip instead of... I wanted a French tip, but I wanted to try red. Look how nice she did my nails. They're like perfect. I think I like it. I've never tried red tip before, but she, like, they're actually so perfect. I'm like, girl, hello. I was gonna do black tip. That's what she said. And I was like, maybe I'll try red. But yeah, like, they're so perfect. Like, you know when sometimes you get your nails done, you can see the imperfections, but like, I don't really care. I will never speak up. But you can see the imperfections because they rushed it. She did not rush a single thing. Like, it's actually the most perfect manicure I've ever gotten in my life. So I want to get her every time now, but they're so busy, I probably could never. But matches mine, never mind. No, say it. Aren't they pretty? I love them. But anyhow. Wonder if I can walk in next time and be like, can I have her? As Justin Bieber would say, never say never. Exactly right. We get full coverage. Full coverage. What the hell? No, hold. I'll click that after this because I know as soon as I click out, Oni will hit my ass. Yeah, I wonder if I could go in and be like, hey, can I wait for you? Oh, that's sick. Oh, it must be good. Yeah, of course, Abby. Please. Please, please, please. I've never seen someone put so much care into my nails before. Oh? Styling ass banjo. I don't remember, I don't think she told me her name, but I'll go in and spot her and be like, hi, what's your name? Can you be my girl? You're perfect in every way. But they are the type of salon where like 3 people touch my hand. She did the final stuff. Because, actually 2? Maybe 2. The owner, he started my nails and then he vanished. Or vanished, I should say. And I was just sitting there for 15 minutes like, where is he? And then she sat down. She was like, hey. I'm like, oh, hey. I didn't mean to click. That looks so toxic. But when I find her name, she's mine. But they swap a lot. Like sometimes 3 people could touch my hands. Oop. Look at all these boxes. Not the point! What the hell? Alright, let me look at this banjo. Oh, yeah. That's nice. Oh, that's worth saving up for. Hell yeah. That's nice. Wait. Abs, you could post in general, doll. What emotes did you get? Honestly, there's some new cute ones. There's an emu that I want. There's an emu emote. I don't know what happened this game. I zoned out. What did Art post? Oh my god, that's acrylic paint? I thought it was a real photo. Wait, Abs, hello? You did that on yourself? Oh my god, wait. Is that my new am I learning nail art now because of Abs? Oh, that's pretty as. I would love to learn how to do a nice set on myself. But also, I can't compete with this. he's cute. He has a little bat. Can I get him? No way. There's no shot. That timer's going down so quick. I have to leave you. I have to. Usually... Usually I wouldn't, but I have to. Dance break. Okay. What's the queue at now for mummy? 10 minutes. That's not bad. Puffin, hello. How are you doing? Ooh, Leah. Who are you impressing? I'm joking. I'm joking. I still can't believe Leah came in here and basically went, but I love that. I love that. Okay, name drop. Okay, Kath. I'm good, Puffin. We have friend swap in 30 minutes. No, Leah, I can't stress enough how much I love it and I need it and I deserve this. And you deserve it, number one. But like, this feeds my soul. So, please, never feel like you can't. I want to know everything. Everything. Taking a little break doing my other hand because I hurt my neck. Oh, ouchie. Yeah, take a break. I'm very curious about this friend swap game. I'm very curious. I'm very excited. We are doing Gamble with Friends. Let me show you. Lady Luck. Okay, so it's an online 1 to 6 player co-op casino crawler where you and your friends share one bank account and one massive debt. Gamble, buy sketchy items, make terrible decisions, and climb an ominous casino tower to hit your loan shark's daily quota in 5 minutes or face the consequences. So, is it proxy chat? I'm very excited. Emotes. Yeah, proximity. Cool. 70 different games a chance. 2 to 3 hours of playtime with 3 endings. No, don't sell me. I'm so sexy. Each day you get 5 minutes inside the casino to earn as much cash as possible. The tower has 4 distinctly themed floors, each with its own games of choice. Oh shit. Hit your quota. Complete unique challenges or even sell a body part or 2 to earn tickets. What? Spend tickets on sketchy items to bend the odds in your team's favor. But even if you do everything right, Lady Luck still has a final say. What? See, I love this. We don't condone gambling. This is a co-op chaos game about teamwork, greed, and bad decisions. If gambling is a problem for you, please seek help. Oh, I like that. A small collective making creative, digestible games. A digestible game respects your money and time, is built around one strong idea, and doesn't overstay its welcome. Our goal. Games you can finish in a couple of sessions without feeling stuffed. Huh. I like this crew. Stress and dopamine. Guys, I'm scared of what Banth's gonna do. Banth's so chaotic. I'm scared. All good, abs. Oh no, he's gonna whack everyone. Oh no, we're slopping it up. Yeah, that's interesting. I respect that a lot too. This is gonna be sloppy, guys. This is gonna be sloppy as hell. I'm excited. I don't think so. Maybe? No, but they've done some other stuff. Slop me up. Evans, oh my god. I'm gonna be full of a burrito and whimsy by the time we play. Zell, yes, you're right. Isn't Peak from an Aussie team? Or am I totally not right? I did. I said screw it all to hell. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I dreamt that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I know Cult of the Lamb is, which is so cool. Great. Great game. I didn't even play the update. Ah, Seattle. Okay. Never mind. Maybe I was thinking of Cult of the Lamb. I don't know. Unfortunate. God, I can't wait to gamble. That sounds so crazy. Look at me being like... Alright, let's go. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Woo! Isn't grief funny? How much crying did I do this morning? And now I'm giddy about playing Gamble with friends. That's the circle of life right there. To be honest, what I love most about this is he loved a cheeky gamble when he wanted to treat himself. So I'm winning for him. I'm winning for him. Watch me get a jackpot. Gold, gold, gold. No, Kyle, real. I'm versatile like that. Jack that pot, sister. Zell. I honestly feel the same way, and I'm Australian. I love the Vorbs. Like the Aussie in Josh Lawson in Mortal Kombat. I can't actually gamble. Heal me. At least I can go AFK in a 2v8 and my team don't suffer that much. Alright guys, lock it. Oh my god, so many people are hooked. Holy shit. My bad. My bad. Ooh. Fun. Honestly, casinos are so fun with friends. I probably do it once a year when I go to Melbs. But it's so much fun just being dickheads at like a roulette table or blackjack. It's a bit of fun. It's a bit of fun. And it's funny because when we play blackjack, say if someone's out, like they've lost all their money, we always like share. So say if my friend gets out, I'll give them a chip to keep playing. And then they'll win the next hand and then they'll give the chip back and vice versa. So we're always like, it's a team game. It's a team game. Yeah, Zell. Yeah. I love it. Poll for Ghosty. Wait, I'm interested. It will definitely get me at some point. This is really unsafe for me. I'm so sorry, sir. What am I showing hole for? Everything. They're doing Jen so well, and I'm here just existing. Where is he? Oh, huge. Huge. Kyle, what the hell? My flabbers were ghasted, guys. Ooh. Wait, my name says... Oh, wait, never mind. Oh, wait, there's a Carl in the game. What did you eat? There's no way that came out of me. Wings? Damn. Henry, speak on it. Sorry. We've all been there. Exactly. Exactly right. You can't escape it. Kalake, the nervous tummy. Oh. Nervous tummy will be the death of me. Although, I've been having less nervous tummy though. Slay. Go. Okay, I'm gonna start a gen. Oh, not good. Not bloody good. Did someone save her? No. Been there. Done that. Oh, he's here. Where are you? Oh! Oh! There you are. Cheeky doll. Nice. Princess! You got me. You got me. Go on, doll. Come and get me. I have a burrito to eat. To devour, actually. You know how my Miis in Tamagotchi eat? And that's gonna be me. Oops. There's a burrito to eat and a meat to beat. Eat with gusto. Ooh, ramen. Yummy. I have to play a killer game. Puffin! Have a good nap. He got me, girl. 3 minutes away. He wants me. We're fine. We just have 1 One more, Jen. One more. Come to mummy. Bye, Puffin. See you soon, doll. We're starting bright and early tomorrow, which will be good. Been so sleepy in the mornings lately. Like, usually I just bounce out of bed. But this week I've been like, a little sleepy. But I'll bounce out of bed for Gran. I'll see what she feels like playing. Is anyone on the last gen? Oh, shut. Overwatch. I think it'll be Overwatch or Repo. I'm down to play either, to be honest. Because I know the anniversary event's on, so I'm down. Either or. Or both. Even though, probably not. Oh no, killer, don't hook me. My burrito's definitely not arriving soon. Oh no, don't chase me. Oh no, damn it, I hate being chased. No, please. Please, no, don't get me. Oh shit. You're so close. No, don't. Oh, guys. That's annoying. Damn. I really tried my hardest there. Okay. I am gonna go obtain my burrito. And then we'll lock in for a killer game. And then we are gambling with friends. And then after that, depending. I know Chris was kind of like, oh, we should do Fort after that. And I don't mind, but also Faz? We'll see.
Lake Titicaca, Hakuna Matata's.
Puffin just resubbed for 16
Lake
months.
Titicaca, Hakuna.
curse is broken. Guys, look at that. Look at that. Oh. Sorry. Hopefully I get an instant killer queue because I got a friend swap soon. Axel! Oh my god, I was thinking this morning about how much I miss you. Are you doing the Overwatch anniversary? Are we gonna get a queue is the question. Amen. Amen. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Axeltera just subscribed. Just a cheeky 26 months, no biggie. Hey, Carl's flirt, Carl's flirt, Carl's flirt.
I'm about to bark. Axel, 26 for me. Thank you, doll. What the hell? It feels like 5 million years. How are you, sweet? This Q's a liar. Why is this the best tasting thing I've ever had in my whole life? Something's in the water. Sorry about me. That was is something so beautiful. Oh my god, diamond. Okay, Flex. Did you see Jetpack Cats in Stadium now? A spirit? Oh, a hillbilly. Alright, we're gonna do a quick game. Thank you for the sub!
Put your ass away, child.
Wow.
Just Jules 89 just subscribed. Well, hello. Look at this
Hello.
number. It got bigger, and one more month of wonderful chaos. Happy for this place and that face. And the smile. That damn smile.
That damn smile. I know, it's so ridiculous. Sorry. Jules, thank you so much, my love. Yeah, Stadium actually pisses me off, but the cat. Oh, wow. Oh, shit, sorry. Oh, shit, sorry. Oh, shit, sorry. Hello. I'm still going, but they saw me order and they went, make this burrito the best. That was amazing. I've only had half, and that has made me feel human. Wow. Jules, Axel, I love you. Good to see you. I'm gonna speed run. If you are Australian, please try a brekkie burrito from Guzman. They have a little brekkie bundle deal. You get a coffee, a large coffee, and a burrito for $15, which is actually pretty good in this economy, and it's amazing. It's actually like so good. Unfortunate. Oh. So good. Alright. Quick game's a good game, guys. I have friend slop to play. I want a nice 7-minute game. Girl. Oh, she's gonna get that. Ooh, perfect. 7 to slop. And then maybe a faz cap or something? I'm just, honestly, as lame as it is, I'm just so proud that I just went live. Because I was a little bit nervous too. But I knew that your vibes would be the best. So I'm glad that I did it. Thank you. That's unfortunate. Hey, girl. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. You're my god. You're my god. Wait, Daydream, you win, I think? You're winning? Oh. I just know I'm gonna feel so good next week. I feel like this week's been a rough one, and then next week we're gonna shine. And we have slop. Can you guys win? Thank you. Guys, do... Oh, perfect. Thank you. They know I have friend slop. Dinner and lunch sorted. Oh, they're all here. Girl. Hello? Did he just stare at her? I love when killers just look at you. I don't know why, it cracks me up. So, wait, cute. Fair play. You know I have friend slop. You're so considerate. You are so considerate. Hey, sorry, babe. My bad. Thank you. Lock in. Where are these losers? Oh, that burrito's staring at me, guys. Being like, hey. Take a bite. Why are you looking at me? Oh, I will. Don't you worry about that. Which way are you gonna go? Thank you. Too real. Alright, good news is they're gonna win this, which is great for me. Oh my god, wait, Daydream. 2 pizzas for $5. This might be your day, I think. You're my goat. Huge. Henry, thank you. And thank you for all the sweetness, guys. Like, so many resubs and everything. Didn't need to do that. So thoughtful and kind. I appreciate it. A lot. I have friend slop. I don't have time for these games. What the hell? Someone saves her again. Good. Kyle, sing it. All right, perfect. Corgi, 39. Holy shit! Thank you.
Put your ass away, child.
Inward Corgi just
Oh no! Please don't open the door. No.
Gritty goose, gritty goose, gritty goose.
Gritty goose for real, babe. Thank you so much. Oh, how are you? Thank you. I think we did okay despite those gens flying. I'll go over here. This one's probably open. Oh no, don't open it. No, don't. I'm so scared. Don't open it. Oh. Weird. Wait, Carl, you're a poet. Hey, girly. She has a pallet there. Oh no, flashlight. Too late, yay! Perfect. I don't know where she went. Oh, we're getting probably like a 3K. That's not bad. We'll take it. Huge. I'll hook. You keep going. Oh, there's someone over there. Wait, is this a comeback of all time? Huge. It's not bad. Honestly, for the game we played, that's not bad at all. 1, 2, 3, 4? 4K? I'll take a 4K. That's not bad. I'm on the back of all time. Wait. Someone's here.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Eva wins just subscribe.
Wait, huge.
40sh macaroonies, holy mama, love you, queen wahalsily.
Was someone here? No. Ping! Eva! Oh my god! Thank you for 40, my love! And Ping, my angel! How are you? Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god. Oh, I gotta go into the lobby.
Bro tried to pin it on me.
Great. What is he pinning?
Kala. Kala.
What is he pinning on ya? Thunder from down under.
Dude, I cannot wait to have to pull Carla away from the slots.
No.
today.
No.
Let her slot.
No, you gotta
I
pull
told Christmas
bands,
before.
man.
I go.
Don't
You're gonna
pull
have
bands.
at least
He's got
5
a
moments where
girlfriend.
Carla's like, one more spin.
Guys,
one more spin,
I'm gonna
just
be
one more,
making you the
one more."
quota. I'm gonna be making the quota.
Uh,
Banthas
I
are
know,
right.
yeah.
Look at my side personally.
No, that's what I said,
Hey,
Sammy.
Hey, Sammy, speak on that.
I
Speak on
personally
that.
know Lady Luck, and she said, I got you. You gotta keep your eyes peeled for
Lady
Anthony, though.
Luck.
Oh, Hey, Ben.
Hello.
Oh.
There's that
Hey.
Is that band or is that
There's the
a
boy.
jazz guy from the 1940s?
Yeah, that was fun.
Oh.
What was
guy.
that?
Not a jazz guy.
Arigato
Louis Armstrong
gozaimasu.
Wait, Ben,
Jazz
give
is
us a quick.
crazy.
I see seas of green.
Oh yeah.
There it is. Okay.
What?
Wait. Hold on. Wait.
Wait.
Guys, that was pretty good.
Hold.
Wait, that hit! Holy!
Wait, does anyone in here give a shit about wrestling cards?
Crispy,
I opened 2 boxes of WWE Chrome cards, and I got 2 autos, and I got a 22 out of 50 Stone Cold Steve Austin numbered card, and a Bianca
Well, I know
Belair.
that guy.
Yeah.
Bianca
I don't know who
Belair.
that other person is.
Yeah, Carla.
Everyone
Bianca
knows Stone
Belair.
Cold Steve
Wow.
Austin.
45 out of 50.
EST. Crazy.
Yep. And I also got a Shinsuke Nakamura auto and a Dragon
Chicken
Lee.
jockey.
Yes.
Oh. Chicken
Wait.
jockey.
Thunder from down
That guy.
under. It's whiskey.
And
Last but certainly not least, we've got Gala, the thunder from down under.
Wait, he's different, guys.
Guys, let's go back to Japan.
All right.
Carl, I'm already there, bro.
Let
I'm
Crispy go
already
first.
there.
Arigato gozaimasu.
Hey, man.
Pokemon card already,
question.
mascot.
Who
Answer.
wants to host? Who wants to host?
Me.
Anyone but Chris.
I'm joking.
Sammy.
Should I host because I'm the middle?
Yeah, you
Middle.
host because
Yeah,
anytime I
Crispy, go
host,
for it.
Whiskey's computer blue screens. So.
Yep.
Fair.
Speaking of blue,
Wait.
should I grab a moon, Chris? What's up? What's the vibe?
Yeah, grab a blue moon. Who cares? No one's driving.
Blue
Wait,
moon.
DX12 or DX11?
I did
did
12
12.
when I opened
12.
it.
Well.
Crispy, go into the settings before you host the game and change it to invite only.
Yes.
Oh, I was hoping.
Also,
all of
I
my
hate how
mods
you have to
could play.
gamble to open the game.
You don't. You just hit no. That you're not
Wait.
feeling lucky and it just lets you in.
Oh,
Okay,
does it?
Sammy.
I always
Yeah.
think you have to gamble.
I love how
It's
Sammy's
not
like, nah, that's not right.
You don't have to. You don't have to if you don't want
I
to.
didn't know this this hack.
Oh, it said lucky. You can play the game.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Oh,
Morgan, hello.
I see. So if I hit
Guys, slop,
yes.
slop.
Then
It'll
it's a
gamba.
gamba.
Okay,
Okay,
so
so.
last second flip.
Oh my god.
Invite
Lady
only.
luck.
wait, I got an achievement for beating that.
Is there
by the
any
way.
other settings I need to do, like outside of making the lobby?
I don't know. I
Maybe
didn't
just
read
the
too
wallpaper.
far into them.
Are you?
Are we gonna use proxy chat?
It asks you, are you the friend with the best computer and network connection?
Yes, yes, you are.
If you say no, they nuke your computer.
Yeah.
Wait,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
actually
they-
wild.
They wipe
Oh
Colorado
my
off the
god.
map.
Damn, dude. You know what? We've
the
had
whole
it coming.
state. The whole state goes.
We've had it coming. Ugh.
Colorado.
Okay,
Wait,
I thi-
Carva, that's a good question. Are we using prox chat?
I would love to, personally, but if everyone says
we
fuck
we
that,
can.
that's
It's
fine.
up to you
I'm down.
guys.
How does
Do
one
they
join?
have like
How does
mute?
one
I'm
join?
gonna
Toggle?
invite you all. I'm gonna invite you all. Hold on.
Oh, is there a toggle? Let's see. Push to talk.
See.
Oh, yeah, the
Audio.
voice activation, push to talk. Yeah.
Wait, invite-
W.
Push to talk. Back.
It's
Good
invite to
idea.
play, right? Am I silly?
You're silly.
Oh, I'm
doesn't say,
so
like,
gonna
invite to
win
lobby.
everything, guys. We're not gonna die. Don't worry about it.
We're dead.
Oh fuck.
This is my first time playing with anyone in over a
Whiskey,
month.
you're
I'm so
offline.
excited.
Oh, wake up! I'm in a
Happy
packing
to
box.
have you here.
Wait, Whiskey,
bud.
just join. Just join in. Just join. I think you can
Crispy,
just join in.
Crispy.
Oh,
if
wait,
I
no,
go
it's invite
online,
only.
I'm gonna get
I
swarmed.
know.
Hello?
Listen, I of all people
Brother.
understand. I of all people understand.
If I go
I
online,
get
the
it.
Discord is
How
gonna
do
be
I
pandemonium.
turn you the hell
the
down?
DMs are gonna be.
I
the
get it.
paparazzi is gonna show up
Pandemonium.
outside.
Listen,
Listen,
of all people, I get it. You don't have to explain to me.
All right, I'm coming.
Oh,
What's
Bam,
up,
you
Mr.
look
Paul?
so good in there.
I put mine to mouse 5.
Oh, why do you look like that?
Wait, don't say that.
Emo wheel mode.
What the
does that
fuck?
mean?
I'm just gonna open mic and just subs and stuff.
Straight up forgot Chris was here. No offense.
No, don't do that.
Oh no, man.
Bro,
Hey.
I'm the glue. How can you forget?
Bro.
If you're the glue, I'm the
So
Elmer's.
modest.
If you're the glue, I'm the horse.
If you're the glue, I'm the sap.
I thought you were gonna call me a
Why do I
whore.
look like a penis? Why am I
Bro called himself the horse.
How do I get out
Why
of
do I look like a dick?
the menu?
What is this?
Wait,
Bro,
same.
oh, that's so you gotta unlock stuff.
Oh, hair.
So I'm just this
That.
now?
All right,
But
I'm
we
here.
also,
You look like a plug. What the fuck?
We also have this inventory,
Yeah.
just so you know.
Hello.
Bello.
Oh.
They give you a gun
Wait,
on the main menu.
Can I make Wait, how do I do
hold on, guys.
anything?
I gotta go on on Steam. Okay, nobody look.
Smart.
Wait, we look cute.
I look like. How do I do anything? I look like a weirdo.
I think we have to gamble to unlock things.
Oh,
I don't
what?
think we have
Guys,
options.
Don't worry, I got you.
Our tickets and our money is shared, by the way.
do I
Just so you guys know.
We only have
Everything is shared.
$100
Crispy, invite me.
between all 6 of them?
Guys, don't
Oh, sorry,
worry.
1K.
We got this.
What do you
This
mean
is-
1K?
no.
It says $100.
I say 1K. Oh,
I see 1K top right, or am I weird?
is that the quota?
What?
Wait, am
It
I a
says
weird guy?
100
Are we
for
not
me.
friends on
It says
Steam?
100 out of 1.2K.
I think we for sure should be.
You don't see 1K
thought
out of
we were,
1.2K?
No, I see
maybe
100.
we're not.
Like
Ah,
0, 0.
Oh yeah,
it's
mine
just
says
Crispy
maybe you're in
gameplay.
US. Maybe you're in AUD.
What? No, it says US.
Why-
Why
would-
I'll add you though.
Yeah,
Why,
yeah.
why would I
I'll
be
talk
that?
I don't know.
Wait,
Chris
how do you
invited
have a
us, yeah, Apparently
shirt?
we're not friends on Steam. I don't know why.
Put your ass away, child.
Because you guys
I don't
hate
want
each
him.
other.
Theangelina Jolie
Alright,
just
gonna buy it.
subscribed. Shady's back.
How do you have a
Brother
jumper?
Carl's greedy.
I couldn't pick anything.
Jumpa.
Jumper.
Jump up.
Hey, babe.
I-
How you
Everything
going?
unlocked at the start.
Crispy's played
See, the
before.
problem is to get cosmetics, you need the tickets, but the tickets also are the resource for the items every round. So
All right,
Shut.
just let me. I'm gonna play Plinko and blackjack. No worries.
No, I got.
dude,
Is there roulette?
blackjack is so lucrative.
All right, Crispy, I sent you a thing.
I love blackjack.
Wait,
I tried to get
Sammy,
Chris to add
same,
you
and
an equal
roulette.
me, so that's fun.
Yeah.
I
Guys, I'm gonna win us
Wait,
big
I
money.
bought something.
Wait, our apartment looks beautiful.
Wet paint.
This is look at all this. This is nice. Is this Vegas? Where are we?
There
you
he
see
is.
this?
All right, we're good.
Hello? Test,
Wait,
mic check.
Can I see
Hello?
Loud mic. Loud
Yeah, I
mic.
can see that.
And
Loud
Bought
mic.
it.
It's like a little
Yeah,
monster.
louder than everyone, but that's
30.
okay.
Oh wait,
thank
What?
you.
Just turn me down.
And 14,
I
Jory.
just went over
No,
to
I
the-
like
Put
you.
your ass
Oh,
away,
you jump in the
Thanks, Chris, I appreciate it.
Tell me.
Jory
Wait, Sammy, come here.
9395 just subscribed.
Oh, why are you hitting me? Why are you hitting me?
I don't like that I have to gamble naked.
Thank
So
you,
It's already a
guys.
gamble in itself.
It is Casino Sim, but you have to
Why are you hitting
hit a quota,
Wait, when do we start?
and
Here, I'm
you
gonna give
have
it
to
you,
not
now
die.
do what you need.
So, and
I'm
it's
giving you the
timed.
power.
Oh, you literally go flying.
I want to push you.
Bro, what?
Oh.
Like, I wish we could.
Mm.
Sammy's trying to hit you with a bat, dude. Ow. Ow, what the fuck?
Mm.
All right, what items
Ow,
we
what?
got? Spin for a chance to revert your last loss. While activating.
Wait, are we in? Oh!
Oh, this one's freaking hilarious.
Help!
Profit, but somebody has to sing into the microphone.
I can do that.
This is a
While you're
wig?
spinning.
Whoa.
Oh wait, you sound really good.
Two tickets.
We
What
have
is
to
this?
hit the win the
Random
quota before we
item.
fucking die.
Oh,
tickets.
you just used our tickets to re-rolled items.
Oh, good.
So our tickets
don't
are
need
like
those
our
anyway.
items every round.
Triple or lose your last win. Ooh. Increase
That's a
profit
good one.
amount.
Increase profit.
Shared tickets?
Spin
Yeah, we
for a
share
chance
tickets.
to revert your last loss. I might buy something.
So triple or use is good.
Got a small
Increase
piece of
profit
profit
amount.
better
Usually one is like stack items, I guess.
Oh my god, look at the limousine.
Can't guard me.
Yeah, so we gotta go in the limousine to start the game.
Wait, do you want me to sell my body for 10 tickets?
We just gotta do it.
I'm
Huh?
overwhelmed.
Do you want me to sell my body for 10 tickets?
Just be whelmed, Chris.
Oh, yeah, you can sell body parts for tickets, by the way, like your eyes, but actually it affects you.
Oh.
Like half your vision will be gone. You can't talk if you lose your mouth.
Let's go. Let's into the... Oh.
Oh, who gave Chris the bat? Who gave Chris the bat?
Body.
Go into the limousine,
Great.
guys. We need this. Oh.
Lobby or is this like in the game?
Dude,
Wait,
this is
what's
the whole
the,
game. This is basketball.
what's the push to talk setting?
Where's my item? Okay. Are we going into the casino? Guys, I'm confused.
Is there a casino?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go in this limousine.
Mic settings. Oh, audio.
Go into the limousine there, love. I've arranged transportation to take you home. A limousine. And for breakfast, a pizza.
Can I bring the basketball with me?
Oh,
What the fast
man. Whiskey? Wait, who's that? I can't tell who it is.
Just give us a random.
Oh.
Yo.
Let's go gamble.
Yeah.
We all gotta be in the
Okay.
limo.
Come on, get in the
Alright.
limo.
What's the push to talk button? Does anybody know?
Oh, I thought
It's V, but I changed mine to back.
by default.
Okay, thank you.
V.
Guys, I'm gonna win big.
Wait, we have the ball
Watch,
here? This
I'm
is
gonna
awesome.
win.
Wait, we go in the limo?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're arriving in style.
I'm gonna be the one that wins the most. Calling it. All right, guys.
don't
Lady
lose.
Luck's on my
Don't
side.
Jeff Booth.
How much money do we have?
Jeff
I think we have 100.
Paradise.
Yeah, it says
That's the
100
guy
in
with
my
two items.
corner.
100
We
each.
get, no, it's 1,000. It's 1,000. We can
All right,
start
guys,
with
we got this.
100 on whiskey and ice cream.
Let's go number 1.
It says 100? Shouldn't.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
weird.
Should be 1,000.
Oh.
ATM.
Wait, did you get the items from
Chris,
Sketchy
Chris,
Guy?
Chris, look at me.
Yeah.
Do we have an inventory?
We do. But wait, where are the items? I bought items. Where the heck?
Someone picked it up.
I used one and said.
Someone spent 7 tickets, by the way, so that's awesome.
Well, so I think someone
Cinema.
used the items already.
I have 1 item here.
Good.
All right, press 1.
Hey,
Wait,
look,
where's
I'm gonna do
whiskey?
the cinema emote on 3. I'm right here.
Okay.
Everyone get in.
Get in.
Who are we missing?
All right, let's go.
Okay,
Lobby
that's
1.
We
Lady
got
Luck.
1.2K.
All right, guys. Mommy's here.
Oh, I'm going to
Here we go.
Grace.
baby.
Ticket
That's
machine.
Where's
cute.
Farouk?
Roulette.
Let's go
Farouk,
gambling.
my
There's a
Go,
buffet.
Farouk, go.
Oh, they got ramen?
Come on. Come on.
Crispy
Farouk.
already
Come
lost
on.
$60.
You can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
We already lost
Oh,
$60.
damn it.
Wait, how do I
Already
do
lost
it?
60 bucks.
What is
Oh.
this?
All right, it's fine. It's fine. Farouk, we got this. Come on, Farouk. Come on, you're the goat. You're the goat. Come on.
Okay.
Come on, you're the goat. No.
What happens if I
Again,
do this?
that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so
come
you
on.
guys might
Come on,
not know
Farouk.
this if you don't
Come
go to
on. Come on,
casinos
I
very
believe in
often,
you.
but
I
you
believe
gotta
in
wait for people to
you.
hop off the slot machine
Oh,
because
huge
they've
win.
lost so much, and then you sneak in. Are you done with that one?
Woo! 210!
Then we
Woo!
Yeah. Oh, we got blackjack.
And then
I
we-
won money. All right, you guys got that.
do that.
Okay.
I love
How do
D&D
I do it?
dice.
Woo!
Let's do Jarl. Minimum bet.
I'm gonna bet 69.
Woo!
Please, no.
Oh, 60's the max bet? Okay.
Come on, Jarl. Come on, Jarl. Come on, Jarl. Come on.
Okay.
Guys, I've made
Come
so
on,
much
come
for
on,
them.
Jarl.
It's
Come on,
crazy.
Jarl. Come on, Jarl. Come on, Jarl.
Putting 69 bucks on red.
0.1. Okay, we're up 2. We're up 2
Now red.
bucks.
Come on.
We're down.
How we doing? How we doing?
Wait, Carla, you're up
Alright.
360.
Yeah.
Wait, everyone's in the red.
Wait, let's do
I'm up 15 bucks. Lady.
$69 on red.
Yes! Back!
Can't fucking do anything.
Lady.
Ben's lost $500. What the fuck are you doing?
Man, how are you down 500? Bro, we have $200 left.
But we have no money. Free.
If it wasn't for Carla, we'd be getting our kneecaps broken right now.
I've lost every game of blackjack.
Man, sit
Wait.
this one out.
Let me and Chris get on blackjack for sure.
I've lost every round of blackjack.
all right. Well, I'll get it back with some blackjack.
Can I get snacks?
Where's my item? I gotta use it.
Nice. Alright, I'm popping off.
Yeah, blackjack's the way to go for sure.
19. I'm
What's
gonna.
up? The mummy
and
chamber.
8 hit, 13 hit.
Fuck. No worries.
Just stand.
What's this?
No worries.
Damn it! Good RNG on his part.
12, I got a hit, unfortunately.
15, I
17,
gotta.
How do I do it?
I know they can see it, but don't let them
Someone
know.
already used it?
Okay.
Oh my god, look
Oh,
at
they
the
got a
red.
buffet table over here.
Oh.
We're dead. We
There's
lost
free
it.
ramen at the
Oh, wait.
casino.
We still got. Mr. Holly,
Keeping us alive.
Guys, are you kidding me?
we lost. We already died. We already lost.
Vance lost us almost $700. Crispy lost us 400. Okay, useless. Sammy with 150. Crispy with
Wait,
95. No
do you-
worries.
All good, guys. All good. No worries.
Spin button, we had $1 and I lost it all. But
Close
then
ass.
I felt bad about myself, then I saw your score.
I duck raced a little too close to the sun, I think.
We have no
Yeah,
money.
Sammy, I want money for us. And where did it go?
I'm back on Tamagotchi next round if Banff loses 700 to death. Okay, I'm like,
Wait, so what do we do now?
We leave and we die. We gotta leave and go die.
Are you kidding, guys?
Okay, we died because we have no money.
died.
We died.
We literally lost.
bro, speed ran our demise.
Great.
I did minimum bet. Yeah, it's
No,
not my fault.
Ben,
Yeah, and you lost
$600
10
is
in a row,
egregious,
man.
brother. That's
Yeah,
egregious.
whatever.
I mean, I can't really talk. I lost
Where's
$1,000
Ben?
also
Hey, where's
doing
Ben?
duck races.
I'm smoking.
Matter of fact, Sammy, kick his ass.
Where'd you get that?
Liz!
Carlo was the only one in the
It was in the limo, bro.
Yeah,
Let me have a go at it after you're done.
Sammy.
Guys, we have to lock the fuck in.
Wait, can
But
I
hold on,
mention something?
let's get in here so we can start another round.
That's so bad.
Get in.
Wait, there's a USB stick on the ground.
I was right.
Can I mention something? I actually had an upgrade on me that said like increased percentage of wins, and I lost 12 in a row.
Yeah, that didn't do
Wait,
it.
that's a W win streak, low-key. That you lost it all.
Hello, princess. How are you?
Oh man.
No, I lost everyone but one. That's what I'm saying. The upgrade did not work.
I was up and then I started duck racing. Never duck race.
Wait,
What's
look,
that
I was
mean?
pretty median. I still lost, but I was still pretty in
What's
the
a duck
middle.
race?
Guys, lock in.
It's like horse racing.
Once we get
but
to-
on a duck.
Once we get to 1200, we just have to stop. We can't be greedy. Guys, I told you, I'm gambler.
Everybody get in the hole.
Great! Oh, great!
Oh, great!
Oh, great!
Kill us in
Perfect, perfect. Great!
I'm in
Get
the
out of here,
pit.
whiskey.
I
Why
shouldn't
did you
be
guys
in here.
willingly get in the hole? What's wrong with you?
We
Because
got
we'll
it.
get back to gambling
We gotta
again.
progress.
Great.
I'm
One
gonna
money
take
for
one last
what?
smoke before I die.
Game
Nothing.
over.
Money collected.
So they make you walk. They make you do the cutscene, get in the limo, and walk into the hole, all just to say game over. That's so funny.
Look at how crazy.
They
Carlo
stretch
only,
it
the
out,
only one being in
bro.
the green is crazy.
Kyla massively won there. 350.
Wait, don't let Crispy off the hook. Minus
No, Crispy also
429
failed
is
big time, too.
almost as bad as.
I would
Listen,
never even
listen,
expect he played this before with that loss.
Listen. Because there's strats to it, but I'm not gonna explain it because no one's gonna listen.
Bro, sounds
Bro,
like
there's no
cheating.
strats, it's just gamble.
Nah, there's strats. Nah, I'm joking. All right, guys, come on, straight in.
I don't know about y'all.
You
Yeah,
think,
yeah,
you think
let's
this
go.
crew has the attention span to listen to strats?
There's no strats.
Whiskey, is my mic working?
Crispy, it's luck.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, hold on. Let me get the right items here.
While active. Ooh, this is good, guys. This is good.
Svedka!
Holy
Yeah, you
statue.
can get drunk and increase your profit. Oh, I'm
I
stuck.
got the Svedka, bro.
Should we get the Svedka? Random items good. Oh, so the a holy statue prevents losses.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, same.
That's
Wait,
a
we
good
can play
one. Buy
chess.
Wait, how about this? Let's make a rule. If you lose a minimum of 300, then you have to just fucking sit and watch everyone else because that's so much money.
That's so funny.
No, for real though. Like if you hit 300 negative, then that's it. Maybe next time.
Man,
I'll abide by the rule too. If I get to negative 300.
Wait,
I'll sit
isn't
and
this
watch.
from mouthwashing?
Who?
Isn't this
Yeah,
character
I
from
saw
mouthwashing?
it was like a little
Come
misfortune.
on.
Oh, it is.
Cute.
Which thing?
W reference. I wish we could punch
all right, come on, we need this.
But also sad game.
I'm gonna
Crazy
win even
cameo,
more than
right?
I
I
did
agree.
last time.
Dan and Carver, you guys have the same skin.
Where's my book? Oh, I didn't buy it.
Lady
Crispy grab items.
luck. Ow.
Guys, stop hitting. We need to lock in.
Yeah, start the
Hit the
button.
elevator.
Okay, guys, I'm locking. Guys,
I'm ready. Take me back to the Wheel of Fortune.
I'm gonna be the enforcer. I'm gonna stand by Bant with a baseball bat. If I see him go negative, he's unconscious.
Where's
Wait,
Black?
wait,
Panther
where's
here?
Wheel of Fortune?
where's
Did I
my
take it away?
Where'd the statue go? Okay.
Oh, Carla, huge.
fine. Thank you.
Beat the dealer without busting.
Oh, that was my game, bro.
Go. I was trying to prevent your losses.
Oh, what?
Carla, don't blow it.
One more. Trust me.
There you go.
I'm still in the greens.
Let me try this.
Alright.
Okay. 18, stand.
No, Chris.
Not good. Carla, I'm down bad right now.
Lock in.
I'm down bad.
Lock in.
Okay, let's bet. I'm gonna bet 50 on black.
Here we
Wait,
go,
I want to
big money,
bet.
big
Can I
money,
bet
big
something
money.
as well?
Yeah, do it. Don't go black. I mean, don't go red. Let's do something else.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Here we go.
Big money,
Black
big money,
odd,
big money,
black
big money,
odd,
big
black
money, big
odd.
money.
Yes!
Okay, yeah.
Alright, cool.
Just like that, we're back, people. Just like that, we're back.
Wait, did I not? Why did I not win? Because I didn't press the play?
Wait, we're still down. Still down 300.
Why did I get no money from that?
Chris, because it just does the most recent bet, so Carla. Carla.
Alright, there we go.
12.
Bro, that's
Awkward.
I'm up again.
Bro,
I'm up again.
the blackjack dealers, they must have patched it. They're all of a sudden so good, Zach.
What am I? 13.
I'm down bad.
Still up 2.
You landed on black and I got no points for it.
Yo!
Yeah.
Slow climb, bro.
Can't do it up 16.
So tough.
From you.
Guys, we gotta keep an eye on it because if we get to 1.2, we just gotta go.
Appreciate that, dude. Thanks for the 21.
Whiskey! 14.
Whiskey!
I'm gonna hit.
Bro, kill him.
19.
Whiskey, why did you lose almost $500?
22 in a row, bro. Whiskey! Alright, I'm down 300. I'm sitting and watching now.
Guys, we're...
Whiskey,
Stop it!
in the head. In the back of the head.
Corner him, bro. Corner him.
Kill him! Kill him!
This is crazy.
Get him out of here! Bring him with me! Bring this fucking guy! Put him back in the fucking elevator, dude.
I didn't know what I was doing.
Alright, we're all in the red. Come on, Carl, you're doing a good job.
Guys, I need you to leave the store. Leave the casino. I'll do it by myself.
Yeah, I'm done.
I was in the green
I'm
for
done
so
gambling.
long.
Nice, Crispy.
The slow climb back.
Ow!
Guys, I actually didn't. It was a mistake. I didn't know what I was doing.
Oh, yeah, 54.
Nice, Carla.
That's
Jeez.
what they all say, Whiskey. That's what they all say.
No, Sammy. Literally, I didn't play a single game. I pressed one button and the money vanished.
We're gonna make a comeback here. We're gonna make a comeback. Oh, 21. Here we go.
How are we supposed to come back from this, bro? We're destitute.
Okay, there we go. The slow climb back. Yup!
Oh, I won!
Gonna be in the green in no time.
Alright, the bat. You live another day.
Yup!
Nice.
Oh my god, he hits 21.
Of course he does, Crispy. Of course he does, dude.
I lost it all.
Okay, Sammy, I see you.
I'm back.
No, you're in the green. I see you, Sammy.
Jeffy,
Come
gamble with
on, bring it
friends. You have to meet a gambling quota.
Ow!
Oh, and I lost it all.
We're not doing well.
Hey.
Speak for yourself.
Wait, pop off. Back in the green.
20 seconds. Come on.
21.
Don't lose too much.
Bring me back. No!
I'm getting so close to just hitting 21 every time.
All right, well, at least Carla did once again.
-8. I was
Carla in
so
the
close
green.
to the green.
Carla's done with this. What the heck?
Lady Luck up her.
Wait, why did the day end?
There's a time limit.
It's
Jeffy, these are games.
I never. The game wasn't close. That's
Bree,
unrealistic.
like, what's up? You know what I mean?
Casinos never close.
Ow.
Bro, to be fair, the game's kind of dumb because I had it on black and then it landed on black, but since I didn't click play and someone else did, it didn't count for me. That's silly.
Yeah, but at least we got the money. Here's the
Yeah,
thing, guys.
because-
Here's the thing.
Could be an item too.
We need to like not all gamble at the start because we can get to 1.2k so easy. We just can't all blow it.
Wait, we only need
That's
1.2k?
Yeah, and we start with
Yeah,
1,000.
everyone.
Oh,
First day.
wait, that's child's play.
I know.
Honestly, I'm down to just watch.
Just let me gamble and I'll get us the profit in a minute.
Give me a chair. I'll sit in the corner. I'll watch. I don't care. Let's get some money, guys.
Hi,
Okay,
Lucy.
There's a name for that.
That's so funny.
Casino. Yeah, I know. Hey!
Hey, yo!
Half
Look at
you
my
guys
just
at
flat
TwitchCon
line
when
at
we
the
were when
bottom.
I was on a rolling blackjack.
Yeah,
You went
literally,
fucking once.
literally.
I was next
don't
to you
gamble, to be
burning
fair.
$500.
Can you play
Don't
this
get it
by
twisted.
yourself?
Wait, that's true.
Coxino!
We're so back to the we're so over.
Wait, why are we
Man,
down?
thanks
Why
for the
are we
raid,
down
man.
already?
Because we died.
Because we didn't get 1.2K.
Guys, we don't.
1.2k.
We start with
Doesn't this
1,000.
remind you?
We start with
Doesn't this
we
remind
start
you
with
of the
1,000.
cornfield that Christopher Nolan
We don't
planned
need to
Frank
gamble
Tower
that
and then
much.
sold for profit after the movie.
All right. Lady cuck. That's funny.
We don't need to gamble that much. We're fine. Just trust me.
Yeah, I'll be the bouncer.
Just let me go in. Give me 2 seconds. We'll have quota and we'll leave.
What she said, guys.
I wish I knew how to kill like combo the items better. Because there's ways to like absolutely own with the items.
The duck one blew.
Blue.
Put that thing in the garbo.
Garb.
Someone hold E.
That's crazy. That's crazy. What do you mean?
E.
E.
I know, Jimmy. It's really funny to play together.
I'm in the
I like how we.
limo.
I like how we just wake up in a box.
I'm going straight
Me
in.
too.
Alright, let's see.
We were born in a box.
Can I do something
Increase
that...
profit amount, increase profit while drunk. Increase power of each item is good if you combine it with
Yeah, only Carla gambles.
pretty much anything.
How do you buy it?
So increase profit amount, you
Oh,
gotta
yeah,
put it in this.
Oh, nice. Let's do that.
So that combo should make a lot of money.
What combo, Crispy?
That's so funny.
How do I get
the two
in?
books that increase profit and double an item.
Okay.
Alright, get in, guys.
I was busy playing chess personally.
We just don't go
Oh,
so hard.
chess.
All we need to make is 200.
Yeah, that's. This is honestly like a social experiment. This game.
Oh, no, for sure.
It is, yeah, it is a little bit.
Like, all we need is $200. We start with 1,000, and the way we just lose it so fast is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Pass me the rock.
Let me drive the bus.
Son of a bitch.
Sorry.
All right, is everyone in?
Fucking hurt.
Sorry.
Is everyone
Someone
in? He
hit
says
somebody
after
out
he
of the
clobbered me out of the fucking car.
Go.
Alright, guys. Lock in. I'm gonna do it again. 3 in a row.
Vegas.
3 in a row.
The amount of cutscenes to get into the real game is so funny.
Okay, so we need someone to use the items when Carla gambles.
Okay.
What
Let's
is?
go.
Where's the
what
other
is-
book?
What is?
I
what does the
ate
book
it.
do?
Whiskey has it.
Oh, I only have one.
Where's the other one?
I ate it. Let's go.
Carla ate it.
Oh, wait. I think you have to use it.
That's okay.
We'll find
Bro,
out.
they need Billy Yard.
Oh, it's less in here. Where's my
Alright.
where's my slot machine?
Your mic sounds like
The
shit.
games change
Mine?
every.
Sorry, it was like stuttering, but I think it's better. It's fixed.
Oh, okay.
Wait, they got TV.
There's no slots.
Yeah, 30
There's no
bucks, 30
slots
bucks.
this time.
Okay, here we go.
Where's the bat? Where's the fucking bat?
The wheel of dreams.
All right, here we go. Big money, big money, big money, big money, big money, big money.
Oh.
Okay.
Huge
Wait, times
bar.
3. Let's go.
All right, all right,
Let's
all
get
right.
outta here.
Well, another 30 bucks.
Stop
Let's go
gambling.
home.
Okay, let's do.
Blackjack's probably the safest.
Where is blackjack? That's roulette.
Or I guess roulette too.
Oh, over here.
Who's this fool at?
Ooh, 150. No.
150, huh? Okay, okay, risky. 17. Can't stand at 17. Oh, you got him, you got him, you got him, you got him!
You got him. You got him.
Nice. Good job.
We're so close to the quota.
You are.
We're so close to the quota. The fact that none of us have gambled is awesome. We're all in the green. As it's
All right, sorry, that's all right.
Wait, I
Do
can
you
make
see
us
this
go
guy's
red.
Lord of the Rings shirt?
We got a Lord of the
Loves
Rings
one
shirt.
ring.
Wait, bro.
oh, cute.
Did they say
I
number
low-key
one
want
part
that
of the
shirt.
shirt.
Bro, take that shirt off. I want that.
All right, sorry.
Wait, where's the
Get
Lord of the
that.
Rings shirt?
Bro, take that. It's right here, Whiskey.
Wait,
Ooh,
bro's got a
He's in purple. He's in purple.
bro's
18,
bro's an
stand.
ally over here.
Carl just lost all of it.
Isn't that kinda
I'm
sick?
still in green, which is
Uh-oh.
funny.
Shirt off. We want that.
Let's
I
say this
know.
guy's an
Hey, give us
ally
that.
right
Hey,
here.
give us that.
Am I wild or is this like the? Is this the?
Nice. We're back. We're
All right,
so
we're back. We're back. We're back.
This one right here.
Liz,
The
hello.
pink and blue, right? Or is that lesbian?
Nero, sweet dreams, doll. You're the best.
Pink and blue?
What-
That's, well, pink and purple is
What is
bisexual.
bro talking about? Pink and purple. No, this guy's look at this shirt. He's an ally.
It's only a problem.
Lesbian is pink and orange, right? Or my
Maybe
L,
maybe
my
it's
L
orange flag
ally.
light. Am I weird?
Alright, here we go.
Guys, we're red. We're red as hell.
What does this guy's shirt say? It's only a problem if I'm.
But I
really-
want to order a drink, but the bartender won't bring me one.
Real.
Liz, how are you? Good to see you. And Bliss.
Big. You guys, gambling's kind of hard.
Yeah, it really is.
Car was giving it the old college try, but we're getting fleeced.
That's okay. That's all right.
I think we should just do a max bet as soon as we walk in, and if we lose, we restart.
Wait, that's kind of a vibe.
We have a 50-50 chance, essentially.
No, I'm in
I
the
wish we
hole.
could destroy the
Come on,
casino.
black. Yeah, let's go. Okay, now do a $200 bet.
Wait, we're up.
Run it.
We're up $5 right now.
Wait, guys, play it cool. Play it cool.
Yeah, play it cool, guys. Seriously.
Come on.
Come on, red. Come on, red. Come on, red.
Oh. Oh.
Well, you made money though. You made money.
Wait, you
still.
made money?
Now.
How?
Oh, okay.
Because you put one on.
Oh yeah.
You had it-
okay,
you
put
had
on
it
something
on,
else. Nice.
on the numbers.
Okay.
Hell yeah. We go again. We go again. Come on.
1 minute.
Nice.
Huge.
Wait.
Oh, we're almost
We're so
there.
We need
close.
500.
Okay, okay,
in the
okay, okay.
next-
500.
Okay,
That's
wait.
crazy if
Seconds.
Anthony and Chris never touched the machines.
Wait,
we'd be
reset,
chilling.
reset.
Wait, Chris, what'd you
wait.
lose $50, bro?
I just played one round of blackjack. Could have Chris.
I
Wait.
won though,
God.
to be fair. Wait,
Are we
You
up?
didn't
Are we
win.
good?
You know, you played two. You won one. You lost one because you're only at 0. Idiot.
true, I did play zero.
Put it on green.
Nice,
Wait.
Carla, keep it up.
Oh, we need it.
25
Oh,
seconds.
wait, we're going
Okay,
even.
wait.
We're just
Oh my
going
god.
even.
Oh wait, the day's ending. The day's ending. I'm turning it on.
Lady
Quick. Yeah, Carla, come on, yeah.
Come on.
We're ruined.
No, wait. Wait, put more on.
Risk it all.
Risk it all.
Oh, spin. Oh.
We're ruined.
Wait, what?
Whiskey! No, guys, it was going in.
Oh, hell nah.
Okay, wait. Positivity here. Positivity here.
My spin.
That was a better day.
I'm telling you,
I
got
think
the
we need to
strap.
increase maybe more gamblers.
No, I think we just need to do one max bet.
Sam, you know
on
what? Me too. Matter of
the
fact,
wheel,
let's
and
smoke a
that's it.
cig on our walk.
Walking home, bro. We lost it all.
No, it's gonna be fine. We're fine. Wait, Liz, give me
Whiskey negative 300,
details.
you know?
Remember when Chris said don't gamble and then he's in the red?
Hey, I'm in the red
You can't
too.
me when everyone else is worse.
Guys, lock in.
Not me, girl. Not
The
me.
next one is it. Next one's it. We did better. I mean, we have 700 left.
We just need to max bet
We got this, guys.
on
the
the
last
wheel, and
second
that's
every
it.
time. Lady Luck.
That's close. Skip E.
Why do I have a bat? Don't worry about it.
Skip and press E.
Man,
Look at that chart.
We're
Looks like
fine.
peak.
Next one's our go.
does look like peak. All right, should we like?
Isn't it? I'm on PUBG.
Crispy, I think we should let Crispy and Carla maybe do something because I think Crispy knows how to play this. The next one, like with the power-ups and the multipliers.
Do we have power-ups?
We can buy
Yes, those what those books are.
them. Liz. Okay, cutie.
Why?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God, they shot us with guns.
Okay.
Understood. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Cute. When's the date?
But is
Also,
Sammy
sorry,
disconnected?
guys.
Looks like. Bro, why does Sammy disconnect randomly all the time?
You get your kneecaps
Tornado season,
broken.
probably.
Hmm.
On.
Oh, we got tickets though.
Yeah, but like, what's the joke? Oh, she's back. Wait, Sammy,
Sammy's here.
Did you disconnect?
Uh-oh.
Sammy, did you disconnect?
Sammy, come in over.
Oh, I can't hear her.
Sammy?
Can you not hear me?
Oh,
I
there
can
you
hear
go.
you
There you
now.
are. There you are.
I'm in a limo.
I've done this whole time. I didn't
No.
disconnect at all.
Okay, let's take a look at the
For
items.
a minute.
Your name wasn't on the thing at the end there. That was weird.
Okay, wait. So the microphone, good, easy to understand.
All right, let's go, guys.
Hide yourself in here.
Whoa,
What
why
the
is it
hell,
on
Liz? Huh? On what?
Wait, Whiskey, I missed his voice. I'm going over there. Cool.
Okay.
Okay.
Load it up.
Sick.
Whiskey, we don't have any tickets.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Guys, get in, we have
Cosmetics
money to
tickets,
win.
unfortunately.
We needed this.
What? Everyone get in. What are we waiting on? Oh.
Who are we missing? Oh, there we go.
Okay.
All right. Lock in. This is it. This is the one.
Okay, don't use the items right away.
Okay.
Okay. The microphone is good.
What does it do?
You have to sing and increase profit in like a like area of effect.
Oh.
Oh, my slot machine. Come over here.
Wait, what is this one?
On me way.
Increase profit amount. Someone, yeah.
All right, sing near me.
Sing is fine. Wait,
La
don't-
la
Give it
la
a
la la.
fortunes,
La 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 la.
Woo! Guys, you want to
We
go?
won. We have enough. We have enough. We did it.
Do you want
Oh,
to go?
Oh, we won and won. Oh, yeah, we'll take it. Let's just take it.
Let's leave.
Let's just take it.
We're at quota.
Let's take it.
All right, let's go.
Well, we do have the items too. I don't know if they can.
No, let's leave. Let's leave.
Every time.
Knows I've got the
It
magic
turns
in me.
Say Geronimo. Say
Dude, that was so easy.
Geronimo.
Just like,
Geronimo.
it was over.
Wait, winning's
did it.
awesome. I love to win.
Sam, you win every day, dude. Come on, bring it.
Oh, true.
It's not true, Chris. I don't win
Come
every
on.
Sammy,
You got
win
Luke.
every
You got
day.
3 cats.
I don't
Sammy,
win
when was the
every
got a
last
day.
great
when was the
community.
last time you lost? Keep it up.
You got a laugh
freaking
that beats
Well,
the
that's the
band,
last time
dude.
you lost. I tripped in my driveway yesterday, and I
Sammy,
think all my
I'd-
neighbors saw it on their
I'd
ring camera.
kill-
No,
I'd
Sammy,
kill
get the
to
footage.
drive.
Oh, that sucks ass, actually.
Wait, the
Sammy,
whole
I'd
neighborhood
kill
knew.
to have a driveway.
Wait, what's that? Sammy, what's that neighborhood app? They were definitely sharing it on the neighborhood. app.
Bro, the footage is everywhere at this point.
It's everywhere.
Sammy, I didn't want to tell you, but I'm pretty sure I saw you eat shit on Reels.
Yeah, I saw it on TikTok.
Bro, I'm all over
Dang,
Instagram
dude.
Reels, man. It's
Neighborhood
over
watch
for me.
app. This is all Sammy.
It's Jove.
Jove.
Did Bantha leave the lobby?
Don't
No, it
get
does that sometimes.
twisted. No, he's here.
We should start shrimp farming. Would you guys be down?
Wait, we have to go back to the lobby?
Shrimp farming.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if we get
it's-
like
now we're on day
several,
2.
if we get several
Now it's day
1,000-gallon
two.
tanks, we can raise shrimp and
Oh.
live a lavish lifestyle.
Oh, rolls back time. Rolls back time is good.
Guys,
Ooh,
shrimp farming.
I think it's like 30
Oh, just say
seconds
that.
it'll go back, so you could just spend a lot.
Oh, 60
and
seconds.
then if 60 seconds, yeah. How much is that? 6?
Profit amount?
It's 6 more. Yeah, profit's always good. I think that's it.
Oh, 13 ticket. I can sell a leg.
Yeah.
That's right.
No. It is kind of funny if you sell a body part because you actually lose vision or you can't talk. It's
Oh,
kinda-
shit.
kinda goofy.
I'll just do this.
Let's do it. We'll do a random. We'll do a random too. The random sometimes gives you good stuff.
Reroll challenge.
bonus.
1 ticket.
Win with 10x on a slot machine. No one's winning that.
Guys, I heard someone was hungry, so I brought this.
Horse. Thank you.
What?
Oh.
I'm not gonna eat that.
Why
Horse.
isn't that?
No, Daydream. I feel like I trip a lot on nothing.
Here we go. Back to gambling, guys.
Get me on that slot.
That's right.
Ooh, random item. All right, here we go.
Let's go.
Time machine.
It
nice.
is
Rolls
gun!
back time. Wait, if you lose, maybe use that.
If we could only have
What's this?
this life
Hey,
for one more
Wait, don't, Chris,
day.
don't.
Put it down. I don't remember.
Why you
Okay.
done?
It
Drop it for a second.
pay 33% of the quota for each body part you shoot off.
Chris, stick a hand out.
Oh no, I'm not. Yes, wait, just shoot Chris a bunch of times. And we'll hit
No,
the
that's
button.
not. No, we're not doing that.
Let's roll. Should we roll dice? No. Let's we gotta play blackjack.
It was so bad.
Yep. Where is
Whoa, who got it 10 times? Carla, nice.
Wait, someone just
Did
got
I?
10x.
Oh.
Duck race. Is Blackjack not here?
No, it's over here.
It's over there.
Bro,
Carla, how's it going?
always.
So good.
Carla, can you stick like an arm out so I can shoot it off?
I don't have any.
I didn't throw it back. Okay, dude. All right.
Who wants, does no one want to die?
No, we will have to.
Just be any last words?
Bro, it's like no.
Guys, check this out.
Dude, I was trained to my.
No, you don't hit on 13.
I was ready.
Put it on green.
That luck is crazy. Crazy luck. Hey,
Nice.
you got this. Keep it up.
Oh my god!
Carla, hey, we leave. We leave.
Oh my
We
god!
leave. We leave. Carla, Carly, hey.
Run!
Huge. We
Rolls
leave.
back
Bruh.
time. We leave.
It's losing money.
Come on.
It's losing money. Kill him. Kill him.
He's up.
He won money.
He's out. He won money. He won money. That's all right. He won money.
Don't shoot him.
Get back in! Get back
Wait,
in!
did I give money?
No. Okay, here we go.
Elevator's killing me.
Wait,
Pick
that
up
was
the gun,
huge.
man. Pick up the gun.
That was actually huge.
Crispy, put the gun down.
Sorry.
Let's go.
Lady
Carla, good
love.
Carla, I
job.
want you to know I was about to blow your head off because I saw you go into the red and then the 3,000 showed up.
I know, I knew it would happen.
Wait, Carla hit hard.
Yep.
Dude, we're chilling.
Lady luck.
Yep.
Crispy, so I had a king and a 3 and they were showing a 7. You stand there, right? Usually.
You
Ah,
hit
you can't.
once.
Oh,
No, you
I
don't.
wasn't pressing. No, you don't hit. You don't hit it.
Yeah.
If they're showing a 7, you do not.
Yeah.
You absolutely
You assume
do not.
that they
Wait,
have
so
jack
did you
shit.
hit? What did
No,
you
I
hit on
didn't.
that? Oh, you didn't hit. Oh, okay.
No, I didn't hit. Yeah,
Oh,
but
okay.
No, the dealer
Nice.
blackjack every time in this game for
Yeah.
whatever reason.
Yeah, it's annoying actually.
I'm winning.
they're showing 7, 8, 9, or
I'm winning.
Because you get paid
I don't know.
out 2 or 3.
Why do we
pretty
always
good.
wake up in a box? Who puts
I don't
us
know.
in there?
The mob.
I don't know. I don't think that's.
We have 23 tickets. Wait, microphone is an easy buy.
Spend it all for a single free all-in. I might get a
You doing?
outfit.
You okay?
I don't know.
Spend it for a single free all in. Single free all in.
Single free all in. What's that mean?
We got, yeah, you can get a single free all in. So we have a.
Come on, bro. That looks like it feels so
we'll
good.
get the rollback
man.
time again as well.
That looks like it feels so good.
Oh yeah, wait, we get tickets out of this.
Wait, what just happened? Did we not?
I'm getting drunk.
Did I get it?
Who's? Oh God, who's giving up body parts? Oh, did he give up his body? Wait, wait, he's just a head now. If you give up your body, you're just a head.
Yeah.
No, he's literally just a head and can't do anything.
I look
now.
so good.
Get in the paint. Get in the paint.
So you can give up body parts like your eyes and stuff, and if you give up your mouth, you can't speak.
I'm
If
getting
you
a
give up your
fit,
body,
guys,
it's just a
because
head.
I'm
That's what you
goated.
carry around. So until Banth gets his body back, he's just a head.
You can't lift him up by
Okay,
yourself.
fine. Okay. Since
Thanks for the tickets, though.
I'll take care of him.
He sold his body to science. Wait, is
That is
I'll take care of him.
Yeah, Sammy, I'm getting drunk.
Hey Ben, you can still see, right?
Sammy!
Wee!
Whee!
Carla!
I'm on my way.
You don't have hands.
Alright, let's go, guys.
Oh, they don't even care that there's a trampoline.
I care.
Oh, bro's drinking?
Yeah, Ben has hands. Look at him.
Whoa, what the heck?
All right, guys.
Bro's a floating head, man. This is hilarious.
Oh, we got the spoons.
What can he? Oh, does he not have a mouth either, so he can't talk?
Oh, he has a mouth.
He can talk. He has a mouth. Okay.
He just punched you as a little head.
Wait, your voice is wild. He's
Oh, what?
yeah.
All right, lock in, guys.
Come on, guys, let's get out of here. Come on,
It
walk
sounded like
in.
he swallowed one of those like little tubes that goes.
Who is that?
Hey,
Okay.
Wait, who are we missing?
Wait, who are we missing?
Sammy.
Sammy, come on.
Sammy. We're missing Sammy.
I've got
Hurry
jackpots to win.
I'm good.
I'm sober
good.
already. Great.
Alright, I'm getting a mango cart. Y'all take
Maybe I
it.
have no body.
Wasted my fucking.
My bad, my bad.
We have to
vodka.
carry Banth around everywhere, by the way, now.
No, I'll take care of him.
Yeah,
It's my.
I'm fine.
Well, thanks for the 2 months, by the way.
No, I can roll.
Bet on Jarl and win on Duck Race.
Wait, can you roll?
Wait, did someone take my wing? Wait!
It's nauseating, though.
Wait! Carla, I think I bought that.
I bought the pink
Okay.
one. Did you buy it as
Free
well?
all in. I got the free all
I
in. Who's gonna
thought
sing?
so, but I didn't see it in the closet.
Chris, you
Oh.
got the singing. Okay. Don't use it yet. Don't use it until somebody's like betting real hard.
Come on, guys.
Come on, roll over here.
And she's
You gotta carry him. Get away.
She's got away.
Can you play this solo,
She's
guys?
got away.
Because I think I could do it.
She's
She's
got
got a
away.
wig.
Wig.
She's got
Got
a
a
wig.
wig.
She's got a wig.
All right,
Alright,
go,
let's
go,
get
go.
out here.
All right, I'm gonna do a single all in.
Okay.
Where should we all in?
He has a thing for it.
Do not click on this one. This is 120.
Let's see. All.
Oh, they're all.
All right, let's go, Crispy. La 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 la. Don't
Check
make
this
me-
out, guys.
Don't make me sing. Don't make me sing.
Don't make her sing.
Here we go.
Yeah,
One
golden
free all
shit.
in.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's some money. That's some money.
Mic drop, dude.
Somebody hit their.
I dropped my mic.
Oh, wait, we're close. We're close.
Wait, we're really close, yeah.
Oh, that was a lot of
Oh,
money.
huge.
I wouldn't mind winning once or twice.
Oh, Chris, I'm in the green. I'm in the green at 0.
I'm 14 up.
I'm chilling, man. I mean,
Okay, I'm losing hard, but
Man, get out of here. This is not a machine.
Come on, Jarl. Come on, Jarl. Come on, Jarl.
Blackjack has not been good for us.
Max bet, bro.
check this out.
Hit the button, hit the button. Hit it, come on, come
Did he win?
Carla
Our money's
is-
disappearing fast. Our money's disappearing fast, y'all.
Wait, are you holding Banth while he
Blackjack,
spins? That's so
blackjack.
cute.
on. Yeah. Huge!
Oh! Let's go,
Woo!
Banth! Wait, toss something real quick.
Big
Toss
money,
something
big
real quick.
money.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, we're making money. We're making money back.
Yeah! Yeah, good job. You want to do it again? Here.
Bring your kid to the casino day.
Yeah.
Come on. Yes, yes,
Come on.
Let's go.
Ooh.
Nice.
Let's get here again. We'll play again.
Jesus
15
Christ,
stuff we're
Carla.
gonna hit. We
Woo!
Carla's popping the fuck off.
20 stand.
Oh, what are you playing? Yeah, which game are you playing? Oh, your
Lost.
slots?
I'm on a losing streak.
Damn, it's okay.
Okay, Carl's gonna hit 5K right now.
I'm kind of cruising right
Oh, there we
now.
go. I'm not
Oh, we
back.
gotta
I
stand
made it
on
back.
17.
We're
That's
alright.
right.
Yeah.
Just like that, we're back.
Oh.
All we need is one good spin.
One good spin away from riches.
We're screwed, Chris.
Guys, watch this.
No, this is what happens.
I'm watching, Carlo.
No, not double.
Oh my
Leave!
6,000. We're out.
We go! Oh my god! Wait, where's Ben?
What the fuck? Someone is floating skull, bro.
We only lost 0.1. It's fine. We made $10. We made
Carlo, we
$10.
gotta take you to real Vegas. We gotta go.
Has he never been to real Vegas?
Real Vegas, bro.
Real Vegas? You gotta go to real Vegas, dude.
How long?
You gotta go
Hell
to
yeah.
7.3K.
Get him,
the
guys.
magic
We're
touch.
drinking
Vegas
something
was enough
tonight.
Vegas for an entire lifetime for me.
Matter of fact,
Bro.
beans to the table.
Was he holding Bantha spin is so cute.
Yeah, Jeffy, yeah.
Wait, so now that we have a little room money, do we all play a little?
Yeah.
Or like, fuck it.
We've been playing. You've been a
No, but you know what I
skull.
mean.
Yeah, play, but if you
She's
feel
a
like you're just in a hole, stop. If you just keep an eye on
Literally
everything,
just a skull, bro.
just keep an eye on it and have some
He's
fun.
got brains. Wait, everyone, hold E.
It's investing.
Man's face is so incredibly Slavic. I've studied physical anthropology, and this is gonna sound creepy, but he has a very cool facial bone structure. I would love to see his skull.
Bantha, your bone structure is awesome, but I wouldn't say
Wow.
it's Slavic.
Slavic is.
No, it's a copy pasta that's from my chat.
No, exact. No, I know. You have a Slavic.
You
I have no
Slavic, what
body.
he's rocking.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe like a.
Wait, why am I still bodiless?
Beth, you literally, Beth, you don't have a body until you can buy it back with tickets. Low key.
I need to. Why did you guys buy tickets already?
But
can't you get his body
because
back?
we need items.
Bigs.
Italian.
It was just on a different page,
Bro
y'all. I
needs
found
50
my
tickets to
wig.
get his body back.
Yeah, hey girl.
Kind of twins.
Twinning.
Low key, Carlo winning that much money actually fucked us because now we need to get 13K, dude.
Yeah,
Fuck.
it
Now
did.
this
We
is
got
easy.
lucky.
Guys, that's easy. What do you mean?
Free, bro.
It's
We
like
already
it's
have
like
it.
it's like a lethal company.
Light
The more you
work,
make,
light
the
work.
more- The higher your
Light
thing
work,
is
we
then.
got this.
Guys, light
We
work.
got this.
Wait, we can go
Light
up to
work,
floor
no
2, I think
reaction.
now. I think we go up to floor 2, which has a cool game
Oh,
where you just like try to predict when a rocket ship's gonna crash, and it's
Oh, wait, fun.
you can make big money.
all right, let's go.
It's really fun. Get it!
You gave me points.
over here.
Ooh. Guys, we're making shmoney.
Swinging.
Whoa, wait,
Whoa,
home run. Low key.
Basketball. Wait, no,
Wait, basketball, wild movie.
Oh, I just.
I haven't traced.
Sammy. Sammy.
Yep.
Sammy wants the agility course so bad.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
pretty
just so you can see what's going on, Beth. I got you.
Thanks, man. I feel like a goddamn GoPro.
Guys, would you believe me if I said?
Bro's a GoPro.
You look so funny.
Hey.
Would you believe me if I said this game sold 1 million copies in the first week?
Yeah,
2 million, actually.
Was it 2 mil?
Oh,
It was 2 million, I'm pretty sure.
We gotta start making slop, bro.
I know, right?
Bro, look at I'm all the way
Bro,
up here. I'm all
the
the
coders
way up.
coded this.
Nice, Sammy.
Oh, Sammy, that looks fun.
I'm all the way up.
And if you had a
Wait,
wax, you
wait,
should
Ben,
be
I'll
having
throw
fun
you.
right now.
I really want to gamble, guys.
Go there?
I'm on a roll.
Wait, I'll throw you up to Chris. Chris, catch him. Oh.
Ah,
Oh.
fuck me.
Language.
Guys, can we gamble? I'm on a roll.
We have group money. Ow. I'm under the car, bro.
Let's go gamble. Carla's addicted.
I knew she would be.
Well, I mean, addicted is a huge call. I just want to play the story.
Fair.
Nah, you're
Getting
fiending.
away.
You're fiending for the number when the number go up.
Where's Ben?
Guys, I'm
Oh,
on
he's
top
on
of the
the roof.
car.
Oh, it's on top of the roof.
But I got
It's
you.
like, yo,
man, I got
it's
you.
like that. Wait. It's like that, that
Wait,
trend
wait,
where
get
it's
your
like
body back, bro.
it's that trend where it's like you have a jar of
Spend
pickles on your
tickets.
car in the
We wanna
parking
spend
lot.
Oh,
tickets,
you like
bro.
leave a Costco pizza in
You
your
have a
car
guy-
and like
you have a
say
guy in
hi to
your
people?
car.
Yeah.
You guys just his head on your car.
Where's whiskey?
I'm here.
Oh, there he is.
Me at the bar.
Chris, you're not, I think you're not a.
All right. we simply
That metal green
go again, guys.
All right, let's see if we can go to level 2 now. Wait, am I on Carla's head?
You
I'm on Carla's head
can.
somehow. Yes, floor 2 is so good. Floor 2 is so much fun.
Level 2.
So floor 2 is more risk, more reward.
You could ever imagine.
Perfect.
Luigi, no.
The rocket
shot.
game is so much fun.
Wait, I forgot I was holding Bam. I thought I was holding an item. Ow!
All right, you guys ready for the crash?
Whoa.
Oh, it's not here. Oh, the penguin game's here though.
Whoa.
What is
Okay.
the penguin game?
Oh, Plinko. I love
Oh, I love
Plinko.
Plinko. I love Plinko.
Here,
I want to
I'll
play
take-
Plinko.
Let me show you a good
Wait,
time.
wait,
So you gotta go step by step. You go step by step. So every
Carla
step you
dropped
get further,
500?
Sammy,
Yeah, but I got it back.
is your profit, but then you risk.
You gotta bet money to make money.
So yeah.
Oh, I see.
Sammy
Yikes.
6.
Wait,
$50.
Yikes.
Yeah, cash out.
I think
Sometimes
Max
the
bet
first
might be
snap
dangerous,
is-
Carla.
Yeah,
No,
true.
Max bet it.
Yes!
Huge.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm kind of
260.
cruising. Okay.
Wait, Carla, why is your money going down?
What do you mean? All right.
Come on.
3x, let's go.
Nice.
I'm making money.
I'm back in the green, baby.
There you go.
What's
oh, no, I'm
this?
not. No, I'm not.
Not good.
Not
That's
yet.
not good.
What's
Do
this?
I do?
What's this? 2%.
I can't.
No.
I'm holding you. I can't press it.
I love gambling, but the flame's on me. The flame's on me.
What if I just won 1,300?
Oh, my slots, guys. We're back. We're back.
I technically made us more money.
Let it right there.
Yes!
I'm scared. Still minimum again.
Let it.
2x, wait. I'm Sammy, I do a 13.
Time right now.
Throw him in the garbage! Throw him in the
Carlos
garbage!
just won a bunch.
Negative 1.5!
W Carla. W Carla.
Bro, we gotta hide. We gotta hide.
Oh my god. Dude, what did you do?
Dude, the max bet.
We got
Hey,
you that,
it's so
bro.
scary. It's so scary.
We can't get back there. Bro. Now it's on.
Why is
No,
it
it's
yet?
that one's
Back
begging for a
now.
win.
Alright, but we gotta sneak our way over there, okay? We can
I don't know if my heart can take it.
How much money do we have?
I'm
Time.
playing
Oh.
it safe over here. I'm playing it safe.
I'm gonna go 4 steps. I'm gonna go 4 steps. 2. No! Oh, it's not good. Sammy, it's not good. Sammy, it's not good. No! Oh, I just lost
We're actually so screwed. Carla, we need your help.
crap.
Carla, come on, come on, come on.
I just won
Nice.
3K.
Float right now. Unsupervised.
It's lost from Bam. We actually have to kill him in real life.
To be honest, it doesn't look like that I'm doing it. Ooh.
Yeah, like, I gotta go higher now. Bozos.
I've abandoned my boy.
Dude.
I've abandoned my boy.
I lost 2 bets in a row and it cost me a lot. Not enough money.
We have more money! We have more money! Because of this piece of gum! Bubble gum, motherfucker!
Wait, what is this?
Take it far away from me, bud. They can't hurt you.
Fucking whiskey over here.
The slots, they're slots.
I forget, what is this?
Carla, we're broke! Carla, Carla!
No way!
Carla!
$10.
Carla, come on.
Oh my god.
Wait,
kill that.
Carla went from 9K to 3K also, by the way.
Yeah, Carla lost the most, Loki.
The green.
Not really. I made us more money.
Carla, clock out. We're
Don't
the
get it
only ones
twisted.
in the green.
Sammy and I.
Block
are-
that.
You gotta understand.
You zero. You're
Sammy,
not
to be
awesome.
fair,
Being in
she
zero
went
is
into
the
this
best for
round
being
with
in the green.
9K, and now she's at 3K.
I've lost no money.
Yeah, she's lost
We're
the most
gonna
over, but
die
I also
now. We're gonna die
also
soon.
Winston
Guys, I want you-
lost the money because he was pushing Bam's head into the button.
I want you to understand that we're only at this level because I was in the green every round, okay? So let's run it back.
You're truing, you're truing, you're truing.
To the button.
I got a bit wild.
Look at the whoa. Look at us. Look at us in the green there.
Yeah, look at us in the green. I haven't been red one.
We can blame this one on
man,
Ban.
I had one bad roll and it cost me money.
No, it's not his
Guys,
fault.
lock in.
Such a real
2.8K
gambling
is
experience,
diabolical.
I did go a bit hard,
Ban
but
gets his body
honestly,
back, though, low-key.
2.8K
to
is
be
not,
fair, if I didn't spend
Carlo
it, Banth
lost
would have
7K.
anyway. Yeah, but Banth would have spent it anyways. I may as well.
He didn't do anything.
Making up
roll
shit
it
for the
down.
one, by the way.
I'm not
just a
making up
baby.
shit. I heard you guys
Making
next to
up
me
shit.
go, oh my god, hide me, hide me.
Review the
That was a
tapes.
better run. That was a better run.
Was it?
Yeah.
We made it to day 4. That's half a week.
We got to the second floor. That's pretty good.
That's more than half a week, Sammy. You're goddamn right.
Wait, say if
Yeah,
we
we
won
got
a lot of money,
more
should we
rent.
spend it down to the quota so we don't have a higher quota? Like, you
Pretty
know how...
much, kind of.
Okay.
That's smart.
It like keeps you from having these crazy totals, I guess.
Total.
Oh,
But also
balance
more money
was
to
pretty
gamble.
high.
Might
fun,
I ask
too.
how sloppy is this
True.
Yeah,
friend
it is-
sloppy?
that is
guys,
true.
On a
gambling-
scale from 1 to Gork, how toppy sloppy is this friend pile?
So sloppy, Mikey. So
Like, you
sloppy.
usually-
Back in the
Okay,
cornfield.
I'm
How
sliding
are
those
you?
into this hole.
Oh,
Just Thank another you.
day, just another day.
I was
So
like, who
sloppy.
Get it
man.
twisted. Gamble, please start
Wait,
gambling.
Banth will get
Gambling
his
is an
body back.
investment. You will become a billionaire.
Bring my body back.
He wants his legs.
Bring my body back.
Don't
Why
sell-
did you
don't
sell your
sell
body?
again, bro.
You've kept
Sammy.
him alive so that he
What?
can die at the
What I
proper
said?
moment.
Don't sell your body.
2 months away from that.
Your wife was looking for you.
Wait,
Wait, Banth, you're not live?
Ride.
No, if
Yeah.
let me tell you this.
Everyone in
spared the Empire from throwing up.
No, everyone in my chat is hankering to see your POV.
Oh, Pile! Get over there.
Pile!
Go to
Over
my chat.
there.
Pile.
Or matter of fact, hang wherever you want.
Hold E, though.
Hold E. Someone hold E, please.
I've already held.
I've been
Crispy?
held it.
Pile. Pile.
Hello, someone? Thank you. He's all in, unknown. Fresh slate.
Oh, we keep our wigs. Good. I thought this was gonna be gone.
Wig
Perfect.
unsnatched.
That's so funny. I shouldn't have been betting so high,
No,
but
you're
I was
not,
like,
Banth. You're not.
fucking
You have a body.
YOLO. I don't know.
Body?
Oh, he's walking.
For long, buddy.
He's doing it. Like it never happened. I can see why
Open it.
people like this game though.
Open the fucking door.
I would definitely play this by myself. I think it could be fun with
What's it gonna be
Jeffy.
today?
This would be fun with Granny.
Eyes, mouth?
Oh, get rid of the mouth.
No, then you can't talk.
Oh!
This could be fun with Gran and the community.
Oh my God,
True.
Here we go.
Oh my god.
He's back to it. I didn't press anything. I swear to God, I didn't press anything.
How was your day, Mikey?
You guys, look, I got a cool little,
bro.
I got a cool little suit.
Oh. Banth has no
Nice.
body.
Nice.
It's awesome, Chris.
Thanks.
Banth,
Why are you just ahead again?
I didn't press anything. You know that, right? Oh, you pressed it. There's buttons on the inside.
Alright, get on
Just
in.
Get in. It's nice and cozy. No, no, Chris. What did he do?
What?
No way. What did he do? What
Ben!
did he do?
Chris!
Why'd you do that?
Oh, you took his eye out?
I have half an eye and no body.
Wait, what happened?
Wait,
I
look
want
like
you to go
belong-
live, you know?
You look like you're one of the Muppets.
Wait, he is giving Muppet.
No!
Get out!
Damn you for making me do this shit. No! This is you! Not me! Not me!
Oh, great! What happened?
You
An
lost
eye
an
for an
eye.
eye, Chris. An eye for
An
an
eye
eye.
for an eye.
Wait, go buy my body back. Go buy my body back.
Where?
How do you buy it?
How much does your body cost, Banth? Crazy question.
Where do you
It's
get the
probably
body?
15. It's probably in the black thing.
Tickets. You
This
gotta
one,
put 'em in.
reroll?
The
You gotta
truck.
Put 'em in.
Truck.
They're probably in the truck, right?
Let's have a look. What if I just put you in here? No. How do you buy a body
Crispy,
back?
how do I get my body back?
Bro, I need my eye back. I can't see shit.
Your eye.
You gotta go.
I
You gotta
have
go
half
back.
of-
Go back in the thing. Go
Oh,
back in the
okay.
thing.
Yeah. Oh, let me get an eye.
Oh no, you took away his. Oh.
We're back. No, we're
Really good.
You're back, you know?
Wait, you got your arm back and you didn't give man this body back?
No, I have no visibility and I am ahead.
How do I get it back?
Dude, there's some nice stuff on the second floor. If you're looking for
How do you do it?
They cut
Oh,
off.
10 tickets. Oh.
Yeah, bro. Go fucking shove this way
Wait,
in
here, I
here.
got an idea.
Wait, sell something. Wait, Carla, sell one of your eyes or a hand.
No,
Or-
that's.
The man looks like a problem, dude. He looks like a gobstopper. Please don't help him.
Bro, what happened?
All right,
It's
I'll
over,
sell it.
bro.
I'll sell it on.
He's rolling so slowly. Wait, man.
He's literally rolling
Get his body back. Crispy gave away his eye for you.
Give him his body back. All right.
Yeah.
Ew! Not the
What do you
blood
mean, what I
on
look
the
like?
ground.
Bro said, ew, that's crazy.
You look good.
No,
All right,
there's
let's
blood on
gamble.
the
Let's gamble.
ground. Ow.
Danny!
Stop.
Proud of you. Oh my god.
Where's whiskey?
How you feeling?
It's
Bizzle,
crazy.
they won big? Okay, Flex.
Is whiskey? Where's whiskey?
I'm coming.
Wait, you're a body?
Oh, that's where our
God.
money
You're
went.
ripped out.
Oh, that's why we have no. That's why we have no.
That's why Crispy
Okay,
had to
Mr.
sell an
brand
eye.
new designer Givenchy suit.
Yeah, where do you get that suit?
Givenchy. Craps in the bat. The bat.
Bro pulled up in the Gucci suit. You know what I mean? It's like,
Okay, necklace and
yeah,
hair.
I inherited it from my grandma, bro.
Yeah, sure. What was her name?
Sammy, you look great.
That would be doxing. I can't tell you that.
All right,
Put your ass
Winona.
away, child.
No,
Wheezy
no.
underscore BB underscore
What does
just
this thing do?
subscribe.
Wheezy.
Absolute
It's a
Scott here
random-
today.
Crispy, I can override with my maximum thing.
Alright, we'll go to slots.
I'm gonna.
They give it 23. Oh,
Oh!
Wait, we already
We
made the
leave.
money. We already made the money. Let's leave.
We leave, Carla. We leave.
We literally
Go,
just
go,
leave.
go, go.
Move.
what the hell?
Come on, guys, let's go.
Loki.
Come on,
I'll do
guys.
that soon.
Come on, kids.
Wheezy, they give it 23.
Carla, you muted this whole time.
Sorry, I'm just chilling.
Are you okay?
Yeah, baby. How you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Is he babe or baby?
I said, baby.
Hold on, I gotta get my fix. Yeah, Crispy,
Sorry. It's because Shannon and I say that all the time.
I got him. I got one of the problem children.
When you call the wrong married friend, baby.
I was about to
That's
triple my
funny.
That's right.
All right,
Okay.
we go again. Wait, I kind of want those luscious locks you guys have.
Yeah, you should get the wig.
Wait, we'll look.
You gotta hope
real
it's
good.
in the store.
All right.
Triple lose your last wig. Oh yeah, we shouldn't.
That's for day
Weezy,
one.
how are you, doll? It's cause
Yeah, that was a
Shannon
good
and
day.
Shannon and I always are like.
Just
"Hey,
giving
baby."
working girl with that line. Dude, true. Vegas makes you say things. Like
Soz.
bartender vibes.
Nikki, hi, doll.
The wig too, true.
Yeah, it's my wig
funny.
vibe. My goat Wheezy is here.
The Carlita or something.
The Carlita.
Guys, you're giving me
You can
luck.
change your guys' color too if you want to. If you don't want to be penis
Get my
pink.
eye back.
You want to be a different color.
What?
What?
When I'm gonna taking the PlayStation, disconnect it.
I'll answer this. Got my eye back. Hello? Oh, insurance. Of course. Someone bought a cosmetic, now get buy items. Alright.
Or it's because we were all thinking it.
Go sell an eye, man.
I just got it back, Sammy, because I need to get Banta's body back.
How do I get the shirt? Oh, there we go.
Alright, let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Chris, you remind me of Shea Gilgis Alexander.
Oh my god, looks so good.
Oh.
Oh,
Ow.
thank you, Nikki.
But you
I
guys don't watch the
appreciate
NBA?
that.
No.
And all
Who?
good abs.
No,
I
I'm
hope you
straight.
feel better. Sorry to hear that.
Is the NBA
Wait,
gay?
what?
Look after
What
yourself.
does that mean?
The NBA
You're
is
my
gay.
god.
That's what I should have at that rate.
That's actually so funny. No,
Yes,
because
I bought this one earlier. And I was like, where did it go?
Hey, bro, you want
You know
football? No, bro.
But now I have both.
No, I don't purchase
Bro, there's so many football bros that would get so offended by that.
Yeah, I bought this earlier and I was confused where it went.
Sports is the most manly thing ever, right?
I'm in the limo. Oh my god, the girls are all just chilling.
Alright, let's go. Let's do it. Wait, what's? Whoa. Okay, Carla buying all the cosmetics.
I've only bought 2.
We having an out-of-pocket contest now? Not yet.
No.
Not around here, partner.
Not
around here.
Partner,
In a
we're
small casino.
we're all family friendly here.
Well,
Definitely.
you're friendly to families, I think.
Oh yeah, I'm in real life. Not
Guys, watch this.
Uh,
I'm gonna make so much money in like
What's
3
our items today?
spins.
I think Carla spent all our tickets on cosmetics. So we might have to stay.
No, I didn't.
All right, Carla, you got this.
I only bought one
Carla, just
3 ticket
one,
thing.
One max spin,
No, I am. Watch this.
and we win.
I know. Ready? Okay, but it will.
I'm gonna go on
Cash.
Bro, why is 0? I literally landed a 1 out of. What is that? 1 out of 33 chance. 1 out of 40 chance. And then over here, like, do I see you hitting? Like, what?
Do you want to leave? Do you want to leave?
That's a pretty good amount.
Yeah, we
Pretty
can,
good
we can go. We can
It's
go.
up to you. It's up to you. But let's do one of these for a laugh.
Let's leave while I'm in the green. I look like I'm contributing.
I'm gonna
in
do
the-
$2
I'm in
spins.
the red by 1 spin.
Ah, damn it.
Okay, alright, wait, don't spend any more.
Damn it, did you support us getting a crazy update tomorrow?
I heard about that.
The Overwatch update.
Well, so Overwatch
Huge.
3x. Let's go.
Quality of life.
All right, let's go.
Looks interesting.
Oh, T.
Yeah, there's no fall damage anymore. There's pocket items instead of
No fall
updates.
damage.
No fall damage anymore?
You
Wait, the game. So
yeah,
the
yeah.
game's
You
completely
spawn with a gun and shields now. It's like a whole
What?
bunch of stuff.
What?
Yeah.
Is it a mode?
So what you're saying? What you're saying is
They
No,
want
it's
us
not.
back
It's
so
not.
Rainbow Six Siege is not
bad.
bad.
They want us back so
But fall
bad.
damage is funny.
That's not Fortnite.
No, there's
Yeah,
fall
that's
damage,
literally
but,
just
but
not
you don't
Fortnite.
die. You just lose a lot of your health. Like you won't get knocked.
That's just not Fortnite.
You're left on
That's-
1 HP in a dream.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh. Guys,
Yeah.
we did
Hey,
it!
do it
Well, I mean, they
PG, we're
fired their
gambling.
creative team, so they have an AI
Mean.
telling them what features.
You should remove fall damage and shields.
I do feel like this update was probably the last one that people actually worked on, but then it'll probably go back to AI.
Oh yeah, fair.
You're telling me the
Bro,
point
their
of jumping out of the bus
CEO
and getting
is
loot is now
spouting AI
irrelevant
shit,
because you
like,
spawn
every
with
day.
loot?
Bro loves AI.
Who? Tim?
Yeah, he sucks ass.
Oh, really?
Isn't he the one who built who bought a bunch of land though, or is that another one?
I'm not sure.
I know one of the guys bought land for for conservation.
I mean, I'm sure a lot of these guys do this. Oh, look at me, I'm good, you know, kind of a.
Yeah, but then they use ChatGPT.
Guys, am I different?
Yeah.
You know
I mean,
bocce ball? Huh.
Bocce
Are
ball?
we
Like, in
doing it
general?
to him today?
Oh, sorry.
I think we might be lucky today.
Bocce ball league, it was fun as hell.
Bocce ball's
easy.
great.
I think we're eating.
Bocce ball's a good sport. You know, back in the day, Mohawk House used to have a league, and I used to play it.
That's random and fun.
Back in the day, me and Chris used to go to
it was
Action Park.
actually really fun.
Yep, I love that.
Action Park.
How do I get my eye back?
Go in there, and I'll get it back for you.
Eating with gusto. I'm putting on the big
Wait, why
spender
is the
mustache.
thing closed? So you can't get it now. Everyone
that's
bought
so
a ton of things.
stupid.
Yeah, you took too long.
We'll get your eye back next round.
Yeah, someone had to
Let's
buy
pop
a
in real
fucking
quick,
necklace
and then we'll get your-
and
we'll get your
a
eye back.
fucking jacket or something.
I don't
Someone
like
brought
that the
a
cosmetics are
Lamborghini.
tied to the in-game resource that you need for items.
To be fair, it was one mustache. I only spent $3.
Yeah.
The worst part is I look so
Sammy's
obvious.
doing CrossFit right now.
I look so obvious as well, guys.
Sammy's doing Tough Mudder.
I look so obvious. Like, oh, who bought something? Who bought something?
Where are the tickets at?
When was the last time you heard a Tough Mudder comment?
Who just spent a bunch of stuff? Because Bans was trying to get his other eye back so he could actually see what the fuck's going on.
Invisible.
Everyone get in. We'll get it next round. No one buy anything
Alright.
after this round.
Is this to go to the second level?
Yeah, don't buy anything.
No,
Barla.
day 4.
I didn't buy anything.
A4?
Brooke, bring a jacket!
Oh, no wonder you got more cosmetics!
No! No! Shut it! No!
Bro looks like a new guy.
No, guys, I only bought the mustache! I only spent 3 tickets!
Jesus.
I only spent 3 tickets. Oh. I only spent 3 tickets. We had 23, so I don't know who spent the rest.
6 tickets, guys.
I swear, I only spent 3 tickets.
Whoa, this one's crazy.
It was 4 to 6 tickets.
I only spent 3, so.
Okay. Who's feeling super lucky? I'm gonna sing to you.
I'm lucky, sing to me. Come over here.
Me.
Alright, let's do it.
If we could only have this
Ready?
life
You ready?
for
Go. Keep
Wait,
going.
Carl, max bet I can turn back time. Max bet I can turn back time.
Go, go, go.
Just max bet I can turn back time.
I'm max betting, max betting.
Straight up max bet.
Don't worry, we're gonna get our money back.
Do it again. We have 60 seconds to turn back time. We have 60 seconds.
Oh! Oh!
Is that good?
Yeah.
Should I turn
That
back
should have
time?
been way more for what that was, but I'll take it.
Oh, huge.
I still can't believe that because I literally only spent 3 tickets. I don't know where the rest went, genuinely. Woo! Crispy!
I got it.
Wait, who's spinning for me? How did I just lose $1,000?
I did.
Wait.
Okay, we're good. We're good now. We're good now. That was wild.
Woo!
Huge. We're good. We're oh no. We
Oh,
were
it's
good.
okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Okay, wait. Hold.
One
Everybody
more
hold,
spin, one more
everyone
spin, one more spin. Watch this, watch this.
Hold. Everybody hold. Everyone hold.
There we go, let's go.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Leave.
Let's go. Wait, that was a good team effort, Loki.
Whiskey, nice. Let's go, Whiskey. Nice
Wait,
job.
Whiskey,
Let's go.
huge.
Hey, shit.
Wait,
go.
look at we're all in the green.
Wait, we did good.
Woo!
MVP season?
The MVP. We got a
season.
generational run right there.
Naughty!
Dan's
Hello!
still betting.
How
Get
are
him.
you?
Get him.
Come on.
Take him out.
That was so funny
He's over here.
with him going,
Alright, hold on,
who
keep him
bought
down.
something? And
I
then
got him.
me
I just
with my
wanted us
big ass
money.
mustache.
You
Thank
did.
you.
You did. You did.
Wait, guys, we're all in the green. Okay, okay.
Yeah, wait. This is the first round. We're all in the green.
Wait, are we
Oh,
all?
look, we all
Are-
have contributed in the
Are we
exact
at our
same
peak
way.
right now?
We are at our peak in gambling with friends.
Naughty, what time is it? Oh my god, it's 12?
But are we on our peak?
Um,
Are we at our peak in our Twitch career though?
I'm good, doll.
Hope
You gonna
not.
relax tonight?
Have never been there.
She can't be stopped. I'm gonna get my bad loss soon, but you know what? Not today. Not today. I'm winning today. Straight wins. Okay, I'm not gonna
food's
buy
real
anything.
good.
I won't buy
Rin, I
anything.
shared it on my story and on Blue Sky and Twitter.
The universe heard
Okay,
me
I'll
and
go to
said
Chris's
she needs
story.
this.
Hold on.
Oh, great.
Great.
Now, did you see the animation that that person did, Layla?
Yeah.
Or Lila? So good.
Chris, your story just says something about Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't know about that.
That's
about
crazy.
about the guy who cut a ribbon for Trump.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Wait, where's the pizza that you posted?
I didn't post pizza.
Oh,
Wait, Bance just resubbed for 5 years.
Do you?
huge.
Yep.
That's
no,
crazy.
Chris. No.
There's no way you guys
man.
have known each other that long.
We've known each other.
Oh. Guys, we're not gonna
Didn't
buy
you
a
guys
single
just
thing.
meet?
If by just meet you mean half a decade ago, yeah. Wait, that's kind of beautiful, Bantha. I appreciate that. No, we're arch friends.
Do not buy it. You need an eye.
Do not redeem it. Do not redeem it.
An eyeball.
W reference. I love that.
No,
video.
I got you. I got you. Go.
Do
not redeem it.
Do not press redeem.
Oh my god.
Oh, the wig is back, by the way. Oh, that's cute.
Isn't it cute?
That's
You guys
cute
already-
tootie.
Wait,
so
did you
hot,
tell me
baby.
that, Naughty, or is this new information?
Delivery man. Hairstyle 26.
Guys, I'm pimp daddy. I deserve it.
Or are we just cosmeticing it? Oh, someone's
You're
looking
the
up their
item
eye.
guy, man. Tell me what you want and I'll deliver.
I need rollback time.
Wish we
I'm
could
on
turn
my
back
way.
on.
Oh, there's a golden chip, but someone just spent
Good
another
old days.
ticket.
Who did
You
that?
had the golden ticket.
What golden ticket? What is it?
Because the free all-in.
What does that mean?
All-in is like you can put all your money in for free, and if you win, you get double.
Oh.
It's a free all-in.
We all share the hair?
Yeah, you can just use
No.
everything.
Yeah, we do. Crispy, look.
Oh, you do?
Oh my god, Naughty!
Yeah. Go to the next page of one.
Hello?
Oh, I guess we do. Sure.
What's this?
They're over there playing checkers.
Reroll challenge, one ticket. What does that mean?
Something.
I'm excited for you two.
Sammy,
How lovely.
What?
look.
I am pimp daddy of this lobby, therefore.
Dude,
Okay, wait.
Oh, that's how you open the limo? Oh,
bro said ew to me.
my bad.
You gotta copy me. You know how it is.
Wait, am I kind of Carl Havoc out right now? I don't want to be around anymore.
I don't want to
The
be
wig with the
around.
Gucci suit kind of hits.
Yeah, put it on, babe.
With the Gucci
Nah, you said I
suit.
copied you and that it's ew. I'm over it.
Wait,
I-
you look like,
okay, I
you look
didn't
like
say
your name is
you.
Hans, and you're.
I didn't
you're
say you.
Guys, get in the car.
Guys, get in the
I'm the pimp daddy. Come on, mommy needs to make money. Mommy
now you
needs
just
to
look
make
like-
some money.
Wait,
a
you look like
dill.
wait, what's it? You look like Hubba Bubba. Hubba Bubba.
Hubba bubba.
Who? What? Hubba
Hubba
Bubba, like the bubble gum?
Wooba, wooba.
Yeah, you look like
Chris
Hubba
is
Bubba.
giving
Gum.
Jeffrey
Wait,
style.
wait! You do look like Hubba Bubba Gum!
See?
Hubba Bubba!
Oh,
You look like Hubba
Naughty.
Bubba.
Hubba Bubba!
One of the best things I
Guys,
feel.
Wait,
It's so
Hubba
cute.
Bubba and Zebra Stripe.
Hands to
Oh.
girl.
Ooh, true.
Zebra Stripe had the best flavors. Where are you guys? Oh wait, Whiskey's kind of owning up there. Do we get like? Oh. Bro, turning around to that was scary.
Thank you for the
Oh,
sub.
best flavor for 5 seconds. Yeah,
Put
Zebra
your
Stripe had
ass
the
away,
best flavor
child.
for 5 seconds exactly.
Oh.
Hannah just subscribed.
Polly says, I always go all in.
That literally sounds
the
like
hell?
a Poppy Playtime, like those cutouts
Reach
of
the
Poppy
peak. I think
Playtime.
you'd
I
enjoy
agree.
climbing a mountain with your friends.
Who reached
Hannah, thank you for tier 2.
I'm
Whiskey?
Kitty Cat Johnson.
Mamma mia. 51. Enjoy Hockey Doll. Thank you.
Polly
You did.
I appreciate you. Good to see you.
Oh,
Fair
Whiskey got
pixel.
it for climbing the top. He got it for climbing the top.
Woo!
it's Bang Bang.
It's his cousin, Batman.
It's his cousin Bang Bang. Wait, we gotta take him with us. You gotta take him with us.
That's funny.
He's coming with.
Ow.
All right, let's go.
Give him a seat.
Oop.
Give him a seat at the table.
Oop.
All right, let's
No,
go,
what'd you
guys.
hit?
Come on. Everyone get in
Oh,
the car.
go.
I feel like I'm
You
working
hit
at
the
summer camp right now.
Man, bro.
I know,
You hit the
literally.
Michelin Man.
Come on, guys. We're gonna be late. We gotta go. Bus
He
moving.
doesn't even care, bro.
Everything
You
my
sent the
cousin.
Michelin Man to space,
Wait,
bro.
wait, Sammy, listen to it. Listen to
Lady
it.
Red, you looking mighty fine, partner. I
Sammy,
lost
Sammy.
on my dollar road.
What the
Yeah.
hell?
Wait, is that Bing Bong? What the hell?
All right. Why are you fast?
Hey, Sammy.
Oh, you can
What up?
bring with ships?
Yeah.
We're playing checkers. We're playing mahjong.
Yeah, I know
Talk in
that's
the
right,
lift,
bro.
baby.
I know
Mahjong.
that's right.
Come on, guys.
All right, mommy's busy.
All right.
Oh, the Rocky game's not here yet. Ah. Okay, wait. I can go all in.
Rocky game's up here, Crispy. Rocky's over here.
Oh, wait. Rocky game. Rocky game.
How do you
Okay,
play? I'm
it's
doing
still in
it.
Stocks. You gotta guess before it crashes, Chris.
Oh yes,
It
yes.
can crash at any time.
So when do I cash out?
Literally whenever. I'm going.
Oh wait,
I love this
I think I lost.
Go.
Cash out. Cash out. Cash out.
Cash out.
Oh, somebody hit cash out. What happened?
That wasn't me. That was you.
Oh. No, it wasn't working for me. I think that was you.
I didn't press anything.
Oh, wait, that was weird.
I had 12K on the line.
I know, but it
Cash
can
out!
crash at
Cash
any
out! It's not
time.
working!
Maybe it's bugged.
Oh, is it bugged? Wait.
Bro, I
That's
just lost
good.
so much money, dude. That's ass.
Oh no.
I feel like it's bugged if you guys are trying to hit cash out, but it's not.
Oh,
It's not working.
it just immediately crashed.
At a time. Yeah, you guys don't do shit though. That's the problem.
Oh, it plays out. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, I already hit cash out. Already hit cash out.
Oh, that's stupid as
So
fuck.
see, you can make so much money though. Like,
Oh.
but it can also just crash immediately.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
it crashes no matter what. What's the point?
Oh,
Well,
right.
it's like a gamble. It's a gamble. You want to try to get as much money as
one sucks.
possible.
I don't get it.
Yeah, just won $1
So,
million.
like- Okay, so crashed immediately. So I spent. See the multiplier? The
Crispy
multiplier.
lost.
It'll
Yeah,
keep
yeah,
going
yeah.
up and up and up.
Cool. Okay.
But you
it'll-
can't decide
it'll
when to
also
pull
crash.
out.
Crispy, you lost
No,
a
you
lot of
can.
money.
You can. It just like it'll just crash though. You gotta do it before. Like I'll lock it in there. So I just locked it. Spin.
All right,
But it'll
my
keep going. You keep
guys
going.
ready? I'm gonna do 500.
So I fucked up. I should've waited.
Nice.
But it crashed anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay.
So how
I mean,
much
you
money
still
from
get
it?
the money. You still get the money.
Ooh,
Oh.
blackjack.
Always
So the
gonna-
moment,
Carl,
the moment you
wait, is
press
it 500
cash out-
minimum? Oh,
Yeah.
let's go
So,
250 buy-in.
Get your money?
250.
Oh.
Blackjack.
Sometimes it just hurts.
I need my slots. I'm naked. Can we go to level 1?
Like that was a pretty good one. But
Yeah.
Yes!
the money's super high.
yeah, well you don't know
Damn.
that. 'Cause
Can we go to floor 1 maybe?
Oh my god, bro. It's going to the moon.
it literally Bitcoin.
Damn.
All right, I need to do it all in.
Is anyone down to go
and
to
get my
first
money back
floor?
before I get yelled at.
What's the difference? Oh! Oh!
What'd you get?
I won like 2K.
Anyone want to go to first floor with me? Or we can't move.
Yes!
I can't go.
But I'm winning so
all
much.
in.
I'm winning blackjack right now.
Run it up. Now run it up.
But I should
And
put
bro,
blackjack
this is what
in
I've
one.
been doing. I love the penguin game.
What do you do?
Look at this guy.
You just try and get to the next step, and then you cash out before you think the penguin will fall over.
What the hell? That's cute.
11. Oh, it's a huge
Wait,
hit.
what do I don't get it.
15 that blows.
So I've won consecutively on this.
That's okay.
Huh.
I'm
Bro, I literally am just losing everything. This sucks.
Oh.
we need to win something.
I got you.
Crispy's with the -3. Oh my god.
That was literally off of one.
Why are we at nothing?
No, we're good.
Call
We're
it
good.
popping
We're good.
off.
Okay, we have to have like we can't be betting
somebody.
thousands at a time.
I want to refresh it.
Carl, what's this one? How's
I
this one
stop
work?
for now because the game is
You-
literally against me right now.
You, I'll show you.
Whiskey just lost 5K.
Oh,
Oh my god,
there
he
you go.
lost 6K.
It's like the rocket.
So I guess we're ending on this day then, since we have people with -7.
No, you can always bounce back as long as you have money. This game actually hates me right now.
Can we go to the first floor? Oh shit. Oh, huge.
20. Nice. 12, and they're showing 5. I think I'm gonna stand. I could hit here, but I think I stand for this to happen.
This game is wild, right?
Yes!
I get it now.
Come on!
It's the biggest. It's a high risk, high reward game for sure. Bro,
18, stand.
I want to recoup some of the money back. But I don't know.
I'm
Oh
done.
my
I'm done
god!
for a sec.
The game actually hates me right now.
Well, that was fun day.
We can make money back. Oh shit. Damn it.
The Rocket game is so like you.
Slots are where it's
Crispy
at.
corrupted me.
See what happened, bro.
Crispy corrupted
Dude,
me. Showed
the
me how
Ro-
games
it's-
work, and then
It's,
it's over.
it's the Rocket
Later,
game.
Sid.
It's so addicting. It's
Slots
so
are where it's
addicting.
at.
Addicting!
It's so
Dude,
addicting.
it's the
So
Rocket game is
addicting.
so addicting. It's so
What
Wait,
fun.
at least
when I'm
you
gonna
lost
taking the
4K in fake
PlayStation.
money.
Disconnect it.
Yeah, if I lost 4K in real money, I would.
At least it wasn't real money.
I would sell my hand.
Bro. Bro, look at this. Look at this. Wow. Yikes.
Who did that? That's crazy.
Man, you popped
We're
off.
overall
Random.
mad up.
Bro, I was on one machine. I was just eating, bro.
Yeah, you
Gambling
were.
is so
Bro,
addicting,
we're
bro.
slaying.
Bro, the Rocket
Really
game
is.
just gets you, man. It's too.
Run it back. We need this.
I don't understand it, but I'm proud
Get
of you.
in
My
the
grandma
dish.
is streaming.
Why does that tree have a cowboy hat on?
Hey, man.
So no one here is gonna play Directive 8020.
already
I
played
will.
it.
I already played it.
I played it already.
Wait, Crispy, was it good?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh my god, I can't wait to play it, bro.
Wait, were you talking mad shit about it or something?
No, I'm just stoked to play it. I just thought about
Oh.
it. Anyway. Crispy, I heard
Yeah.
it was like that there was like elements in that game that are like not traditional for the supermassive games. Like there's like a shooting
Yes.
part.
Kayla, no,
Well,
this is news to me
there's
too.
like quick time and shooting stuff, and they want you.
Oh,
They
sure,
kind of
sure.
like made it so they want you to do the rewind feature, which is actually good. It makes sense in the
Oh,
game.
Interesting. So I can
Guys,
play it
we
on like
need
normal difficulty. I
this.
won't risk like killing everyone.
Well, just so you know, my first playthrough, I killed everyone. by accident.
Oh, okay. That's sick.
No, I was trying.
So maybe I just won't try.
You were
but I didn't-
trying
my-
and you kill people?
Well, I didn't use rewind.
Hey, I'm not trying and I'm winning.
That's how I
I'm
realized that
joking.
they kind of want you to use the rewind. Because the game is way better when you know the whole story.
Okay.
At least in my opinion. I don't know. You play it the way you want to, but.
Oh.
It does
Rewind
connect to another game in the series, though, for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited for the census as well.
What are you excited for, Chris?
The census. We're doing our
Oh,
second one.
did you do the Shack census?
Yeah.
Wait, hot
Guys,
tub.
there's a hot tub. Oh,
Oh.
we needed this.
Hot tub pools and beaches, guys. New category.
New category, and it's just us in this game.
Yeah. Wait. That's funny.
Bro, they didn't even know. They didn't even know there's a free hot tub.
Guys, I'm
over
frozen
here.
in the lobby.
Oh.
Test mic check 1 2.
Hello? Whiskey? Oh. Hello?
Wait, did you hear him? I didn't hear him.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Oh, my thing was frozen, but I'm back. I'm back.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We're so back, guys.
Yearly income. What's your net income?
This is
What's
real
your,
nice.
what's your like highest level of
Isn't that fun?
That is
I
so
like
fun.
trampoline.
Yeah. Oh, we hot tubbing it up?
We hot
Yeah,
tubbed
there's a hot tub
it.
over here, bro.
Oh,
We're hot tubbing it
yeah.
up.
Hot tubbing it up.
Yeah.
Yep. That's your suggestion for
Bro, your
everything?
character looks like a guy that you would meet in like a really expensive New York City bar, but like it's like 30 stories up.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Follow me.
Yeah, literally.
I've arranged transportation. A limousine.
Bro lives there. He, like somehow
Oh.
owns the restaurant.
All right, guys, get in the limousine.
Let's gamble. I want to gamble.
I need the slots. They
Gamble.
make me money.
I need gambling. Give me gambling.
Everyone in the limousine.
Many men.
Whiskey, get in the limousine, toots.
Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. I haven't heard about that song in like 30 years.
Oh yeah.
And it came out 25.
Sorry, guys. I was
We're sat.
Chris, did you just say you came out 25 years ago?
Wait, congrats.
Wait, congrats! I missed
Aww.
it.
Aw.
Wait, do you have
Bro came out
eyelashes
as
on?
straight 25 years ago.
Slay.
Yeah, yeah, my lashes.
Very nice.
Wait,
Thank
Sammy, those
you.
are slay as hell.
Thank you
Wait,
so much.
Those are some Tamagotchi life ass lashes. Right there.
True.
Who's got a taser?
Mikey.
Oh.
Wait, why would
Get
it?
some restol.
Oh, that's like dangerous as hell.
Get some
Chris.
bloody rest. I'm aiming to do 6
Bro, just
hours
get up
today.
and leave? What happened?
I'll be proud of myself if I hit that number.
Knock him over. Knock
I'm gonna
him
try
over
my
and
best.
grab him.
And then we have a juicy one with Grant tomorrow. Have a good
We gotta,
sleep.
we gotta knock Chris out.
Have a
Hey, Ben,
beautiful
I'll knock
sleep.
him out, you grab him.
Alright.
Huge.
Nice. Give mommy her
Now
slots.
let's gamble.
Damn, no slots again.
Clear the
Slots make me money.
Hot jungle. Slots kinda are good.
Where my dollar slots at?
Oh, is there no slots?
No slots. Oh, we're
they're not
washed.
here, bro. We
Alright,
gotta
I guess
set
I'll
up
play
one.
blackjack.
Oh, okay.
Although I would say my luck on blackjack today is not good. Oh, this game is
Ooh, Mikey.
21.
So the minimum bets are kind of high. Am I insane?
No, they are high. For day one, they're mad high.
Ooh, good luck though. When do you find out?
That is ridiculous.
Okay, I'll take that. I can't hit on this.
It might go.
19.
I'm back. I'm back. End of week, then I have to make a choice. Okay.
It's 0.
Is it something you're interested in? How do you
Brought
feel
with
about it?
us, You're good. 17, we stand. Bro. He keeps on back, yeah.
6.
21, get wrecked. 36, what the heck?
10. I'm doubling.
Oh no! Nice,
Blackjack.
Sammy.
Thanks, man. Why
Dan just lost so much money.
We're so close to quota.
Hmm.
Woo, we made it. Nice,
What?
Ben.
Yes, W!
We all did really well. We're all on the green. Let's get out of here.
Pack it up.
Back it up! Back it up!
W win.
Wait, Ben.
Right, okay.
That was huge.
I meant to do a minimum bet and it was
Hey,
on
I didn't
$200
go into the
for whatever
red.
reason, and then-
Oh, whoops.
That sounds exciting though, Mikey.
No, Angel, no, I know. But even still, that
Hell
Whiskey!
yeah.
Let's go!
the double there is hoping that they bust. That's why.
Whiskey! Whiskey!
That's because I assumed that they would have 12 to bust. And then we
Matter of
fuck
fact,
it up.
Chris, you're a good guy.
Hey, Sammy. Wait, Sam, you look slay as shit.
Wait, you like my lashes? I just got these.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Great.
You've never not hit on a 14? Oh, at the have you ever been to a casino?
Guys,
Because
I have bad news.
I'm
Bad
not
news.
hitting on I'm standing on 12,
What
13,
what
14,
happened?
15 if they're showing certain things.
I need the floor for
100%.
this one, Sammy.
I used
Chris
to
is
hit that
pretty
all
good
the
at
time.
blackjack, I'm not gonna lie.
But yeah, like
I still like trying to
there-
wrangle the floor.
There are
yeah.
times where I'll make my most money with on a 12
Real.
because I don't because of the
I got
fucking
bad
dealer
news.
bust.
Mikey, nice. We'll see how you
I used to
feel.
hit like
That sounds
I used to hit those
exciting.
all the time, but the rules are whatever you want.
Guys, I have bad news.
What's
the
the
bad
news?
news?
What's the bad news?
I can't tell you because we're on a voting screen. Oh, you can hear me?
hold on. Yeah, I can hear
we can
you.
hear it.
Someone ordered me pizza, and then the place called me and said that their driver is sick, and I need to pick up the pizza.
Oh no.
So I don't know what to do.
I guess you're not eating.
I guess you're picking up that pizza. I'll
Well, I
hold
know
down
that's
the
like messed
fort.
up to like
Leave work.
leave the. Yeah, but I can't just like leave the pizza there and someone paid for it.
Go get the
Wait,
pizza.
so what is this? What do you mean someone got you pizza? What is that?
Like someone
Grub-
like
it's the thing
like on
Like
stream like
DoorDash?
It's an extension.
like treat stream.
Oh.
Oh, treat-
oh.
Wait, but that's their Grubhub. They should have.
But their
Isn't it?
driver. Yeah, but I don't know. Their driver is sick. I guess I don't know.
Well, but isn't there just another driver that will pick up the
Do
thing?
they only have
Like,
one
what-
driver?
I guess so.
Grubhub's in shambles right now. They got one.
Yeah,
driver.
is Grubhub like hurting? Like what?
I think you
They
can call and go,
lied?
I can't drive. I don't know. I don't have a
Wait.
car.
Okay. Hold on. Maybe they did lie. I'm gonna call him back.
Wait,
Put them on speaker. Put them
Oh,
on speaker.
some places on Grubhub use their own drivers apparently. Well, that's not like a delivery app.
That's
like
yeah. Like what's up?
I'm not. Yeah, like that's not. That defeats the purpose. If
I'm gonna
if your
call him.
driver's sick, like that's your fault.
Well, no, it's not their fault. It's the driver's unfortunate. Their body is sick. That sucks. It's
Well,
like,
no. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like the establishment's fault for not like
Yeah.
having an alternative option.
it's weird that they're
Like,
giving. I mean, like you go into
That's
pick this up
crazy.
as an option, sure, but like that shouldn't be the end all be all either.
Well, yes, but I'm saying like
Yeah.
if you're using a delivery app and you're paying all that extra stuff, like you
Yeah,
should
that's not- there's
absolutely
no excuse.
have.
Yeah.
Like maybe it's not the establishment's fault, but like Grubhub then needs to send a driver. You know what I mean? Like
I need slots.
Is there even a pizza in the fucking equation right now?
dude, I don't know. There's a zero
Basement?
pizza equation potentially.
They should call an Uber to deliver the food. Then it's, I don't know, man. At this
Oh my
point,
God,
I
I
don't even
look-
want pizza. You know what I mean?
Terrifying.
Yeah, right. That would just be. I'd be annoyed.
I look
Unless
like.
it's like a medical emergency and they fucking like had something happen like randomly. Sure.
I resolved.
He's in a
They're gonna
box.
remake it. They're gonna remake it in an hour. I'm gonna go pick it up.
Oh, wait, W. I was gonna say you could call an Uber for the pizza.
That's
and
what
have them
chat was
go.
saying. Yeah.
That's like
Smash.
kinda wild, though.
I look so good.
Yeah.
All right, let's gamble. I want to use slots.
She's obsessed. Yo, you need to go to Vegas when you're here next.
Okay. Oh,
You would actually love a casino, Carla.
honestly, it probably is
Yo.
crazy.
Fucking what is it called?
Yeah, I would
There's
ask for a
actually-
refund and just DoorDash like Taco Bell or something.
There's actually like
Yeah.
a random.
See, but there's also a place near us in Poconos, which is really good.
I didn't know that
Oh, yeah,
existed
Poconos.
until recently.
Take it to Atlantic City.
Let's go, guys.
Oh no, you
That might
don't.
30th there,
No,
it's
no
actually
one goes
fun.
to Atlantic City.
That's
We
so
went on
funny.
the 30th and it was fun.
Can I keep it an
Well,
actual buck?
yeah, but
Yeah.
Atlantic City's.
I liked the pizza that Chris
It's
had at his
it's not
house.
great.
Oh, no more slots. Oh, yes, slots. Slots.
Chris had like a weird vodka pizza at his house, and I ate like 18 slices.
Oh, drunken grandma's place, so they're good.
Yeah,
AC's good if you stay in the casino. Down area, down area.
All the Pennsylvania like mountain casinos are cool.
It's
Okay.
weird though, it's like the saddest place.
not going good so
Everyone
far.
there is just like depressed, gambling, and just blasting. It's
Okay.
really a weird spot.
Now we're back.
We're so back.
Oh, we're so close. We're so close. But Sammy, just do it for us right here.
I'm trying, man. I'm on a losing
Come on,
streak,
Sammy.
low key.
You lose money here, you're getting the bat.
There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go.
All right, Carla,
Hold on,
same
hold on.
situation.
Back up.
Bat time if you lose money here. Okay, good.
Thank God.
Crispy, you're getting the bat.
Damn it! Come on, I was on a streak and now I'm down.
Yo.
Whiskey has a gun.
Oh, the slots are taken away, man.
No, we got this. We got
I
this.
was in
Casino,
the.
Ocean City, Maryland. is the weirdest Chicago.
It's alright. All we need is one
I'm on a
jackpot.
losing streak. I'm on a losing streak. This is bad. This is actually really bad.
I'm on a
Lock in.
diabolical losing streak.
Oh my god, I was cruising so hard. Okay, we made a little
There we
back.
go, there we go. And just like that, I'm back, bro. And just like that, I'm
No,
back.
no, we're fine, guys. We're fine.
Wait, Vance didn't hit over that. That's good. That's good. That's good. Why? I'm getting 0.
No, we're close, guys. We're close.
Okay, I made some back. I made some back. Okay, wait. We're so close. We're so close. We should back. I'm gonna back off because I'm on the losing streak. Oh wait.
I'm literally first.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna try again.
We're fine. We're fine.
Come on, please, please, please. I'm so deep right now. I'm so deep. This isn't good. This isn't good. Okay, wait. We're back. We're back.
All right, we're back.
I have been on a diabolical losing streak.
What are you doing? God, the slots give it. They take it away.
Come on, move, brother.
Yeah, you can't
Bro, I
stop
gotta
because
get
the
off
next
this
is gonna be a
machine.
winner.
Let me switch.
Sammy.
Here, you want to switch?
What up, man? What up? Oh, what happened to your body, bro?
I was on a winning streak and Whiskey shot me.
We're fine, guys. Lock in.
There we go. There we
Okay,
go.
switching machines help.
We're getting
I'm
some
up,
back.
I'm
We're
up,
getting some
I'm
back.
up.
Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Yes.
I'm out. I'm out of here.
Chris.
Vance,
Bro, I
let's
was
get out.
up so much, dude.
Guys, we're so close. What are you gonna do? Oh no. Crazy. Thank you, Striker. That
Striker
laugh.
_500 has gifted 3 subs.
Thank you. Oh, my
Bro,
ping's shaking.
We're like a jackpot away from just
And
showing
Mark,
up.
thank you for your prime. Hakuda. Hi, Tatas.
Fartin Martin 69 just resubbed for 19 months.
Hakuda.
5x, no whammies.
We have less than a minute. We have to do it.
We're so close. Lock in.
We're double slotting it. We're double slotting it.
Bro, we're screwed.
No, we're not. One jackpot's all we need. Guys, everyone on a
All we
slot.
need is a jackpot. All we need is a jackpot. 3 times, 2 times, 5 times.
Woo!
I was blown away. I was I had a feeling.
Oh my
Whiskey,
god.
let's go.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Striker.
It's gonna be a good
I appreciate that. That's really lovely. We won a thing, Tammy.
All right, day ended.
We're winning.
Listen, thanks for the resub.
Huge.
Appreciate you, dude.
Alyssa,
Dude,
thank
I was
you.
fisting slots there.
We're going back into the limousine.
I had 2 going at once, Sammy. I was wild. I was out of control.
The slots are honestly the best.
No, they are.
I die
When
on
you
this
hit,
hill.
You hit.
Let's check on them.
I wish slots worked like that in real life for me.
True.
Oh, they're sleeping and chilling.
Yippee.
Little kittens.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some.
They are sleeping right now.
The little guys. They do. Wait, what? Look at my chart. It's diabolical. Look at this. Ready?
Oof.
Yeah, what?
Yeah. Whoa. 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 Whoa.
They were bumping me up a little bit at a time, and then it just caught hold.
All right, let's lock straight in. We'll get some items and go. Low key, level 1.
Is anyone missing? Let Vance get his body back.
Wait, Ben's missing a body?
Yeah, Vance. Here, I'm gonna bring you to go
Oh,
get your
shit,
body.
okay.
With a gun.
Oh, right. Can we lock Gay in? Yes, please.
You need a body bag.
Throw me in. Microwave me.
Capture a winning player for extra profit.
Bye.
Oh, I'm
Rose
ugly.
back. Rose back.
I'm back.
Microphone and a camera?
Who's the lucky couple?
Oh wait.
Someone just got married.
What? Why are they in this
Right
park?
to the casino.
A Vegas wedding.
Let's go.
Alright, let's get back in, low key.
Look, can you?
Yeah.
I'm ready. Bless you.
Oh, bless you. I think he's so funny. I think.
It was fake.
I'm feeling like Fear and Loathing right now.
I think I passed Autobot. Oh!
Nice.
Have you ever watched that movie recently?
Nope.
Guys, I could play this off stream. Imagine Gran and I playing this. I'll give her options in
I've never seen it, Crispy.
chat.
You've never seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
Honestly, I think Gran would
never
like to
Really?
play
Yeah.
it.
You should put that one on your list.
But
That-
also,
Event Horizon. You need to see Event Horizon.
I've actually heard that one's good.
we'll see what she wants to
Yeah.
do. This group
Hey,
who
is
missing?
custom is golden. Oh, the golden hook claw.
We were missing.
Oh god.
Hey, Beth, don't use the. You're using the mic. You're training.
How do I not use it?
Click it again. Sorry.
how do I
Whiskey?
not use it?
I'm in Japan again.
Whis-
Whiskey.
He's not here with us.
Oh,
He's
out.
not
Hold on.
present
I'll,
here
I'll
tonight.
knock him. I'll knock him out. Someone's got to grab him. I guess I can grab him.
He's ordering an Uber to his pizza.
Computer making these guys super gay and
You know that
horny.
pizza's dirt water.
They made it 35 minutes ago.
Alright, I'm busy. I'm locking in.
Wait. Okay, hold on. When you're about to win, if I camera you,
Did someone pee on the floor? What is
Alright,
that?
ready?
you're ready. Go, go, go.
That was me, Sammy. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay, honey.
Thanks, babe.
How does this work? Throw, break, capture.
I'm in the hole, but I'm gonna come back.
Camera work. I thought I knew, but now I don't know.
I'm in the hole.
Oh. I just won $1.
Oh, I'm betting $6. Did it work?
Okay.
Where's the microphone?
so.
Who's singing?
I don't know how the camera is supposed to work. ADL usually does this, and I don't know how it's. I got $12. I don't know. I don't know how the camera's supposed to work.
I might be in the hole, guys. But I deserve to be in the hole. I don't know. I'll make it all back right now.
Okay, we got saved somehow.
I just won
Okay,
1,000.
Let's do cheaper games to get it back a little bit here before we start doing big bets.
I'm winning it back.
Yo, Crispy, I'm showing I have 12 into 6. Do I
On a
Or
6,
you-
yeah, I think. I would stay here, honestly. That's actually just bad luck right there.
Yeah, that's bad luck.
No way. What the fuck?
Well,
that was a good run.
the slot's not working for Carla
just
today.
like that, we're back.
Wait,
Wait, we're back!
wait. Okay, minimum bets. Minimum bets on the slots.
$30.
No, we can come back still. We can still come back. We can still come back. We got this. Sammy, we're gonna bring this back ourselves.
Yeah, we're bringing this back from the ground up.
Here we go. Ground up.
Wait, we're back.
Grassroots style.
We're back, bro. $1 and green.
We're coming back slowly but surely. Here we go. Just for Chris to spend it all again. Wait, he doubled it. Okay.
Wait, we're back.
There we go.
Yes, Sammy.
Slowly but surely. Yup.
Oh, 0.5 did. That's okay. There's enough for another hand for Chris. Come on, brother. 13. Ooh, he's showing 9 though. You stay.
This fucking sucks. Stay at
This
16
is
to 9? No.
I spent so much.
I will.
$4 to our name.
I deserve it.
It's on, we have to decide. We have 35 seconds.
Fuck!
That's it.
Wait, we can still do a minimum bet.
We have
Oh no, we
$4.
can't.
We have $4.
I don't know how this camera's supposed to work. I got us a little bit of money.
20 seconds. Slot.
We're so back. We're crawling from the bottom. We're crawling from the bottom.
Oh, it's rough.
We're double spinning.
No. Hey, we stayed at the game with that low of money pretty decently.
Whoopsie.
I know. We kept trying to bring it back. We kept trying to bring it back.
$4 for our name.
Oh my god. I don't understand how the camera works.
What a thrill. What a thrill.
What a thrill. Now, Carla, imagine that in real life, dude. Wow.
That's fucked.
With your friends watching and you have
All
a
you
drink in
need
your
is
hand.
$1 and a dream, bro.
Oh,
we need
$1
is-
to
all we
dream,
need is
man. That's all you
$4.
need.
Look, I deserved to go into the hole. That was my first hole. Whoopsies. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. But honestly,
No way.
how the turns of tables. I deserved a negative. No, this time it's different.
Hey guys, whiskey here.
Did you get your
There he
pizza?
is.
Or on
Hey,
your
man.
phone?
Missed
Nope.
you.
What's the update? Oh. Give us a play-by-play, please. We can't. I don't think we can move him.
Oh, shut.
Is there a
Get in
bat
the
somewhere?
pit.
Hey, mob guys, can I borrow your guns?
You're good. Oh, wait, we're all gambling today. Now I know how you feel gambling in chat.
Why'd they make that noise?
Why not? Henry. Shut. Well. Nah, next time's different. We didn't have pizza whiskey.
I don't know why there's 2 different game over screens. Just send us to the lob.
Lob.
Not either.
True. Maybe
Who are we missing, Chris?
Sorry, it's me.
maybe that's the
Oh,
gamble. How many screens we're gonna get?
Play. Like, what's the vibe?
Wrap it up.
We go again. Oop. There we go.
Henchman's suit, you know?
Let's go. I gotta add the quote.
Hello? Ah.
Depends on how you do it. Yeah. All right. The music's fun. Nice. However, you're not dumb. Oh. Got to call you dumb. Not Ping!
You may have lost in that.
Not me going, you're not dumb. And then Ping being like, well.
True.
Gotcha. Who's not? Okay, we gotta go kill somebody. Hold on.
The only
I think it's
dumb
Whiskey,
bitch
right?
is me.
I'm right here.
Pause.
Just
Positive.
kidding. Who is it, Chris?
It was the late response. That's okay, Pookie.
What do we got in here? We
You're
got
not
Carl, we
dumb.
got Whiskey, we got Ben. It is Chris.
You're
Alright.
so smart.
Bro's showing off a cat. If I had to go all in-
You're a smart cookie, and I like cookies.
If I had to go all in on red right now, I would say that Chris had a cat.
No, you're wrong.
Oh, we lost. Do you want to do Faz Gambers later, guys?
I would have been broke.
Yeah.
Which someone was munching my cookie.
Fuck you.
Yum.
Who do we got a bangerang?
Some Gambers. And then I'll be starting stream early
Let's do this. I'm ready.
with Grandmama.
I'm betting on
Wait,
Farouk.
Wait, this one is WoW active, prevent all losses nearby.
Ooh.
Oh.
Come on, Farouk, don't let me down.
36. Chris, just prevent all
yeah,
losses nearby.
Here.
Oh, we're ruined.
Do it now, do it now. Oh, he won though,
Oh, come on. Bro.
I'll take the 2.
I'm gonna fucking tear. I'm gonna tear, dude.
Freedom, I reckon. I think at least 6 hours today. What's the? Yeah.
W bad, nice play.
I'm aiming for at least 6 hours.
15. Hold on, do it again.
If I go longer, I go longer, but that's my goal.
Oh, nice.
Morgan! Okay, points.
No way. Yeah, right. Game dead.
What's up, guys? I'm back.
Hi, Whiskey.
Here.
Well,
I'm confused how this
well,
works.
I'm showing 4. I'm standing. Fuck 'em.
Put on 7 or 11.
Chris just
Win
blew
on
all our
10,
money.
lose on 7.
Dude, yeah, that
Okay.
would Bro. Whiskey, you go. Wait, why did I lose so much?
Because you made a rash
Did you change
decision.
the max bet?
Oh, you changed it to max bet.
Who pressed max bet?
Girl, not me.
Wait, what's the low minimum? Can we?
Bro, I was doing 36s. What the fuck?
Is there anything below 20?
God.
I mean,
Yeah,
technically
this,
we could do this.
Uh-oh.
Let's just try to double it.
I need them to
Oh, this
hide
thing's
me.
washed. Someone fucked it.
Okay, hold. We're working from the ground up. We're working from the ground up. Okay, wait, never mind. We're fucked, actually.
No,
Whiskey, you
Shirley,
pressed
we
max
just need
bet to
$3
fuck me
more.
over there.
Chris, I'm in the middle of losing a pizza and getting
Oh.
scammed. To answer your question, yes.
And you did press it. Okay, thanks.
Well, that was a good round.
Well, we go again.
We reset. We reset.
I don't think we should be doing max bets. Like, not
Humble
you, but like,
reset.
I don't think we do like...
Humble reset.
No, Beth, I was doing minimum bets, and then Whiskey clicked max bet on me, and I fucking lost everything I was earning.
Bro, I'm in a blind rage from this pizza debacle.
Blind rage.
Blind rage is wild.
I
Got the blind rage.
went a bit crazy.
I mean, I don't blame you, but
It's because we need slots.
Ow.
Whiskey came out the most profitable.
Guy.
Bro's a killer.
Let's see if we can press E quicker. See if we can get out of this.
I'm gonna blame that on no slot machines.
Yeah, same. E,
You know what?
E, E,
I
E.
agree.
Slam E. Okay. E? Oh, we're screwed. I wish you didn't have to rely on the whole lobby to restart the next game. With love and light. They'll probably change
Alright, let's
this.
get back to it.
Slam it in.
There, man, there. Slam.
Can I get whiskey?
Slammy Hankster girl.
Sure.
No, I can't. I wish it just let you reset. I don't know why we have to wait.
I know, it takes forever.
The pit cutscene is like a cute idea, but when you're playing a lot, it's like, hey,
Yeah.
let's skip it.
Yeah, like let's get to the next round.
Hey, let's move.
Maybe pit for the first loss and then.
Yeah, true. Or if you get to like
Get
a
down
certain
here, Beth.
day, then they pit you.
True. Alright, slam E. When it pops up. Can we hold E, guys, so we can get in? Please. I just feel like you shouldn't have to wait. Please, just... I just want to start again. It's just so slow. Just go into the next lobby, you know? Get us in there. Alright, going into the limousine.
And E.
E, please. E. Yep.
E.
E.
Alright, limo guys.
I want to get the holy statue, but I feel like it never works because you got to coordinate it.
YOLO.
Limor.
The Reaper cutscene when you die? True. At least you get to fight. Or you can just
Me when
jump
my sports
off.
team loses?
Some Minnesota Wild fan?
Yeah, you see the Avs one, Crispy?
Yeah, they're probably gonna win the cup.
Someone's playing basketball.
Which means I'll never be able to go to a game again because last time they won the cup, the tickets went up like.
You're playing
4
Ark
times.
after this?
Whiskey's playing basketball.
Oh, bro's a fucking.
Who's playing Ark?
I don't even know this.
Whiskey.
Bro,
got shit to
bro,
do.
get over the
There's 6
pizza,
people
brother.
doing stuff here.
Guys, I have to update you on this. I have to update you. Can, ready?
Bro, fuck the pizza.
No, guys, can I please
No,
tell you
that'd
what
be too
happened?
hot.
What is it?
I'm listening.
So
We're listening.
I tried to have an Uber courier.
Wait, start
You tried
from
to have an Uber
start from
courier.
square
Okay,
one.
ready?
Tried to have an
Yeah,
Uber
yeah.
courier.
I
What's it
tried to
called?
have an Uber.
Courier.
Courier,
Oh,
but it's alright.
Okay.
Well, it's
no worries.
courier where I grew up. So I tried to have an Uber
Okay.
courier pick it up, but you have to upload proof of purchase. But I don't have that because it was through TreatStream. So I called the place, the pizza place, and I said, "Hey, do you have an order number?" They don't have an order number or a name for the order.
What the hell?
So there's
That
no
pizza's, bro, they ate it.
there's
They
no
ate it.
physical
There's-
proof that this
Maybe,
thing
maybe
exists.
there's no
Stream?
pizza.
Good idea, but sounds like a miserable like, behind the
Chris,
scenes.
this is the first time anything like
Crispy,
this happened.
crispy.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I've never had something like that happen, and I've been ordered TreatStream a few times. But
You want to, Crispy, you want this?
I'm getting drunk.
yeah.
Slots.
Slots,
Okay,
slots,
who's
slots.
who's gonna be big spending? I'll go for
Slots,
Lost.
slots, slots. Here.
Carla's gonna be big
Probably.
spending. Okay. All right,
I just stick
double
to
it
this
up.
thing.
Do double fist.
I'll go.
Wait, I'm holding off. Okay, wait, here.
There's a
Okay,
bunch
that,
of poker on these. Okay,
I feel like that
Carl,
didn't prevent any loss though, low key.
Big money,
I
big
don't-
money.
Yeah, it didn't do much.
Maybe I'm not understanding how it works.
Okay. Lock in.
Bro.
Should we just do dollar slots from now?
Wait.
Come on.
Give me in. Yup.
Okay, we're back.
We're back.
Whiskey.
Whiskey?
Whiskey just lost $4. Okay, we're back in business over here. Well, I need a jackpot. Yes, okay, that's better.
Yo.
The green.
All we need is one jackpot.
Oh, 20. Easy stick. Of course, bro gets 21.
My goat.
Chris, double 20s, you get 21 points in a row.
We need this bad, bro.
That's horseshit. That's actually horseshit.
Yup! Back in the game, bro. Back in the game.
Dollar spending. Wait, someone just won a lot.
We're so bad.
Double fisted $5 spins.
Yeah. $5, bro. $5 spins.
$5 spins is
We're gonna build this place from the ground up. Yup!
From the ground
See, this is
up,
what I'm talking
Sammy.
about.
That's all we need.
We're building this from the ground up, bro.
That's all we need.
Dude, you know what we're like? We're like the fodder over here. You know what I mean? Like we're like anytime it gets too low, like we're the base.
Yeah, we can keep it going, alright? We're the structural support.
I'm double fisting.
Guys, $7.5.
There we go.
This is low-key not gonna
This is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about.
We need one big spin.
Go for it.
There we go. Building
Going
from the
45.
ground up, Crispy. Building from the ground up. Lost it all.
We're going up to 10. We're raising the stakes. 25.
Oh, nice,
That's
nice.
okay.
Good
We're
job,
good.
job.
We're good. Oh, it's all
Lost
good.
it. Lost it. Oh. $1. $1. Oh, they went back. Keep the fire going. Crispy. Oh, we lost it. Where's Zero? We lost it all. No more fodder.
Well, that was a fun game.
Yarrow let me down.
Bro. Well, we need to have one person going for the first round. Now we just gotta get to level 2.
I did all I could do, man. We might have to take Whiskey's legs for the next one.
You can take my legs, it's fine.
Guys.
Alright, I got one more.
All right, just speed run E, guys. Speed run E.
Yeah, speedrun E so we can get back in. Wait, that's actually a wild comms. Out of
Yeah,
context.
my bad.
Guys, what if the pizza place locks me in the walk-in freezer?
Carmi in
Free
season
pizza.
3.
Spoilers.
Aw. E.
Man, whiskey, that graph.
Yep, looks familiar, doesn't it, bud? Anthony is rated with a party of 46.
Hey, hold E, please. How are you, burrito? I should do a solo run when,
I'll eat a sandwich. Sandwich with 3 uncrustables.
Quick pick.
when the crew leaves, just to see how far I can get.
Quick bit.
Go pick, girl.
Okay, hold E.
Was that a kid? What the hell was that noise?
Hold E, for the love of God!
Wake me up.
Oh boy.
Can't wake up!
Wake me up inside.
I don't know what's so hard in pressing E.
Whiskey minus 500?
Everyone eat whenever?
Bitches. No.
I've never heard you say bad words before.
Bitches, oh,
Is this how it feels to be a big sister?
Into the Uber.
Into the unknown.
Into the Uber. I'll buy
Last
the
person there's
Whiskey's dirty pizza.
Bro, they ate that pizza 15
It is
minutes
cursed,
ago.
Wheezy.
I'm telling you.
Bro, that pizza's cold and has hair on it.
I have to go pick it up in 10 because they don't.
That pizza's got hands on it.
I
Sounds
couldn't
like
get
a
the courier to do
tugboat.
it.
The gamble
Don't
game
hit me out of the limo if we're gonna leave, bro. Ow.
Go.
Let's go.
Sammy, come on.
Let's go. Put the phone down.
Oh, look who decided to join us.
Down, bro.
Sammy Hamster.
Oh, great.
Dude, it's
He's got.
it is crazy. The cutscenes are longer than the day.
No, I know. They
Yeah,
literally
they
are.
should change that.
Every day's the same.
Like the limo should take you right to the thing.
Anyone have a bat to carry whiskey?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
I got him.
Bro's making this pizza our.
Bro's making this pizza our problem is wild.
Baby, there is no pizza. Like, it's gone. I don't know what to tell you.
All right, here we go. One spin, all in.
Oh, yeah,
Boom.
I'm back where
Another day, another dollar.
Oh, I lost $60 easy.
I am back where I need to be, bro. My humble $10 bet. Build this place from the ground
It's not
up.
going well for me so far, folks.
We're already about to lose it all. What's going to $300?
Sammy! Woo! Let's leave! Leave! One more for the road! Leave!
Back it up!
Let's leave.
Hit that jackpot, baby!
Who gambled?
Anthony gambled it away! Anthony gambled it away!
Alright, go! Leave!
We're good.
To be fair, as much as it is annoying, I feel for Whiskey because someone was just trying to be nice. And now it's making him have to like figure out this Pete situation. And then I think the combination of the the slow menus is making everyone just like crash out a little bit. Because it just takes so long to get everywhere. And that pizza place, so awkward.
Just looking at us.
Alright, we're back. These cutscenes are really quick. Slammy. Slammy girl. Slamster girl. It shouldn't have to make you wait for everyone. It's so slow. That's crazy. I don't think we've had one round where people actually
stop
press E.
any day now.
They gotta remove that.
makes no sense that we're back here.
Man, can we get rich this summer?
Hello.
Fans, can we get rich this summer?
Maybe, man. I don't know.
We've
I
been
really
rich
need
this
to,
summer.
man. Sammy, I need a new car. I didn't even tell you what happened.
What happened to your?
Oh,
no, is it the
Whiskey.
window? Is it the window thing?
No, it's worse. I don't want to tell you because I already trauma dumped with the pizza. I won't tell you right now. It's fine.
No, but
Text me later.
oh.
Oh, Sammy,
Okay.
it's horrendous.
Oh no.
Bro, give my man a break.
Bro,
like-
Whiskey, what is going on, brother? We need a W.
I'm chopping my body
W's
out.
for
No,
Whiskey.
don't,
I'm about to
don't,
donate.
don't.
Get out. Come on. We got money to
I'm
make.
not worth shit, bro.
Come on, come on. We
Come on, you got this. You got this. We're so back. I wonder how far you could get on a solo run though.
I wish we could shove each other.
I know.
We can do this.
Grubhub or this
True,
extension
why
that he
not?
has, Axel. Someone sent
Low
him
bets, no
money.
whammies.
Or my slot
Not money, a
machine.
pizza. Then the pizza place called and was like, "Oh, we can't deliver your pizza."
I'm already up.
So he has to figure out a way to get the pizza to him.
I'm on a dial-up losing streak, Chris.
Sammy, I don't want to talk about
Oh
it.
shit.
Oh, there we go. Don't worry, I'm back. Just like that.
All I need is one roll. There it is.
We are playing Gamble with friends and it's ridiculous.
All I
How
need
was
is
your
one
stream?
roll.
What were you playing?
Yes. They're bringing us back one roll at a time.
Were you doing some Overwatch?
Let's do a $10 bet.
You got this, Chris.
Okay. Throws up to 50.
Nice, crispy, nice.
Now we're going 85.
We have to play it cool.
It's all in or go home.
I'm sorry, doll. Look after
No,
yourself.
I'm one spin away. I'm one spin
Did
away.
you play the classic mode on
I believe in you,
Overwatch?
Crispy. Wait, let's
Come on.
switch. Let's switch machines.
Yeah, let's switch. We got one spin away.
Oh,
That's
double
literally
raid
right in
as
front of me.
well. And then we have Rosie.
I can feel it.
Hi guys, how was
Still
your
losing.
stream?
I'm still losing on this one.
Oh, it's
Okay,
good.
we're feeling it.
Nice, crispy.
Come on, we just need to keep the luck going. Yes, yes, yes. This is working.
We're doing it.
Okay. We're back in the bad luck. That's okay. Okay, 5. Blackjacks in a row, dude. 15 in a row.
Bro's on a tear.
Let me see how I-
No, literally.
What were you playing? Gambling's so ridiculous. Hi, Kels.
That's my sign to get off. We did so well.
Oh, Red Dead. Is it your first playthrough? Eb, you look so good. Sorry, I didn't say it earlier. Oops. Chapter 4. I'm so behind. Oh my god.
He owns a company. 3 kids.
I feel like we got this. We just have to lock in.
Okay, Sammy. Okay,
No one listen over
multitasking.
here.
Yeah.
No one listen.
Wait, we already hit our quota.
No, I didn't.
Oh, it's 1.7? What?
Yeah. We got it. We got it.
I'm on a
Compression
diabolical
gloves.
losing streak.
Don't say that, Sammy. It's gonna change.
I need to speak into existence, so let's help Sammy out.
Nice! Just pretend we got a jackpot. Next one, next one. One minute! Oh, it is one more jackpot. Lock in! Lock in! Yes! Lock in! We're so close! We're so close! Woo! Leave! 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 Leave!
How did I lose $600? What?
Oh.
Oh, that was close!
How the hell did I get down to $600?
Oh, that was close!
Wait,
So,
you were kidding. I'm not even joking though.
go ahead, no, go ahead. Okay.
Oh, because the last spin. Wait, what just
So
happened?
it's kind of like repo in the sense you have a quota, but you just have to gamble. So like, we'll go into the next day with 2.29k to gamble, but we need to get a quota filled. Is the bot set to win each time? No. No, it's random.
Hello?
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 Oh, you guys were all frozen. It freaked me out.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, we're just waiting.
I'm standing still.
Oh.
Who we waiting on?
We're good. It's ticking down.
You can press E, by the way, to skip all the like stats. I've lost the 2 times I played. Oh no.
E.
That was good. That was close. We had like 20 seconds on the clock. That was a miracle.
Guys, can I keep it a buck?
Yes.
Yeah.
I gotta go in 2 minutes.
No, that's so fair. Let's do a
That's
speed run.
fair.
Well, let's win it big before you gotta go.
Let's go all in on everything.
All in. Let's go.
All right.
Wait,
Go,
you
go,
need
go,
to
go.
stream up or are you ending stream?
No, I'm gonna leave stream up. I'm just gonna run there as fast as I can. I think I can make it in 7 minutes if I.
You're running?
Yeah,
You're
yeah, yeah.
running?
Bro's gonna run.
Alright.
Floor 2. E, 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 E.
Yeah. So the thing I said about the car that I didn't elaborate on, it's the reason I'm running.
Oh no.
So I think I can make it in 7 minutes if I sprint there and then lightly jog back without dropping the pizza.
This better be the best pizza you've ever had.
Yeah, literally.
Pizza's
so
ass.
good. Alright, Sammy. It's either gonna be
From the ground up, brother. From the
from the
ground
ground
up.
up, Sammy. From the ground up. The pillars of eternity.
Oh, nice, Bam.
Yeah, I just won 500.
I just won 1,000.
Wait, we're good. We're good. We're good. Oh no.
Where'd the money go?
Whoa, whiskey.
What?
Wait. I have the time reverse. Where's the reverse the time? Reverse it.
Oh, thank God.
Okay. I reverse time. We got all that money back.
Wait, how did the money go so quick?
Where'd it go?
I wanted over here.
Oh my God.
Well done on the
The
time.
time rewind was so clutch. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I gotta keep it a
dude.
buck. I put 2 bands on Jarl to win the duck race, and he sold.
Dude, he mailed it in for you,
What?
bro. He mailed it in.
Yara, what the hell?
Jarl.
It's on Jarl, you know?
Wait, Jarl for the full sense. Funny.
What the hell just happened? Wow. What a speed run of a day.
Wait, we get the new place now.
Here we get level 2. E. 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 Everyone all in. I think we should do a solo round when friend swap ends, guys, for a
Whiskey's
laugh.
leaving, isn't Ban leaving too?
Yeah,
so what's up?
I gotta go right now. I
Okay,
gotta go right
good
now.
luck.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Bye,
Whiskey.
Whiskey.
Bye.
Bye, Whiskers.
No, no, I'll be back.
Look,
Can I
Whis.
just sit here? Can I sit here AFK?
No.
I think we're
Maybe.
done.
Oh. Okay. All right, I'll be back though.
I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I feel like
Bye, pal.
You can be done if you want, Chris.
Yeah, if you don't want to
no,
keep
no.
going.
I know Banthas leaving after that, so I don't know what the.
I wanted to see the new place.
Yeah, we can go
Yeah,
into the...
he wants to go see the floor 2.
I had no
Floor two
body
sick.
and half
Love
an eye
floor
last
two.
time we were in it.
Or watch
Oh,
Ghost
true,
Hunt.
you
That's
did.
okay.
Alright.
If you need a sleep doll, I understand. I think we're nearly done with this, it seems. So we can switch very soon.
Yeah, no, I'm still down to play. I just didn't know what the vibe was.
Like, whenever we die next is when
Two.
I'll probably dip.
Oh, okay.
Woo!
Valid.
Rocket! Oh,
Rocket
Plinko!
again?
Penguins.
Oh, come on, no rocket. No
Oh, I
rocket,
like Plinko.
guys. No rocket.
I'm on Plinko.
Blink,
Plinko is so dangerous.
We're ruined, bro.
Dude.
170 bitches.
No penguins up here. Pack it up.
Sammy, no penguins, no rocket. This is the worst day ever.
Penguins, no
Lost money.
rocket. Pack
Literally
it
worst
up.
day. I guess we're gonna have to go back.
Alright, guess we're out here. Let's double fist.
Foundation time, Sammy. Here we go. Double fisted $7 slots.
Wait, slots?
Oh, I'm on 88.
I'm interested.
Oh, 88? Okay, wait.
I'm interested.
What if I just
I need
went all
1/4
in
bet.
with, oh, jackpot! Let's go! It was on a $7 one.
I'm slapping one.
Oh, I lost both.
Lock in.
This isn't good. I'm losing a lot of money.
I lost that.
Okay, I won back a lot of money.
I'm on a losing streak.
We're screwed. How does this one work?
Oh, it's Jover.
It's okay, from the ground up, from the ground
From
up.
the ground up.
From the ground up, here we go. We just got a $7 slot in.
Ground up.
I lost 10 in a row.
Yup, here we go.
What happened? We were broke.
Oh, we're so broke.
Yeah, Chris.
Let's go.
From the ground
It's
up.
Jova.
The pillars of eternity.
I just need $1 in a dream, bro.
As soon as they get $300, guys,
It's not
I'm hitting
over
the
till
play
it's
button.
over.
Crispy lost $2 grand.
We're ruined. We're we're ruined. No dollars.
All right.
That's how it goes.
That's how
Hey,
it
man, when the
goes.
Rocket game
You
isn't
can
here,
beg
it's-
for $1 and build back from the.
Oh.
I'm not begging.
Surely one of these chumps has $1.
Chumps.
$1 all you
we
need.
didn't use a mystery item at all.
Oh, we didn't use the items.
We're cooked,
Wait.
bro.
Oh, we could have been so in. The items are low key like the most important part of the game. But
Anybody trying to come on?
wait, where is that?
Pink
Oh,
Pony
Right
Club.
across the street. Let's go to the
There's
pink
instant
pony
loading.
I'm down.
club.
Pink Pony Club.
Pink Pony Club.
Anyone trying to golf or who gives a shit?
Wait.
That's interesting.
That's an idea right there.
Anyone trying to play Phasmophobia?
Didn't they get an Alan Wake update or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have an Alan Wake event going on.
They also had an
right now.
update last week that a lot of people were really stoked about.
And they fixed it.
Oh.
Hey, they fixed it. Yeah, they were really getting a lot of crap. And so I could go.
Do you want to see Battle Golf, guys, or do you want Faz? Like, I'll still play Faz, but I don't think I would do more than 2 rounds of Battle Golf. If you are interested in it. Faz?
Man, GG's, dude. What wonderful game. Buddy.
GG's.
I wouldn't want to be in this death pit with anybody else.
I
You know what
agree.
mean?
I agree.
Yeah, Luke,
Same
you heard
here.
that?
Oh,
Well, I wouldn't want Luke in the pit with me. You know what I mean?
Drew,
I want
he's
him
got to keep the
live.
legacy going.
he has
Bro's
the
gotta
cats.
Bro's got the cats.
One of us
Guys, I
has to
didn't lose
live.
anything that round.
Ooh.
Hey, I left up personally, but
Real.
Sammy from the ground up.
from the ground.
All right.
All right,
We
pals.
playing balls, all balls physics on Super Golf now.
Oh.
What about a nice round of Super Battle Golf with hitting your partner's balls?
Okay, let's get
That's
a poll.
interesting. Okay,
GG's
Real-
though, guys.
rolling final offer, man.
GG's.
GG's.
Jeez,
Yo,
oh,
man,
GG's,
I'll see you tomorrow,
man.
brother.
Nah,
Later,
nah.
Bye.
Yo,
Later,
I'm excited to
dude.
watch you guys play.
Peace.
Thanks, man. Chris, do you think you're gonna do?
Now that I don't have to pay for it, I'm kind of flipping what I said to you on the phone the other day. Not
Hell
fully,
yeah.
not
Not
fully,
fully.
but like it's a big maybe.
Wait, did Sammy just leave randomly?
Oh yeah, Sammy just said peace.
Get
Poll.
him out of here.
Discord, I guess.
Yeah, I'll see you in disc.
Poll.
Yo.
Yeah.
Hello.
Tomorrow. What's up?
Tomorrow's another day.
Wait, so what's the joke? What's everyone's vibe?
Is Sammy toast or Sammy chilling still?
Is she toaster girl or no?
Toaster girl.
Carly, I mean, you really don't play Phasma that much, so if you want to go play, I get it.
I'd probably do like, if we did golf, I'd probably do 1 round.
Aw, then there's no point.
What?
Yeah.
That's a long. That's,
One hole is like, nah, it's not. That's
That's 9 holes. Oh, Sammy's done. I
One,
think?
hey, 1 hole's okay. You're married. Sorry.
Oh.
Crispy.
Oh.
Who you talking to, man?
Sorry.
That's crazy.
This guy says stuff at night.
Bro, it's past my bedtime. Not really.
This guy is asleep.
I don't go to bed for 5 hours.
Oh, Sammy's getting offline.
Wait, my chat said that's valid though. I mean, come on. Oh, Sammy's getting off. All right. All right. Well, I'm gonna go freaking get high then.
Oh, enjoy that.
Wait, get high and play golf.
Just me and you, 1-on-1.
Carly, how about 18 holes?
18 holes. Whose holes?
You mean a 9? You mean a 9? Hey.
You could do an 18. No, if you're genuinely trying to do other stuff, I don't want you to do something you're not trying to do.
No, I'm happy. I'm just not going to play heaps of it. Like, I'm happy to do both. It's up to you guys, what your vibe is.
Why is my mic stuck open right
I love how Sammy was like, I'm out.
Yeah, I don't know if she's getting off or what's up. Sammy.
Oh, there we go. That was weird. My mic was just like stuck open in Discord.
All right. You think she's gonna raid one of us, guys?
I hope.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'll
Fingers
play
crossed.
Faz.
Faz.
Do you wanna play?
What? No.
Oh,
What are you gonna go play, Chris?
I don't know.
play Faz with me.
Good.
Oop.
Sorry.
Bro
actually
doesn't
don't
have it
I
downloaded.
don't have it
I was gonna say.
downloaded.
I was gonna say, bro doesn't have it downloaded for sure.
I don't have it downloaded, so that
Well,
I
do
actually
we
can't
do
play.
we play a round of battle golf?
I mean, I'm down for that, but I don't want to play battle golf if you're like already not trying to play, and then like let's say I hit you a bunch, and then you like get angry.
Nah,
And
I
it's,
wouldn't
like,
get
extra,
angry.
Like I feel extra bad.
I'm not an angry vibe today.
Oh, you're not. Okay.
No, so like you're safe.
All right.
But is 3 too little?
Oh, there's
Yeah.
Sammy.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
Sammy! Thanks for the raid, Sammy.
Oh, okay.
You're
Someone got
welcome,
it. Thank
dude.
God.
Ah, someone got it.
Someone
Someone
got
Thank
got
God.
it.
We were all
That's
sweating
our good
over
friend
here.
Crispy, bro. No, I'm down to golf. I just have a little bit of a headache, so I'm turning off all my lights.
All right, I'm definitely in then.
A headache after 6 people talking and gambling the whole time? That's crazy.
No, surely not.
You know what's diabolical? I was like, I liked the game so much that I literally told my chat, I was like, can you play this solo? Like, imagine like a
Yeah, I
gambling
was-
cap.
I
at
was
the end of the
honestly,
stream.
when you guys were like battle golf, I was like, damn. I was gonna play like a little solo round.
Gamble with your friends solo is so funny.
Gamble
Isn't that
with
kinda funny,
yourself.
bro? Like, you load up completely alone.
I will.
Wait, no, Sammy. No, you make 2 Steam accounts and you gamble on 2 separate things.
Wait, now you're
Wait,
thinking,
we
bro.
all play solo, and we see who
Yes,
gets
you-
furthest.
True.
Wait,
She
in Super
loves
Battle
the
Golf?
competition.
Gamble with
I
friends.
No, no, no,
missed it.
no.
Oh,
Good
what are we
night,
doing?
Pete.
Oh, we're doing
I'll
one
see
or
you
2
bright
rounds
and
of Battle.
early
All right, cool.
tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm in.
It's Grand Day.
Hell yeah.
Good night, my loves. We will be playing Faz though.
We'll do the snow map first. Carl, I appreciate you playing. I know that you wanted to do Faz, but
It's okay. I'll do both.
I love this game.
Yeah.
All right.
We have all day tomorrow. I'm starting early, so we have Gran.
Wait, Chris, could I get a cheeky invite real quick?
We're starting with
Yes,
Gran,
and we're also
then
gonna
we're
do,
just living our life after that. I
Let's do a
miss
quick
you,
like 2 minute or 3 minute BRB so people could like readjust.
and I love you,
Real fast.
and
W.
ooh. There we go. Axel, good question. I'm gonna message her now, and we'll see if we can get it. What do you feel like tomorrow? 1. Reaper. 2. Overwatch. 3. Gamble with friends. 4. DBD. Okay, I've asked her. Let's see. Ooh, again? I miss ping already. I would, if I hang out with her after stream, I'll tell her about it. She might want to play Gamble with Friends, which I think would be really funny. I think Gamble with Friends, here's my hot take. I had a lot of fun today, but I think Gamble with Friends is better, I think, with 4 or less. Again, nothing to do with anyone today. It was super fun, but I think more people slow it down a little bit. Like, well, especially because the cutscenes are really, like, slow. It's better just to, like, keep going. And if you have 6 people, it's kind of like, oh, shoot. But, like, it's not a big deal. I just think between 2 to 4 would be peak. And I might even try solo. Yeah. The rounds just last longer. Like, if there wasn't cutscenes and stuff and you didn't rely on everyone to skip, then it wouldn't be so bad. I want to play Pummel Party with Crispy, Sammy, and Chris so bad. How's work, Tammy? Ooh. What's that? Huh. I got paid. I'm gonna pay my bills and do groceries. Woo! Actually, I'm gonna pay my rent right now live. As soon as I get paid, guys, it goes straight to my rent because I'm not getting kicked out. Ooh, Crash, yeah, I'm doing my 24-hour stream soon. So we'll do community games then. I just don't risk it. I just pay it early. I'm like, nah, take my money. Take my money. That's our sugar mummy. Eviction stream. That's really all I care about. Yeah, exactly, Nat. Because I used to forget a lot when I was younger. And then I would be in the hole. So
See ya.
Crispy.
rent gone.
Wait, I want to hit a home run, Sammy, real quick.
Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh,
I just
wow.
flipped like genuinely 80 times.
That was amazing. I've never
Okay.
seen flight like that since the Wright
Rent
brothers.
paid.
Wait,
Yeah,
apparently there's
honestly,
like Wright
as soon as
brothers.
I'll just mute quickly. As soon as I get paid, as soon as it hits my my PayPal, I'm like, pay my rent because it's a big chunk of money, and I'm like, just leave so I can see what I have left. Bree, in the past it has been, but which I kind of prefer this one because sometimes Twitch payment can be late. So with my rent, we have an app, and then it just tells you when you need to pay, and you just pay. You click pay on the app, which I like because sometimes my Twitch pay's been late, so then it's tried to direct debit it a million times, and then it doesn't, and then it's like defaulted, and it's like, no, I just haven't been paid. Yeah, honestly, Nax, I got excited by my pay. I'm like, oh my god, yay! And then I was like, no, that's not your money. You have a million things to pay for. You can figure out after stream what you have left. But don't get excited. You have adult things to pay for.
8.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
We're good. I'm trying to glitch out the golf
Oh,
carts.
that's fun, Naughty.
Glitch.
Play.
All right, Carl, are you here as well?
I'm here, Pookie.
Wait, Chris, watch this. Ready? Ready?
Yeah.
All right, ready? Oh,
Nice.
it didn't work. I think they patched it. Damn it.
Maybe they did.
Crispy, we hit 12K, so we gave away a PSA 7 Ancient Mew.
What?
Ooh,
Bro.
favorite card.
Ancient.
Wait,
Dude,
that's
it's such
amazing.
a pretty card, man.
Love that
Dude,
card.
I wonder
Crispy
what
gave me one that I'm submitting in my next submission, and it might 10. It's like that clean.
Dude, it's immaculate. Actually, I'm so excited.
I still can't believe that card that we traded together, Chris, got a PSA 10, because that was in my bag on my plane.
Dude,
And it got a
actually
PSA
worked
10.
out real nice.
I know.
The Mewtwo,
Yeah.
it's so sick.
I don't know this map at all. I don't think.
Are you gonna play the snow one?
I have, but I don't like remember it. Oh, Sammy's on a diabolical
Ooh,
start.
guys, there's this card show near me,
Nah, not me.
and I was thinking about going there
Hey.
and selling some cards that I don't have any attachment to, and then being able to buy some products so we can actually rip on stream again, because we haven't ripped in so long. Like, it's been a diabolical amount of time
hope
since
it's
we've
tasty.
ripped. Vlog at the card show? Oh,
Whiskey's
shit.
pizza.
Oh, true.
I hope it's the best pizza you ever had in this life.
I
If
haven't
not-
opened... Guys, when's the last time I've opened cards on stream? Apart from
Bro sprinted
Japan.
for that pizza.
that jump was sick.
Wait, how'd you jump
I
over that?
haven't.
That was wild.
I don't know actually.
It's been so long. I don't know what to buy
Chat.
anymore. It would be all
Chat.
Japanese though.
Chat.
You guys are still here? I'm back.
What
Yeah,
up,
we
man?
want.
Super
What's the
Battle
update?
Yeah, I've been very I've been very well behaved.
I ran over there, walked in, guy started apologizing profusely, said sorry, my
I
daughter's
didn't
sick."
even
I said,
spend a
"All
lot in
good."
Japan.
He gave me the pizza, then
I was very
said,
well
"Was there a
behaved."
tip for the driver?" Guy gave me $3 cash.
Oh,
So now I'm back home, pizza in hand.
and $3
rich.
up. And
I'm-
cardio.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and rich.
$3 up.
but I'm
You
drenched
eat your
in
pizza
sweat.
and then play the next one with us.
Oh no, I'm skipping eating the pizza. I'm playing with you.
What'd you
now.
say? Okay.
I'm skipping the pizza, eating with you now.
I just invited you. We played one match, so you're a little bit behind, but no worries.
Okay.
One
sorry
hole.
Sorry to put
One
you guys through that whole
hole.
process.
No, you're good.
No, we were worried
Ascended
for
Heroes?
you and your pizza.
Yeah, we worry for your safety.
Can we?
Safety
So is it
and
a
your
local
pizza.
spot or is it like a chain?
It's a local spot.
Oh.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, I don't know what to buy these days. I've been so like not
we win the
in
gambling?
it at all.
No,
No.
I lost a lot of money.
We're all broke. I sent you an invite.
Yeah, I'm booting up. Sorry. Chat, you can't call it Pizzagate. That's a different thing.
No, that's an actual
Henry,
thing,
that
and
was
it's
me
not good.
last year,
Yeah,
and
it's
then
not
I
good.
took an
Yeah,
interest in
that's
it.
not
Guys,
good
I
at
was
all.
looking
Not
at my
great.
my
We gotta
binder
think of a new name,
yesterday.
like
It's so pretty.
I don't know.
Divert.
Like pizza time.
Pizza time. No,
I was getting
delivery
cards
gate's a good one.
together to send
Delivery gate's
Sarah.
probably fine.
Yeah, I don't know.
That is true. I was.
It's giving pregnancy something. Delivery gate. I don't know.
Chris, do you have
Giving
a
pregnancy something.
Chris, do you still have a giving birth channel in your Discord or no?
No, that's Ban's
What?
channel.
What?
Ban has a
crazy.
pushing channel.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wait, who is it that didn't one of our pals have like a breastfeeding VC they had to shut down?
Nope.
What?
Guys, that was one time. I removed it.
Carla,
Carla.
do you remember this?
No, I actually don't. What the fuck? Good for them though.
Okay, how do I?
I mean-
I'm in there.
Okay, nice.
Like topic alone is not a bad thing by any means. It's just in a Discord that's kind of wild.
Super battle call. Mods, let me know if this works. Thanks. Did we get out?
He did, yeah.
I had a blast playing today.
I can hear you talking in game. I'm gonna mute you.
Do you guys use Discord for this or game?
Discord.
Discord.
Oh yeah, mute me. Okay, I can mute myself.
Oh, thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
I think I
Oh,
muted it.
Gran
Your
responded.
character looks like Roger Klotz.
Who's that?
Oh.
Wait,
who's
Roger
that?
Klotz W.
Ooh, I think Gran and I are gonna do
the,
the
uh,
repo
the
update
bully from
tomorrow,
Doug?
guys.
Also, he looks
You
like a
watch
guy
Doug?
from like Borderlands.
I don't know. It does look like a Borderlands guy. What's Doug?
You've never heard of
Ooh.
Doug? You're not
Doug?
that young.
Wait, who's Doug?
Ooh, I think we'll do.
Doug?
Doug, like Doug,
Like the
Doug,
Beats?
YouTuber?
Well, we play
Funny.
Overwatch next
No,
week.
Doug
You're
Funny.
trolling. That's rage bait.
You're trolling. Yeah.
Gran was
It's
just
not
giving
Rage
it some.
Bait.
Sorry, Gran was just giving it some time in between Overwatch to keep it like fresh for us.
Toad?
She
Yeah,
picked Repo.
earlier
Beats.
than Harold.
I could do some Gamble
well,
with
the
Friends
Beats-
solo
grew up
before
on-
I play
on-
with Gran
at
tomorrow.
ABC Kids, and that's it.
Oh, no wonder. Oh, that checks out big time.
Oh, that's
yeah.
that makes a lot of sense.
Is Doug like a cartoon?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not. I refuse
I think
to answer
solo
any
would be
further
really
questions.
fun
Yeah, you gotta.
because it'd be
Wait,
quick.
God forbid a kid
you know?
don't have access to Nickelodeon because his parents were poor.
Bro, I thought everyone had access to Nickelodeon.
No, I didn't.
No. Privileged
well,
When you're in
Bokies.
Australia, though, you had like Floor Bedorban.
You guys
Nah.
have Florba Dorbanen over there?
Yeah, it was really good actually.
No, you guys
Well, you
had
know-
like Momo or whatever.
Momo. What the fuck?
What's
Isn't that? Is that?
You see,
is that
the
Australia?
Wiggles dropped a new song about balls?
What?
Ah,
Oh,
Dude, no,
someone
I'm not
sent
even
that-
lying.
No,
The
Chris,
Wiggles
you
dropped
know
a new
he's
song
true,
and
he's
it's
true.
about bouncing balls. It's
Yeah,
actually a crazy.
someone sent it in my
lyric.
chat and it ruined my day.
Yeah, guys, look it up. The Wiggles, balls.
I mean,
Oh,
even
fuck,
the
where's my
Wiggles are looking
ball?
for controversy these days, you know.
Yep.
I'm not gonna Google that. That's
Come on,
Why not,
That's a
Sammy?
crazy
Come on,
Google.
Sammy.
Wait,
That's
Sammy, can I
crazy.
keep it a buck? I missed your voice. the past
Googling
5
Wiggles balls is wild.
Oh, no,
If you miss
the
my
Wiggles
voice,
balls.
Bro, what the heck?
The Wiggles.
It's nice.
Well, you didn't talk
Yeah,
about
my
it.
bad. I
The
got
Wiggles
distracted.
balls is still
No, my
pretty
area
wild.
was being kind of funky.
Oh, okay, you're good.
I didn't say Google ball Wiggles. I said the Wiggles balls. It's a different story.
Yeah, that's worse.
That's worse, I
Of
think,
course.
low key.
No, you're right.
I'm friends with one of the Wiggles on Facebook.
Why?
Which
Bro,
one?
you're friends with
Why?
Anthony,
No, it's not even
The
the,
red
OG
Wiggle?
guys. It's like a whole
the
new
blue
squad.
Wiggle,
The red
Yeah, it's
Wiggle.
like
the
the new
fuck?
guy.
everyone. Yeah, they retired.
the blue Wiggle.
The
That's
red
Mari.
Wiggle.
Wait, that's wild. Fuck
I'm
that.
actually gonna play the song right now for my chat. The
Okay,
Wiggle
Yellow
ball.
Wiggle was the one that had a lot of controversy. Like they kept switching him.
Bouncing ball.
Oh.
Wasn't he just sick, or do you mean the new Yellow?
No, he was sick, and then they hired a new
Bouncing
guy, and then
balls,
that
the
guy.
Wiggle.
Oh, that guy was a
like,
fucky?
Got shoved
The
out, and
Bulgarian
then they got
cartoon is
the
Luke
original guy
Bulgari.
back.
Oh.
All right, here we go. This is the new Wiggles song, chat.
Who's Murray?
Murray. He was original Red Wiggle.
With Samly Bus, this is for you.
Carla, someone said, tell Carla I've seen Murray more than once in Newtown.
What? Really? It's Murray. But
Isn't
yeah.
Newtown the gay neighborhood?
Bounce your
Yeah.
balls.
Murray is
Wait,
so
is
funny.
Balls, yeah,
Is
bounce
Newtown
your
the
fucking balls.
area that has the pastizzi?
Yeah. You remembered. That's
Fucking
cute.
love that place. Carla, I went there fucking 3 times. It was incredible.
Really? You went to the Maltese Cafe? That's so cute.
Went there 3 times.
Come on,
and played
everybody, bounce your
Banana
balls.
The song's gonna get so much work in meme land.
Ow!
Sorry.
Come on,
where's my
everybody,
ball?
bounce your balls.
Is everyone excited for the Subnautica 2 release?
I haven't played Subnautica 1.
It's really good.
I
price.
just hate early access. I hate early access with all my heart. Just
You vouch
release
for
the
that.
full game.
True.
Then how are they gonna get their bag while releasing
Making a
half-baked
good
product?
game and then just releasing it.
It's too.
They've always
too
been
expensive to
Australian,
do that.
yes. On purpose.
The Wiggles were always
On
Australian.
purpose
That's crazy.
wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%. The Wiggles
tell
are
me how you feel.
essential Australian culture.
New yellow Wiggle is a baddie high key.
Sorry,
Bounce
Pookie.
your balls, yeah,
Wait, he's
bounce your
juggling his
fucking
balls. He's juggling his balls. And wait, there's female Wiggles now?
Yeah.
Like
There is
women?
female Wiggles.
We've
Don't
got
say
them
like
all.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to say it
Female
like that.
Wiggles
Sorry.
just sent a chill
Bro,
down my spine.
How did I get a? How did my ball go in?
How much more
Wiggles,
incel
bro.
could you possibly say
Did
that, bro?
someone?
Oh my
did
god.
someone? There's female Wiggles. They're taking over.
Oh wait, we hit each other's balls?
What's
Oh,
next?
fuck.
We're gonna have other. No, wait, real quick. Did someone hit my ball in because I just got a birdie?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
Our,
thanks.
our balls were together, so I put them.
All I hear is balls in my ears right now.
Don't do. Get him out.
What, there's
Get him out of there, man.
female Wiggles?
There's
probably right.
fat
They're
man
just like
Wiggles?
anybody into the Wiggles these days.
Next thing they're gonna eat. I can't even. I can't
Nah, stop there, babe. Stop
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, stop
Yeah.
there. It's almost June.
even joke. Once
Go ahead
they get,
and
we're gonna
stop
cut
there,
him loose.
buddy.
Cut
One
him
of the
loose,
new
man.
Wiggles is the daughter of the original.
Hey.
That's awesome.
Hey guys, let's
We
talk
should watch
about
a 45-minute
golf.
video. of saying
Fruit
Wiggles.
salad.
Wait, what, was there actually? Was
Yummy,
there,
yummy,
Yummy,
yummy.
yummy.
Yes?
That's from the Wiggles?
Yeah.
Bro.
Is that the
Yeah,
Wiggles?
bro.
Get out of here. Bro
Guys.
And it
knows
was
nothing
also
about the
in Doug.
Wiggles.
The
It was
Wiggles
not
are
in Doug, you're
heroes.
right.
It was.
You're rage baiting.
Carla, I watched a
Rage.
whole documentary on stream about Wiggles Land. in
They're great, aren't
Australia.
they?
Wait, that's awesome.
I grew up with the Wiggles.
Aw. Wait, you lived with them?
Yeah.
Cool. Explains a lot.
Okay.
It's a compliment.
Does it? Because you just said that
Wait,
and
you
stopped talking.
Did you just hit my ball?
No,
Yeah, I
I
did.
didn't.
No.
I did.
Chris did. He's a monster.
Ball hitting is on, by the way, guys.
Thank you.
No, I'm aware. Is this map is new?
No,
by
it
the way.
was nice. Nobody was doing it though.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
you
same.
could
I
see,
thought it was
you could
off.
see that I was on, and nobody hit anybody's.
I thought it was
up
off for
until
that
the
reason.
announcement.
Yeah. And then
Oh,
Chris
Carla,
launched
really
my
good.
shit.
Thanks.
Sorry, I needed the boost.
Of course.
I grew up with
Purple
High
Wiggle
Five
can
as
get
well,
it. I don't
yes.
like reading chat.
Wait, why are Wiggles getting it now?
Why not? They work hard.
I think the Wiggles have probably always gotten it. They're popular.
True. Especially Murray in his prime. I'm joking. Or Captain
Not Murray in his
Feathersword.
prime.
Whose ball is that?
What? Oh, that's fake.
Not mine, don't do it.
That's someone from World of Warcraft.
No, Captain
Who?
Feathersword.
Yeah, that's the World of Warcraft boss.
No, he's my goat.
Wait, Chris, I love World of Warcraft. Keep talking about it.
Me too.
Like, say more things about it.
Yeah, High Five I
Thunder
met.
Fury, Blessed, something of the Windseeker.
Keep going, keep going. My chat loves WoW. They're loving this.
Bro, I don't like how you said keep going. That made it feel uncomfortable.
God
Sorry.
damn it. Don't shoot me, please. Don't shoot me.
Don't stop. You keep talking. Yeah, you keep saying weird stuff about
No, okay,
about
Chris,
WoW.
now you
Yeah,
made
yeah.
it weird. Now you
Chris.
made it weird. My
Already
chat was
weird.
loving
It
it.
was
Give me
already
speed.
weird, man.
No, my chat was loving the WoW talk.
No, they weren't, dude. It was just Hannah.
She's not even here, actually.
Oh, my bad.
Nice try.
Wait, I don't think they were loving it. They were hating it, I think.
Okay, but Pokemon or WoW? They have to choose one.
No, I love the
Well, my chat
Wiggles, and
thinks
I
we
met
hates
Nathan
Pokemon.
Foley
Oh, okay.
from High
Chris,
Five,
you
and
really-
it became a stream
I
meme
gotta go
for a
wild.
while.
No, not.
Oh, were you just not talking?
Yeah, I got hit so far back. I didn't know what was going on.
Oh my god, Axel, yeah. It's still so popular now,
Wait, they
too.
put Shan in the game? What are you
So
talking about?
cute.
Oh yeah, Shan has an NPC in World of
Hi,
Warcraft.
Liv, yeah.
That's
That was such
awesome.
a wild reveal.
Yeah.
Wait,
We played,
I
for
remember
12,
that.
we
I
played for
was
12
there.
hours to get to the zone that she was in, just to show her on stream.
That's actually
That was
really
so
cool.
cool.
Yeah.
She's still there with the chicken on her shoulder.
Yeah. She has a chicken on her shoulder.
Oh,
That
great.
round did not go good for me.
Real.
Mm.
Yeah. What's the place again called, Crispy? It's begins with an A.
That's rough.
What?
No.
Oh.
No,
Wait,
the
for
place
what?
that she's in.
What place?
Ardenweald.
Oh,
there it is.
Ardenveld. Ardenveld.
Ardenveld, yeah.
Ardenweald. Ardenweald? Ardenweald? I don't know. Something like that.
Ardenspielt.
Man, my
It kind of
balls
reminds me of
mega far down.
like the Avatar movie.
Bro, the Bouncing Balls song locked me out so hard. My brain's still trying to recalibrate.
Bouncing balls, bouncing balls.
All that was going on in my brain for like 5 minutes was just balls.
Hate when that happens.
Happens to the best of us.
No. No. How'd you hit me so far?
Elephant gun.
Crazy.
Dude, I kind of miss.
Oh.
Wow, classic grinding.
Crispy.
Sorry, man. I've been getting destroyed.
It was a fun era.
You know what I miss? When we went skiing.
Did we?
I'm kind of trying to soft launch like a potential new trip.
I like snowboarding.
Sammy, I'm down. Would you be down?
I'd be down.
Like imagine us on the slopes and then having like a hot
Let's
cocoa.
do it again. Nah, Classic was too sick.
Come to Whiska.
Fair's fair.
Wait, Sammy, is there ski slopes in Wisco?
Mad ski slopes.
Actually?
We just gotta go up north.
Wait, where's
I
my
didn't know
ball?
that.
I hit it.
Hey Sammy, what's the drive like to get to like an elite?
Carlin
mountain?
Not long. Well,
I know,
if
Sydney,
there's
my brain-
always
my brain
I
is
snowboarded, but I was always bad.
Yes.
I never snowboarded once in my
Whale
life.
rider.
But is it like less than 3 hours?
Yeah, probably.
I don't think
We
so.
I think I'd be
What
okay
is
at
that?
snowboarding, because I was decent at skating.
Yeah,
I
you'd be
think
fine, Chris.
I think skiing is easier personally.
Really?
I don't like skiing because you can cross your skis too easily, and then I'm like.
I've always been a skiing Andy. No, it's uncomfy when you do that. You're true.
Girl.
Like snowboarding, you only have to worry about one board.
Yeah, but you're glued
True.
together then.
Yeah, but you just
True.
kind of hop around.
I love skateboarding.
Well,
man.
I didn't mean to do that.
I wasn't
Chris.
the best at tricks, but I can stay on a board.
Chris, Martian Death Laser pointed at the Earth, fate of humanity on the line. Could you do a kickflip in a week?
In a week, maybe. I can ollie. I
Really?
can ollie right then and there though, no matter
Yeah,
what.
yeah. I think I could pop an ollie.
Kickflip, I'd be in trouble.
I could
We should do a
actually,
skating competition.
I could heel flip easier
Chris,
than
that's,
I could
Really?
that's impressive.
I could pop shove it once.
I was just not coordinated enough to really skate that well, to be honest.
I can ollie over a garbage can.
Guys, Skate
That's
has a
massive.
108 tier pass.
Get the skate pass today.
W lore. W lore.
Sammy, that was a good laugh.
W Lord.
I like that laugh.
Oh yeah.
I don't even know where my ball is.
tonight.
Ball. How's the pepperoni on that pizza?
I wouldn't know.
Oh.
There was no
Through my
Peppa Gil?
bowl.
No, there was
No,
Peppa
Peppa
Gil. I
Gil.
didn't
No,
eat it.
Peppa
yet,
Gil.
So I was running
No
back
Peppa
here.
Gil.
I've never broken a
Fair.
bone, but I had growing pains growing up.
Really?
I broke my
had
leg
growing
doing a
pains for
360 off
one
a
day.
head bail.
You
Bro,
must be- you
Growing
deserve
pains
that.
suck. Do you guys ever have growing pains?
Nah.
Chris, I had them at my friend's house. And I
Yeah,
started
like my first
crying.
year or two on Twitch.
Oh my god.
Wait, that was
Wait,
good.
he cooked with that one. Wait.
Wait, hold on. That's pretty.
Chat, give him a round of applause too. Is that?
My ball
that
is
Yeah, guys, come on. everyone
broken.
plus- Yeah, for sure. Wait, Carl, you never had growing pains?
Babe, look at me. What's there to grow?
True. You're still waiting.
I'm waiting for those pains.
Sammy, you give broken arm once, no?
I've never broken a bone. Knock on wood.
Really?
That's my sturdy goat.
That's my sturdy goat.
Carl, why
Like
did you
breaking a bone slash
slime me
positive
out?
though. Like
Okay.
you were climbing a tree
I-
having a good time. Guys.
Sorry, I thought that was me.
Yeah, that's.
You thought I was you.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
No, my ball was bugged and I had weapons and I started
I
blasting.
did throw
I'm
my
sorry.
back out though, and that sucked. You guys ever throw your back out? That's weird.
How did you do
I
that?
never have, but.
Throw it
Dude,
back,
I don't wish
maybe.
it on, I don't wish it on my
Yeah,
enemy.
That's my
sucks.
sturdy goat.
It's the worst thing in the world.
Calling
I
someone
had to crawl
sturdy is
to-
really
to
funny.
go to the bathroom. I had to
I've
crawl.
bruised my tailbone before.
Crawl.
Oh, that's a
Bruise
classic.
your tailbone?
That's a
Yeah,
classic.
it
Sounds
hurts
really
so
painful.
bad.
That's a classic
Oh.
like 24-year-old.
Oh, did you fall on ice,
No,
Sammy?
I was in high school. I fell in the bathroom. I hit like we had like a metal bar in between the bathroom floor and the hallway, and I
that's
fell and
good
I
to know.
landed on that. It hurt
Giving-
so
Yeah.
bad.
I fell
was,
on
like, maybe
ice.
15.
Got my little
Well, falling on
tailbone.
ice is awkward.
I've never seen ice before.
Really? If you're in California.
Yep.
Oh.
They have snow in
Sorry.
California.
Yeah,
Yeah, but no, Sammy, it's far
You've
from
never
where I live,
actually
though.
seen like frozen ice in your whole life? Fuck ice also, for real.
Yeah,
True.
fuck ice.
But yeah, you've never
Not
seen
like
ice
forever.
ever in your whole life?
Nope.
That's
An
okay,
ice
fuck.
rink?
That's strange.
But literally just
Ice
visit
rink?
me in the winter.
Nope.
Ice is I played ice hockey, so I saw a lot of ice.
I played pond hockey. The lake near my house. Literally.
Class Action Park?
Our town was goated for ice hockey, low key.
We would
Or for
play pond hockey and it was sick.
We had a whole lake, so we could just freaking fall out.
Yeah, I hurt my tailbone
Oh, it
because
was
a
actually really
kid.
fun.
You felt it work last year in your
I was
boob.
gonna
took the
hit a
brunt of the
kid.
fall? Oh,
Well,
ouch.
they were gonna hit me,
Ooh.
and I like.
Ouch.
Wait, whose
swerved.
chatter was it that they got their boobs stuck in a blender when they were making cookies?
Not mine.
That was my
Also-
chat.
Yeah,
Sammy!
Yes. No.
Sammy's
one
like,
of-
that was one of mine.
No, it's.
I know
it's a
exactly what
classic
chatter that
story.
happened to,
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Wait.
It's a classic story.
Yeah, no, it's a
Blender.
classic
Yeah.
story. It's a classic story.
Ow.
Stupid blender's
That's a
wild.
one-way
Chris,
trip to
it's
the
so-
ER.
It's so classic that I drew it on MS Paint on my
drew
screen
it?
to explain it. Yeah. It's
What?
almost, it's,
How do you get your tits in a blender?
That's a classic Sammy
Were
Bus
they
story.
bending over
though.
to grab something and just got latched on?
What?
What's the joke?
OG Sammy
Like,
bit, bro.
how does
is
that
the,
even work?
the whole thing detached? Like,
Yep.
Detached
Tits and all.
is crazy.
Was it the
It's
full moment or was it a little bit?
You have to ask that chatter, bro.
Oh my
any
God.
Sammy Bus knowers over here
Their
that
brother had to help? What? Oh, it gets weirder.
What the hell?
Oh, did the
No, it's like
shirt
call-
get pulled in?
Sammy,
like,
Sammy,
I
we
don't
gotta make a movie out of
understand.
this. Read the script.
We gotta make an animated film so that people.
Wait,
No.
I can easily make a
The
horror.
the A24 Blender tit feature would go crazy.
That's my next Tamagotchi me right there.
I'm gonna make a tip
An
blender.
A24 C-tier horror movie would be next level for
Look
that.
at Crispy, I'd watch that.
I would watch
Oh,
it
good.
too.
Oh, good.
Sorry.
Good.
Sorry.
You guys gonna go see the Backrooms movie?
Yes, I'd like to.
Absolutely.
Probably, yeah.
Absolutely. I'm
It's good as hell.
feeding.
I'm bigly down for that.
I'm Bing.
Blender tits.
Bing.
It's me, blended.
Hey, it's me, Blender.
Hey, I'm blending my tits. Oi.
This sounds like a makeup thing.
It does.
I'm trying to make him look the same color.
But yeah, I do wanna watch back shots.
What?
That's
Carlo.
Carlo.
That's a different
Back
thing.
room?
Girl, that's so
Backrooms.
foul.
Just gotta look. Just gotta look.
That's foul.
Anyways,
That's foul.
Girl, that's not what you
What?
said.
What, Sammy?
Carlo, you know what you did. You know what you did.
Girl, you know what you said.
You know what you did.
Guys.
You know
you
what
are.
you did.
Carlo
You
would
know
never
what you
say
are
that.
is wild.
What?
Carla's one of the most morally sound people I know. She would
No,
never say
bro.
that.
Thank
Get
you,
out of here,
Whiskey.
Crispy.
Moral.
Sammy, I'm simply trying to live my best life.
Ow!
Oh my god, Sammy, you hit my ball doing
Heck, dude.
Let's go.
I can't believe someone had a. Was it a Ninja or what was the brand?
A Ninja Blender?
Girl, I don't know.
Talking about blending
They
tits
just said
again?
blender.
that. Chris.
Wait,
I'm just trying to get my mind out of the way. Don't do it.
If it
Don't do
was
monster.
if it was Ninja, it had to be Brawlers,
How
right?
are you?
Ah.
Okay. He's
Come
on a
on.
roll tonight. He's on a
Come
roll tonight.
on. Come on,
Tyler Ninja
guys.
Blevins check.
Yup.
Brawless
Roll
wife.
tonight.
Brawless life.
A mixer makes way more sense. I thought mixer shut down.
It did.
All right, we gotta do one more, guys.
He
Seriously.
made 50 bill from it though.
Bill.
Bad.
Wait, Chris
check.
like low-key locked in and just tore us apart.
Rally
what the
puck? Are
hell?
we getting high tonight?
I'm already
Oh
high.
yeah, every night.
Crispy, how are
Bro,
you?
Carla, I got the
I can't sleep.
the edibles that we got when you were here, and
Yeah.
they're so fresh, so they're not like I was like eating stale edibles for a little bit, low key.
Ugh.
And
What's
they're
the worst,
so
low-key?
good.
They still do the job, but they just don't taste as good.
Yeah, no, but they're perfect.
Bro, I think I have some like weird fucking like disorder. Cause like if I don't even do like a little,
Speak
well
on
I
that,
do,
speak
but
on
also, like if I don't go to bed like a little high, I'll have like diabolical dreams.
I think that's called an addiction.
No, that's not what that's called.
Wait, what do you wait? What do you mean?
Like I'll have like really bad night terrors.
No, you're valid. You're valid.
No, so therapy maybe.
That's even worse than
No,
what I
that's
said.
not. That's not. Therapy doesn't help dreams.
You won't have. So you only have good dreams
Dreams
when
are
you're
messages
high
from
when you
the
go to
deep.
sleep.
No. So that's not what I'm trying to say. So
Okay,
if
sorry.
I dream, I
night
have bad
terrors.
dreams.
Chris, you just
Always.
learn how to
So,
control your dreams
going-
like me. Just
Yeah,
like
Sammy's out here doing
I'm
lucid
not that.
dreams.
I'm not
Wait,
that.
are you actually lucid maxing, Sammy?
Well, kind of. I just script them before I fall asleep. I
Wait,
have
that's
since I was a kid.
What?
I've always
That's
done
next
it.
level.
Wait, you script the dream, like you write what the
That's
dream is.
inhuman.
Yeah.
In like a good way. You've
And
Just
I
control
dream-
the
I dream
narrative.
exactly what I want to dream.
I've
Wait,
never
so-
controlled my own.
So what do you
narrative.
dream about? Just like whatever you want, like good stuff?
Yeah, whatever I want. Genuinely, whatever I
Wait, am
want.
I ever in your dream as like a supporting actor or what's up?
I don't normally dream about real life. I dream about like other things because it's probably like an anxiety response, low key.
Wait,
But
so
like
what do
I've
you-
done it ever since I was a
Not
kid.
like a bad thing though.
I can
That's
wake
awesome.
up, say like a dream's happening, and then I wake up to pee. I can close my eyes and resume the dream.
Yeah.
Wait,
She
wanna
hit
hear something?
pause.
That's the best.
She
You
hit
want to hear something
pause.
crazy?
Yeah.
If I
hit
forget,
pause.
so if I forget a certain thing, if I lay back on my pillow a certain way that I was there, all that information comes back to my brain immediately. Like,
Yeah.
does that make sense? Does anyone know what I'm
That's
talking
it.
about? Like,
no, yeah,
like,
yeah,
Bro,
yeah, that makes
why,
sense.
so why do I get the debuffs and you always get like freaking
I'm
crazy,
sorry, man.
awesome?
Yeah, everyone's like, Carlos, like when I dream, I get $1 million.
Yeah, I'm like,
Everything's
oh,
perfect,
I
and then
actually
it
get the
transfers
scariest
to real
dream
life.
ever and wake up sweating and crying. Okay,
Chris
cool.
is like, I lose limbs and sharks bite
To
me.
be
and
fair,
and
I'm not
everyone
sleeping well at the
dies.
moment.
Yeah,
so like,
every alien I've ever met in my life rips me apart in a
Better
dream.
sleep for
All
you,
right, cool.
Queen.
thanks, Pookie.
But when
Wait,
you're
so-
high, do you just not have a dream at all? You're
I
just
don't
a
dream.
lump?
Oh, hi,
I don't
Joe.
dream.
How
Yeah,
are you?
sure.
We're playing
I
Faz
don't need to be
soon.
like stoned out of
How
my
are
mind.
you?
I just need like
Really, Axel?
Yeah.
THC in my system and I'll.
Very
That
vivid
doesn't mean I
dream
like
kinda
take
at this
edibles every
point.
night, but like 90%
I can have really
of the
vivid
time,
dreams
like,
too.
I don't dream if I like have an edible
Interesting.
before bed.
I feel
Yeah.
that.
I have crazy dreams because of my Zolofts. I think.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
that's
mine are
fair.
getting kind of wild,
on
Chris.
Yeah, I'll wake up and be like, dude, I had a dream the other day that, and I was like, I was like angry as Shan in my dream, and then I woke up and I was like, oh, that was a dream because she was calling people that she found on Facebook and just like bothering them and asking questions, and I was like, why are you doing this? And she goes, I was like, what are you doing? She's like, what? I'm like, why are you calling random people on Facebook? And she's like, I don't know, because it's funny. I'm like, no, why? And she's like, I was like, how many of you
I
called?
can
And she's like,
imagine
15.
Shan doing that in real life too. It's
Yeah,
so
I was like,
funny.
what are you doing? I was like, yeah, you need to stop watching true crime and all these other fucking things that you do. In my dream, because she was like calling random guys and girls and women and moms and all these people and like badgering them, and then it turned out it was fake.
Shit.
Yeah,
And I was like,
that's fair.
That's true.
Whiskey,
Maybe
did you leave on
Maybe it
purpose?
was real. I know I got disconnected.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't want to.
I think one of the worst
Chris's story.
things is having like an
Real.
amazing dream that seems kind of real, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, that sucks, ass.
You're like, oh.
You wake up, you're like,
I haven't
dreaming.
floated in my dream in a long time, and I've woken up on the ground a few times before.
Put your ass
Oh,
away,
Axel.
child.
I
used to
hate
get,
when it
sleep paralysis.
influences.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Father
Throw myself off
I
my
hate
bed
when I
in my
wake
dream
up
and in real life.
feeling what I
Wake-
felt
I've never
in the
gotten that in my
dream.
whole. I've never gotten sleep paralysis. ever.
I got it when I was
I've
a
had it
kid.
once.
Not
It was
as
horrible.
much anymore. It
I can go
sucks
in and out
ass,
if I
though.
keep waking up.
Scary.
True.
I've never
It's
had
mad
that
scary.
happen either.
Yeah,
Hi,
there's
Sheila.
like a
It actually
dark
is the worst.
demon like standing in my room and you just can't move.
Ew.
and they
True,
eat
mostly,
you.
You know what's
Yeah.
weird, Whiskey?
Josh,
I never had
hello.
that. I just had
17
I can't.
months.
Oh, I had. I
How
I
never
never
are
had like
you?
something
a,
stand over my
Hello.
bed kind of vibes.
Yeah, it was like a shadowy like.
Oh, nice, Joe.
Yuck, bro.
Like yeah,
Hell
monster.
yeah.
Yeah, it's awful.
But that
But it was
sucks.
actually kind of sick. Like, you know,
We're
like, I was
actually chopped
scared.
it up with the monster.
I had
No,
a
like-
friend
Yeah.
during the Vine
You
Day
can't chop
sleepover,
it up.
and he had that happen
I
to him. He was
feel
like, "Bro,
Dreams
I
can
was
make
asleep
me
on your
feel weird
couch, and there was
sometimes.
there was like a demon, and I was yelling for you, and you weren't responding because he wasn't
Yeah, and no one.
projecting.
Yeah.
He was like, I was yelling, but you couldn't hear me. I was like, that sucks.
Bro,
Jillian
yeah,
just
when
told
I,
me that,
when I
like-
was
Out of it at least. My bad.
What'd you say?
no, you cut out. You cut out, Whiskey.
You just
and
cut out, you
and
cut
everybody
out,
waited
yeah.
for you to resume.
Yeah.
We were all waiting.
we were totally being respectful to your
Oh,
story.
you
but,
shot
like,
me off the bridge. Thanks. No, I said, did you guys make a funny Vine skit out of it afterwards?
I've been
No.
good.
We
What's
filmed
new with you,
Vines though.
doll?
That
Good
like
to see you.
week.
I mean, Vine would give anyone.
Yeah, we'll play
nightmares,
Faz
I
after this.
100%. It's like looking
Yeah,
at your
for-
numbers like after stream, and you're like, man, what the hell did I do wrong today?
Why you gotta remind me?
Sorry.
I don't need this, man.
Sorry.
I don't need this, man.
I'm joking.
Jillian says from her perspective, it's like I'm just like muttering a lot, and it's like
You
I'm
mutter in
trying
your
to, like,
sleep?
Not like
Why
no,
doesn't
no.
she shake
When
you
I'm
awake?
having
My
a
mother
night
and
terror.
my
Well, she
father.
does. She wakes me up. It doesn't like happen all the time. It rarely happens, but
Finding out
Once in
I
a while.
snored was kind of an L.
it is an L. It's a huge L.
Yeah, you snort a lot in Japan.
Did you?
No, you did not hear me snoring in Japan.
You slept talked as well.
Okay, now you're lying.
You were like, need to.
Carla,
I
he
was
was
just saying
Bro's
stuff.
He was
Bro's
saying
making
I was on a
stuff up
different
for
floor than
content.
you, so I can't
No,
vouch.
Chris was
Bro's
saying
making stuff up for
weird
content.
stuff.
Yeah, no. Chris was
No,
like,
Carla,
Need
keep
to.
making stuff up. Carla, keep
no.
making stuff up.
Chris was like, oh, need dude, 50% off. 50% off sale.
You did 50% off.
I was like, Chris, wake up. What's the
Bro, we would
code?
never
What's
do
the
50%
code?
off. That's first off, that's a lie.
What's the code? And he was
Greedy?
like,
First of all,
code
greedy. Not even for
code
Black Friday.
Shandu in the item
Black
shop.
Friday would go maybe 40.
Free shipping to Australia.
Okay, now you're just fibbing.
Yeah, I
Wait,
know.
how much is the shipping to Australia? Is it bad?
I mean,
400.
it's not their fault. It's just kind of
It is their fault 'cause
we
it's
just
greedy.
kind of live in a hole.
I've definitely gone to the bathroom in my dream and woken up and like had to go, but I never like pissed myself in a dream or in real
Really?
life.
Chris, when I was
I've
little, I
never
used to pee
once
myself at least
fibbed.
4 or 5 times a week.
Dude, no, I had a friend who would pee himself all the
4 or
time. It was
5
like
times
when he would
Actual
sleep.
what?
Sammy,
No,
until I
like-
was 18.
Really?
Yeah, I would have
What?
sleepovers
Really?
and the mom would be like, "Yo,
Well,
he's
that
gonna piss
reeks, I'm
himself." Just
sorry.
FYI, and I was like, "Oh my bad."
That
It literally
sucks.
reeked.
Oh
Like,
no!
your-
Like your
literally
sheets
smells.
probably
Sammy
bad.
made that up
No, some
entirely.
people had to have like literal
Aw,
like
come on.
like things for them for their
Aw.
pissing while sleeping.
Ow,
Oh.
Chris.
I mean, when I'm old, I'm gonna be
Messed
like
me up, low-key.
definitely doing that.
Whee! Ah, whoa, 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 whoa!
Whoa. Yeah, see, bro.
Oh, sorry, Pookie.
I could have
Yeah, mattress protector.
No,
Yeah.
no, it wasn't. I was just meaning to go push myself forward, and then you happened to be there.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah,
No.
all right there, dear. Yeah, all right there, dear. Yeah, all right there.
I'm a good guy.
Oh,
If you're a good guy, then
Bro,
no
you
one
said I
can chunk
snored
you,
and
bro.
I talked in my sleep.
Yeah,
What do
you
mean?
did.
No, I did not.
That's okay.
Because if
fart
you
in your
snore really
sleep?
bad, mouth guard, dude. Everyone farts in their sleep, bro.
Yeah, it's
Nope.
okay.
Chris,
He only
you
farted
actually
no, they
once.
definitely
pretty
do.
big way in Japan, I remember.
I don't know what you're saying.
I
Big
like
Like it was.
chipping. Who hit my ball? That's so not nice. That's
It was
so
me.
loser
Your
of
ball was
you.
really close to the. It was really close to the hole. Too.
Yeah, cool. I'm on ping. Let me get it in. You know?
Oh,
Who cares?
You're right. My bad.
That's right.
ping hole.
We are on
Aw.
ping.
Hour
Do they know about that?
away.
Ah, come
Can I
on.
hold
Nice.
R to return?
Okay.
Hey, whiskey. Come on. She's on ping. Stop.
Okay, whatever.
She's on
Eat a
ping.
pizza, dude.
I
Well,
wish
take a
I
bite
could
at
do it.
least.
It's harder
Take a
to
fucking
drop.
bite
My
already.
hands will be dirty.
Bro's been talking about it all night. At least take a bite of it, dude.
It's harder than
No,
the
I don't-
Backshots movie.
It's gonna be low-key cold.
Ah.
Why are we backshotting right now?
Oh,
We're
sorry.
not crispy.
Back room.
Oh,
Oh shit.
Sammy, save us.
Sammy's like, why are these people my friends?
Hey, Sammy's off stream. Free
No,
reign.
I love my
She,
friends.
she wouldn't trade us for the world.
True.
No,
I
that's
trade you for
true.
the world.
Sammy, you're
but
off
maybe we-
stream?
Maybe we stop saying that word over and over.
Stream
Which
is
one?
melatonin
Trade?
for me? Hold on. Someone just said stream is melatonin.
Because I've only said
for me.
Backshots 3 times.
Melatonin, that means it puts you to sleep.
Yeah,
that
I'm
you-
try- I'm
Carl, you
trying
don't
to
know
No,
not-
but like maybe slash
trying to not
positive
crash
though.
out. No, they,
Like
said
they-
they mean it slash negative.
Oh, I'm
Oh.
sorry.
Okay, my bad.
Okay, my bad then.
It's okay, guys.
they meant it slash negative.
Yo, I'm going back to Japan.
Okay.
You keep saying that.
Oh, yeah.
I'll
No, I'm
skip
actually
it.
going to. I don't even give a crap who knows it.
Just do a
Doesn't give a
yearly.
crap
Let's
or
just do a
shit.
yearly Japan trip.
I'll literally go anywhere, anytime.
Sammy,
Alright,
I
let's
know
go right now.
Fair.
that is right. They don't get it. They're not travel
Just
in.
tell
Sammy
me
literally
when and
went-
where. No, Whiskey,
Sammy
they don't
literally
get
goes-
it like we do.
No, Sammy literally goes, so what are you doing for your birthday? I was like, what?
No, I
what
did
I'm
text him
saying.
that the other day. I told him, what are we going to do for your birthday? And he texted me back and he goes, who's we? And I said, oh, my bad.
Who's we is diabolical.
Who's we is
No,
funny.
Sammy,
He literally said that.
Christy
I
gets
literally
it.
was like,
No,
okay,
no, with
sorry
context,
for
that's
thinking ahead
hilarious.
and trying to be nice. Okay, my
No,
bad.
No, that would actually
No,
make
no,
me
no.
spiral with
Sammy,
anxiety.
with context, that's hilarious, Loki.
Not the who's we.
That was like a niche
I
reference.
said, okay, girl, my bad.
Good, that's really good.
Sammy, I thought of you first with Dan, okay? Jeez.
I thought of you first with Dan. All right, that makes up for it, bro. That makes up for it.
Wild. Egan.
Oh, sorry, Pookie.
Ow. Oh,
I'm
sorry.
with my best friend Sam, and I'm in the middle of light.
Nice. So Chris, should we cancel the plans we made for your birthday though?
No, I'm down. What's the plan?
Well, me and Sammy were cooking something big, but then you who's weed us.
Weed.
Weed.
We
Well,
got-
if you need
we-
weed,
we-
come
we
to
got
Colorado.
who's weeded.
We go back to
Dude, I'll
Japan.
go to Colorado in a Colorado or Vermont would be so sick.
Vermont.
Ah,
Vermont
I'm
is
there,
crazy
bro.
full.
I'm there.
Bro,
Dude,
Vermont- no,
Whiskey, have you
Vermont,
ever been
dude.
to Vermont? It's
Oh,
amazing,
wow.
bro.
I haven't.
It's incredible. Go to like
Ain't that the maple syrup
yeah.
place?
Yeah, that's it.
No,
That's
craft
Canada,
beer
bro.
place.
No, that's Canada.
Yeah, but it's like the most maple syrup we have in the states.
Yeah,
besides
it's true.
No, I believe
So
you.
you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Vermont, dude.
Bro, let's just rent a big RV. Heck it.
Dude,
you're
a little
driving.
Killington trip,
Ah,
like
you do
all
not want me
seasons.
behind the wheel.
dude.
One thing
Stowe,
about me, you do
Smuggler's
not
Lodge.
want me behind the wheel.
We head over to Stowe, and then we hit up all the breweries. Oh yeah.
Oh, that Vermont
Colorado.
Chad.
Oh,
we
give me some
don't
Vermont
drink.
Chad.
Oh, Carla, come back to the States. They love you here.
Oh wait,
they
love
they
it.
love
I
you
have a
here.
Vermont chatter. Never mind. I love Vermont.
Wait, do you actually? Burlington,
Yeah.
bro? Oh, man. Think about
Yeah.
it.
I think there was
Oh,
one
fuck.
Vermont chatter. I think we had a chatter from every state, right?
Really?
Yeah.
That's actually
at least
impressive.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem, Sammy.
No, that we were missing one.
Oh damn,
Matter
I
of
got
fact,
no
Roy,
Family
no, we had no last
Buzz.
Arizona, I'm
Oh
so
wait,
good.
what?
I
I'm
know
so
Arizona
keen
would be
for
sick, but it's
Faz,
so
if I can
hot.
say that.
Yeah, Arizona.
Yeah, big
I'm
Vermont.
I'd rather
Kane.
go to like Colorado or Vermont.
Wait, guys, hear me out. California?
Let's go to
Nah,
Oregon.
I've been to California
so
enough.
expensive. California's cool, but
I think my California quota's like good.
Wait, I
for
go to the
winter.
Redwoods.
same.
Ooh,
Sammy,
I'll
have you
redwood it up.
Have you?
I would
seen
redwood it.
Redwoods
before?
is-
Dude, it's
Redwoods is-
No,
it's
I
like
never
20
have. I never
I
have.
never
20
have
minutes
either.
20
20
minutes or
minutes
I'm on a
I want
flight.
to see those
I'm
big
on a
ass
flight
trees,
right now.
dude. I
I'm
want to
not
see
even
those
kidding.
big
I
ass
go hiking
trees.
in the redwoods
Guys,
all
I'm
the time.
really craving
Really?
What?
Okay.
making
Yeah,
a
right. Take a
burrito.
pic next time.
Not the super big ones, but there's redwoods in the Oakland Hills.
Bro, I'm there. Suddenly I'm there.
Texas low key zero
Maybe
interest unless it's like
tomorrow.
a certain part.
Unless it's
Yeah,
Galveston, Texas, I'm not going.
Can be an L. Can.
Unless it's Corpus Christi, I'm not going.
There's good parts of Texas, but there's also most of Texas too.
Yeah, I like Austin. Austin's fun.
He's cool.
Like Powers or the other guy?
Nice.
No, that's-
PNW would be
Everybody's
city
on
in
fire
Texas.
today.
I know, everyone's a
I
comedian.
know. Everyone's
Chris,
on.
put it away. Great.
Chris, put it away.
Sorry.
That shot just bounced off you, by the way.
Is Alveus
The
in Austin?
Vancouver trip would go crazy.
I think it's outside of it.
Vancouver.
Vancouver.
Toronto, a
Exploded.
Toronto trip would go bonkers.
Toronto apparently, Montreal apparently is amazing.
I love Montreal.
I would love to go to Alveus.
Big fan.
I've never been
Guys,
to Montreal.
come
I
to
really wanna
Australia
go.
finally.
Oh,
Bro, I've been,
we
been
just
there,
did
done
Japan.
Been there,
If
done
flights
that,
weren't
Carlin.
$7,000.
They're not.
True.
I'll go next year.
Well, they are because of the fuel
Wait,
situation
Sammy, speak on
right
that.
now.
We'll do anything.
Alright, fine, next
one
year,
thing
next
about
year.
us, we're down.
we'll do anything.
Next year, next year.
Sammy, anyone
I'll
could
be
be
with
like,
you next year on God. On
Alright.
do
God.
you want to blank? And we're there. Doesn't even matter. Do you want to go to the
I'll-
Seven Points
I will
Hotel? We're
literally
there,
go
bro.
anywhere.
It would be a movie. Think of all
It's
the
gonna move the world.
floorbies. Yeah. Think of all the floorbies.
Ow.
I would be
All the
laughing too much if I was
Florby
there.
No, it's true.
Why would you be laughing?
'Cause everyone talking, I'd be like, I want to do that.
Low key, since we're so
wanna
close,
sound like
I'd want to
that.
go to New Zealand and go to Hobbiton.
Yeah, there you
We
go.
have to do Hobbiton.
My
Yeah.
brother's going to New
Yeah.
Zealand later this year. I might go.
Let's do the Lord of the Rings tour, bro.
Dude, Sammy, that's what I'm saying.
We can do the helicopter one too. We could really lock in. That'd be
Okay.
sick.
Okay.
We're lying to you.
I'm scared as
They
fuck of
start
helicopters.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
Chris, are you
sorry.
scared of
Oh, I
flying or
didn't
just
realize that was a
helicopters?
common fear.
Sammy,
Flying,
I can't believe you've done this. No, I'm kidding.
Sammy, why would you say such a thing?
Flying sucks ass.
Sammy brought up the
Chris, you wanna
helicopters.
mention-
I have to end stream.
Oh, my bad, guys.
She brought that up. I'm never gonna go to Australia ever again.
My
actually.
bad.
Guys, you have to admit
Wait, are
Mimi
you
before
guys-
she
You
dies.
guys are afraid of like being in the air? You guys are.
No,
afraid of
no.
heights?
No.
I was kinda
I just
freaked
feel like
out.
helicopters are just like, I don't know. I feel like they just fall out of the sky a lot.
I agree.
They
Yeah,
probably
They really don't.
Well, like,
it's
I
a
feel
rough
like they
way to
do.
go. It's a rough way to go. Let's just put it that way.
I fly all the
For
time. I'm not
context,
afraid
I've
of
been saying that to Chris for
Wesley, I
like
thought
4
we were down for
years.
anything, bro. What happened?
No, Sammy,
Just
I'll
to
still
get a
do
reaction
it.
out of him.
Sammy, I'll just do it scared.
I don't want to
Wait,
speak it into
scared
the
a
universe.
lot.
I shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Like, I'm
you just
impressed.
gotta
I
do
wish
it
I had your
scared, bro.
Yes,
wherewithal. You know?
She's
ma'am.
been sick. No,
Your
she's
husband's
okay.
a
I think she
pilot
just
and
has a
refuses
flu.
to get into a helicopter. Oh yeah, there you go. There it is.
Wait,
guys.
who's
There you go.
husband's
Okay,
a
so I
pilot?
never need
Whose
to hear
husband's a
anything
pilot?
ever
I
again.
need to speak to them.
Okay, so I'm never gonna go in a helicopter once ever. Unless I
Never,
really
never
have to.
helicoptering ever
I'm
again.
gonna take her to the vet on Monday.
Never helicoptering ever again.
I'd get on run one right now.
I didn't even know you could knock people out of stuff like that.
Yes, you can. Sam, you're just different, I guess. And
I
that's why
just
you're
don't,
broken.
I don't share a lot of like fears like
It was
that.
a good
I don't know
shot.
why. I'm not really afraid of much.
Sammy,
Whoa.
Sammy,
Okay.
Sammy,
Wait,
Sammy,
hold on.
95 viewers.
That's my mentally sturdy goat. Chris, can I keep it a buck? My
95
mouth,
viewers,
my
bro,
mouth
you
just
know,
got dry. And my
okay?
fingers got
Also,
sweaty
hit
when I
my
said
ball
that.
to Timbuktu.
95
Okay, let's
viewers
go-
is wild.
Let's go
That's
to
my
Timbuk
average on a
3
good
this
day.
year.
Bro said that unprompted, by the way. Like-
No,
Guys,
I
one
was
day.
trying to think of a fear.
No, I'm not really scared of a lot of stuff like that.
Helicopters.
Different.
You have no fears?
No,
I
I
have
wish I
some
was
fears,
more
but
like
I'm not
you.
afraid of heights. I'm not claustrophobic.
Wait,
I don't
wait,
get
Sammy,
I don't
Sammy.
get car sickness.
Driving in
I just
rush
don't have
hour.
one.
Oh, you know, Sammy, you can't drive. You hate driving.
LA.
Driving gives you anxiety.
Yeah, I don't like driving. I don't like
Okay,
driving.
there you
But I'm
go.
not afraid
Driving's
of
a bit-
car.
Yeah, but you're
Like,
afraid
I'll
of
be in
driving a car. Yeah, but you won't drive one. That's a fear.
No,
That's a
it
big
just makes
fear.
me uncomfortable.
That's
Chris,
fair.
stop like gaslighting Sammy to make her scared of
Bro,
stuff.
no, he's like
That's
yelling
not a
at me.
fear.
He's like, "Be afraid, bro. Be afraid."
Oh, I know one. I know
Sammy,
one,
Sammy
Sammy,
does.
that Chris said.
What,
When Chris was like, "Oh, imagine if Twitch went under and we couldn't stream."
Yeah, that is actually a fear of mine.
I think that's a
we-
fear for
that
all of us. It's our
that
job.
me and all of my friends lose our careers in a moment. That is
Mold.
scary
Yeah.
to me.
Wait,
Sammy,
wait, you're
have
afraid
to
of
YouTube,
mold?
though. Wait, don't say that.
I really don't like mold. I
Wait,
really
Sammy,
don't
come
like
visit.
mold.
Sammy, come visit Loki.
No,
Come on,
bro.
Sammy.
If I visited you, I would be in a hazmat suit and I would clean that apartment like you've never seen anything clean before.
You'd have to peel
Hazmat's
the walls
crazy.
Off. You'd have to peel
That's
the walls
wild.
No, I don't. I didn't
That's
say
just
I didn't
so
have
funny.
any fears. I just don't share a lot of the common fears. Like I'm not afraid of heights. I'm not
Speak on
claustrophobic.
that.
I'm not afraid of the ocean.
Okay.
Ocean's scary.
Ocean scares
bad.
the shit out of me, dude.
I know me and Sammy would have tore it up.
I'm
on the
low-key
Northern
scared of a
Line
lot of
cruise,
stuff, I
too.
realized, I think.
Yeah, no, we would have chopped it up on the Northern Line cruise.
You know,
So devastated.
you know what it is? You know what it is? I've realized? I'm not scared of things. I'm just scared of dying in terrible ways. So, like, ocean,
That's
I'm
valid.
scared of drowning or ship going down.
Drowning really
Fly-
sucks, though.
I don't think I'm actually scared of flying. I'm scared of being in a plane crash.
I don't care.
You know what I mean?
Like, if that's
That's
the way to
like-
go, that's
that's
it.
fair.
That's
That's
the
the
that's
No,
it,
I feel,
guess.
Chris. I feel the same
I
way.
don't want to be
Yeah.
in pain. I
You
don't
won't
want
be
to
in
die.
pain. It'll happen
painful.
so fast.
Yeah,
Chris,
but
no,
still.
dying
You'll
in a plane
die before
crash
you even
is
hit the
not-
fucking ground.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the fear and terror that you're gonna experience is worse.
No,
Of
I don't
course.
think so, bro.
What?
I'd be mad zen. Because it's like, I feel like you would.
In a plane crash?
Yeah, because
Sammy,
you just
that's wild.
accept it.
That's wild.
You just
That's wild.
accept it. No, I
don't think
genuinely
people
am
do,
not
though.
really afraid of death. Like I'm not.
You
I'm
actually-
not
we'll
afraid
never
of
know
dying.
if people
you-
people
Sammy,
do on
you might
that,
be
to be
different.
honest.
You actually might be different.
Yeah.
I'm just. It's just. It is the way it is. You know what I mean? Like if I was
Well-
in a plane crash and the pilots were like, "Yeah, we're definitely gonna die," I'd be like, "Okay, that's it."
But
Like,
like
why
in
would I
10
spend
minutes,
my
though?
Time
last
to walk
moments
in and hold my
panicking?
hands with someone.
Why would I spend
Yeah.
my last minutes panicking, bro?
Because you
I'm
can't control
It
it.
is the way it is. I've got no
You
Yeah,
control.
Wait, so
it's
you have
out of
control over your feelings?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would feel fine. I think.
Well,
I'd just be
yeah.
like, "This is it, GG."
That's awesome.
I don't know.
Sammy, I actually commend that. Like, that's like I can't even
I think-
fathom
you
that.
know
You
what?
might be the
I
most
don't think
mentally
that's
strong person I
uncommon
know.
though. I feel like a lot of people feel like that too.
No, I would feel
No.
the same, Sammy, if I had Wi-Fi on the plane and I sent a massive group text being like, "I'm out. You guys are great."
Carla, I would I would thumbs up your message, not knowing what you were talking about.
Yeah.
What last real
God.
scroll?
Yeah.
What last real scroll?
Well,
Sammy,
that's
I'd
real
hit
scroll.
I'd hit a little scroll.
I'd film a reel. I'd
a
film a
little
reel just to
scroll.
be famous one last time, get some revenue for my funeral, and then I'll be good.
No, you get revenue from Instagram.
Get some
Wait,
revenue.
hold on,
is
Rewind. You get
crazy.
revenue from Instagram?
No, I
Am
don't. But
fumbling?
surely they'll like a funeral company will sponsor my mom or something.
Oh, okay. Word. I mean,
Okay.
I would sponsor it at that point, just because like I'm a great friend, but
Oh, thanks. But
that's neither here nor there.
yeah, I think if I had Wi-Fi, I'd be like more accepting of it.
Interesting.
That's why
Yeah,
when I don't have
I
Wi-Fi on a
think
plane, I get a bit
violent-
nervy.
I think violent, painful death is just the fear for me. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
That's fair.
If it helps, it only happens once.
I don't know, Chris.
But here,
Well,
here's
you
what
can
compounds it.
survive.
I don't really
could-
believe
you
in
could
an
survive low-key.
afterlife, which is kind of dark. I know for a lot of people.
Let's
but-
get philosophical tonight.
Yeah, so like it's a compounding issue, right?
Let's
Because
get
I think
philosophical on this chili.
I'm very Ian McKellen about it. Like I feel like you go from nothing and you go back to nothing. That's kind
I'd play
That's fair,
Kesha's
bro.
Timber while I'm going
of.
down.
And don't get me wrong, it's not like a great thing, but
It's going
it's
down.
I
Everyone
personally
stand
feel
up!
like we recycle our energy.
I'm going timber.
I wish. I hope that's the case.
We definitely
That'd
do.
be sick.
Chris, egg theory kind of or no?
I don't know what that means, but I'm down.
I'd call the crew button and ask for some cheese and crackers.
Oh, Carl, I'd be so greedy. I said, give me a pizza. Give me I'd move my ass up to first class.
Yeah,
I get
yeah, yeah,
champagne.
yeah.
Like.
Can I see the
Matter of
cockpit
fact-
real quick? And I'm not
Yeah,
talking
matter
about
of
the
fact, show
office.
cockpit.
Sorry.
Okay, all right.
Why not?
Okay, no, okay.
Okay, sorry.
No, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
All right, sick. Not beating the allegations.
Sammy, low key, it targeted you. I didn't mean to do that.
Reincarnate.
I'm not even kidding. Dude, if reincarnation's a real thing, that's sick. Like, that's a W.
But
I
imagine if you
honestly-
reincarnate as like a GTRP streamer.
Can I say something like, I'm not trying to bring the mood down, but it was kind of cool. Just give me a sec.
Do it.
So the day before my stepdad's funeral, I was at the shops and I saw someone identical to him. His body shape, his height, his face.
I've heard about this before.
Like, it was actually, like, I was staring at him and I had to, like, play it cool because I didn't want to look like a creep to this guy, but I was like, holy shit. Like, what are you doing? Like, it was crazy. I was like, okay, sick.
I think there's a lot of reasons to believe in an afterlife or
For
like some
sure.
kind of like spiritual manifestation. It's just hard for me to believe anything that's not like
fair. I think it's like,
Bro, and
Right
you're
in front of my
valid.
yeah, it's valid
I
person
don't
to
think
person.
you're meant to have like concrete evidence about it. I think it's one of those things where you're always supposed to kind of be like, well, what if kind of vibes.
Yeah, for sure. Like,
Yeah,
for
'cause
me,
if we
it was
knew-
nice.
If you
If we knew
knew
it
there
would
was
ruin
something
life, yeah.
guaranteed, everyone would just be like, all right, I'm out. Let's go to the.
That's true.
Let's go to
Promise land.
Valhalla, bro. I'm out.
Let's all
Yeah.
go right now. Are you kidding me? Like we don't
Wait, can
know,
you-
so it's like,
Go to
all
a
right.
cooler place.
Can you guys promise me that if I'm the first to go, you'll raid me?
Yeah.
Bro.
We'll all do an offline raid.
Offline, though.
We'll do an offline raid.
First to go.
Can I have your stream
Afterlife
key?
raid me.
Oh, okay,
no, like,
sorry.
I meant like Afterlife raid me. Like just show up like in the
Oh,
afterlife. Like, yo,
can-
we're
yeah,
here.
of course.
Can you give me your
Sure,
stream
bro.
key
I'll
so
link
I
up.
can
I'll
film?
link up
Yes,
with
you
you
can
the
have it. You can,
Wait.
you can do
Link
whatever you
up.
want.
Guys, let's
Come on,
let's give everyone stream keys just in case it happens, so you can stream the funeral and do like a subathon for it.
Oh wait,
already
wait.
texted Sammy and
First,
Carlos stream keys.
first collab
One
in
last
heaven.
subathon.
First collab in the afterlife.
Yeah, I'll get Jesus on.
Dude, imagine having tech issues in the afterlife. That would
Wait,
piss me off.
wait, whiskey, can you?
Don't say that. That's my nightmare. That's my nightmare.
Dude, imagine you're at heaven's
with like
gates.
with 2K viewers.
Yeah, and then you
Oh
just
my God.
drop
Wait,
frames
wait,
when
wait,
you're
wait.
talking to God.
Whiskey, can you dress up as Jesus for me? For my funeral stream?
For my
Guys,
funeral stream.
Let's
do a
be
speech?
real. You're all not going first.
What do you mean?
If anyone's gonna go first, it'll
What are we
probably
talking
be me, to be honest.
No,
If
come on.
anyone's going first, it's
Oh,
the guy
no.
who's been in the
Whiskey's
hospital for
Jesus,
2/3
I'll
of
be
the month.
Virgin Mary,
No, guys, come on.
and I'm gonna sing Madonna.
We're all living forever.
Life
gonna go
is
first.
a
You call my
mystery. Hell yeah.
And what can you do?
I'll
Yeah,
put
what
you
if
in my
you
will.
glitch through heaven's gates like Super Mario 64. up the
I'll
stairs.
24-hour stream.
Wait, like you weren't supposed to get there, but you just like kind of
Yeah.
glitched through, just like real quick.
Yeah, if you're like a go into hell Andy, but you just like do the backwards spam jump from
tell
Super
Andy.
Mario, and then
Go and tell Andy, he says.
then you just glitch through the gates.
Oh my God, bro. Well, I didn't even register that like whole round. To
Same.
be honest.
Same. I was just talking about a 24-hour funeral
I had a
stream.
great
won?
time. I honestly had a
I
great. I
did.
think I won. Damn it.
Oh wait, guys,
Sorry if this
actually.
conversation just made someone like just lose their mind in chats.
No, it's okay. Just Faz me when I pass. Like, go into my
Personally,
house.
my
and
chat is laughing bigly.
do a
Carla,
Faz
you're
IRL.
living
I
forever.
love talking about
No,
this
that's
stuff, but
me.
I know not
Fine.
everyone does.
What? Sorry.
I know not everyone does.
Crispy, one time I was playing games with Chris, and someone in his chat said, "Why does Whiskey always talk about his own death?"
No one said that.
Wait, low key, I love that about you.
Chris,
I love that
remember,
about you.
I remember that exact stream.
You,
we were
I
playing
feel like you
Pete-
don't ever talk about your death. Am I weird?
No, someone in my chat can vouch. It's like an ongoing bit.
What?
Fair.
No, I don't know if it was my death specifically, but they said, "Why does Whiskey always talk about weird shit?" Or something.
Monkey detritus?
Oh, well, that's
And I-
fair. That's
Well,
fair.
No,
That's
but
different.
I was talking about my death at the time.
Oh, at the time. So
Oh.
correlated.
Like, why does Whiskey always kill a conversation? Is that what they said? Something like that?
No. I'm like I'm fanning the flames of the conversation perpetually. I
Oh, of course, of course.
Bro, I'll chop it up about this stuff all day long.
Sammy,
I'm-
I'll
I'm
chop
Me
it
not-
up.
too.
love it.
I
I love
actually
talking about
love it.
anything.
I
Real.
love talking about that stuff.
Real.
I just
Matter
know
of
it's
fact,
like
I'm a
not
professional
everyone
Let's play
wants
another
to
round of
talk
golf.
about that stuff.
Matter of fact,
That's why it's
Tina,
like
Another
in.
round. Carl, you down for another round?
I closed the game, Toots, but hey.
Ooh, okay.
Oh.
No,
gotta
listen,
quote it
if she
herself.
wants
I'm
to
not-
go, let
I'm
her
not
go.
playing golf without
if she
my
wants
goat.
to go, let her go.
Well, I have an update, so I guess I have to.
Well, I also have to eat a whole pizza, Carla, so I don't blame you.
Oh, so you want to go?
Oh yeah, I was kind of excited.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Wait, how'd that hit Sammy?
I don't know. Maybe because I was close to the.
I was aiming for whiskey, low key, but
Oh, thanks, man.
I thought this was updated.
I mean, it's nothing personal. Just right in front of me.
Right. Yeah, she hit me with the toots. Bro said I say need to my sleep.
Yeah, it's true. Guys, this is what he sounds like.
Snores
Ready?
and
I was
says need
sleeping
to.
and I was like, "What's that noise?" And I heard, "Need to, 50% off, code."
That's probably just his like his alarm or something.
I heard her sleeping and she goes, I love my friends. I'm so grateful to be here. I'm having the time of my life. I was like, oh, that's really nice. And we tucked her in because she was freezing.
Guys,
Aw.
no, you know what's funny?
Tucked
My
her is
room,
wild.
I always had the heater on because I was so cold, and people would come in and be like, "Bro, what the fuck?" Because everyone.
It was grossly
No,
hot.
it was
like-
actually
it was-
insanely hot.
It was
in
like
your
a
room.
problem.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Carla, I personally liked it because I was freezing. But
Yeah, true.
it's a
true.
California take.
True.
Yeah, that is a California.
I had
Should
my
we start a
long johns
podcast or nah?
You said this
Chris, I've
every
been saying
3
this
months.
For 3 months, Chris. I've been saying this for 3 months.
No one would listen, guys.
They would listen. They would listen.
No, they
chat,
wouldn't,
would you listen to
dude.
a podcast? My chat is
No,
exploding.
they're all
saying
gonna say
yes.
no. They're all gonna
My
say
chat
no.
is saying yes.
Is exploding.
I
They
can't-
would
chat,
definitely
slow
say
down.
yes.
Chat, slow down. I can't even read all these messages. Chris, come on.
You know what's crazy? I don't listen to any podcast because I don't give a fuck. But I
Same.
watch podcast
Yeah.
clips.
Yeah, we could clip farm crazy.
I watch clips all the
There
time.
is a lot of. It's like those two guys that do the.
Shan wrote,
what
no,
is
it's
it?
over, guys. Pack it up.
I'm sorry.
Oh my
Shan.
God,
Shan
Shannon,
says over.
really?
Shan
But if
said no,
Shan
it's
says
fucking
it,
rude.
then yeah. Then
I
What if she
haven't
gives
really-
Shan 15% of the profits?
No, that was only in
20%.
Japan. I was really
25,
cold,
30.
but I usually have a fan on me, even if it's
Shan's
cold.
like, unless I'm on there, no thanks.
Wait, no, yeah, bring her on.
yeah.
Shan
Matter of
bit would be
fact-
so good.
Dude, Shan is
Matter
a
of
Division
fact,
1
bring her on.
chopper upper. Like one of my
She-
favorites.
no,
Macabre,
she's
Macabre
I'll do
dudes
it
arguably
with
the
Shan.
funniest one because she'll like just say stuff and not try to be funny.
And
and
yeah,
it's
the
funny.
facial expressions are really good.
Look at me go.
I love how
Sammy,
my
how the
film
hell you
camera
gonna
just
pay her,
had
bro?
Shan on it.
I got knocked up here, and I'm just vibing.
True.
Speaking of
Say shit
knocked,
on the pod.
Fortnite tomorrow.
Dude, new update actually.
Can't
New
we gotta play Subnautica.
update.
All right.
Oh.
Subnautica.
Are you-
What
are
about
you
Dom
playing tomorrow?
Nautica?
Subnautica? No way.
My bad.
Oh.
I don't want to encroach on y'all's territory.
You can play also.
No, I'm not allowed. I'm being respectful.
All right.
I've been looking
Caleb
forward to the
Heron's
game for
very
years.
funny. Yeah, it's been cooking for 8 years, right?
What?
Oh, 8 years? Really?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, ever since the
Subnautica
first
2,
one
yeah.
came out.
Subnautica 2? And there's
Yeah.
still 3 or 4 years until it's fully released. So,
Yep. So I'll be on Directive 8020.
dude, you're gonna love it. It's
8060.
so good.
Is it 8060? It's 8020.
80/20. Use the rewind feature.
80/40.
Don't let your chat convince you not to use the rewind feature.
My chat can't convince me of anything. Just kidding. They
Yes,
say.
they
I'll
do.
do it. I'll do whatever they
Aura.
say.
You'll
I'll
do whatever they say.
I'll fold
Real.
immediately, Sammy. Don't get it
Real.
twisted.
Fold immediately is so true.
Let's boot up
Well, I sent
Warcraft.
you.
GTA 6 pre-order start next week, bro. I don't even have a PS5, so I can't get it.
What a
Is it actually? Wait, can I keep it an actual
I
buck
don't know.
really
But
quick?
they're not releasing it on PC. Is that
No,
not?
they're-
I'm
no,
not
they're losing
excited
it.
for
They roll.
GTA.
Oh,
I'm
shit.
not excited for
They roll.
GTA.
You're
Bro,
right.
we won't
I don't care.
even- we
Can I
can't
be
even
honest?
play
I don't
it.
care either.
I don't
Yeah.
really care about it. Like
They,
I was
they
never.
kind of took too long. It's gonna be amazing, but it also took too long.
I think it's
No,
fun.
but I think it's actually
I
gonna
grew
flop.
up playing GTA.
I know
so
that's
Real
like a
Sammy.
weird take.
Yeah,
but-
I'm gonna play
What's-
it as well.
Like
Like
what's
a
gonna be amazing?
Muppet.
Like the single player campaign? Like the what part is amazing?
It's probably just gonna be good.
I just like I played GTA 5 and I was like, okay, like any
It's
other
okay.
story game.
What, bro? I love GTA 5.
What's your
GTA
favorite
five
part
Back
of
when
it?
I was 16.
It was
Vice City was
fun,
so
but,
good.
like,
I love delivering
I don't know.
pizza.
Yeah, I like
Except when you get
Interesting.
sick for whiskey.
San Andreas. I like San Andreas, but
San Andreas was good. I like just fucking shit up in that game, personally.
I
Bro,
think,
also,
but here's the
GTA
thing.
5 Online changed my life when I
Yes.
was like, younger.
Yeah.
Like I
Wait,
used to
that's
play
fair.
it all the time with my friends.
Sammy,
We'd
we
do the
probably
bank
like
heist.
walked past
Oh,
each
okay,
other.
okay.
No,
Here,
man.
you know
Yeah,
what?
Carla,
You want to know
Carla, we
my?
were like a good age for it. I
No,
think.
it was perfect.
Here's
what were
my
you saying?
take about GTA that I think makes sense. The realer that GTA gets, the worse it's going to be as a game, because
What do you
the
mean real?
part of the charm, like
The
the more
graphics.
like real
Realistic.
graphics and like realistic, it's just gonna lose its charm. Because half the charm was like
have to pee.
How
not
janky
being
it
that
got.
Yeah, how janky and weird it was, and like not
I'm
real.
giving you words so you can
I can see that.
I
No,
don't know.
I think
do something. Have
I
to.
know
I
it's
think,
a
I
weird
think the
take, but,
realistic
like-
aspect is definitely cool, and I'm stoked for
I'll
it.
be back.
But I'm hesitant.
Yeah.
I wanted to succeed, but I also am like not going into it with like, yeah, dude, it's gonna be the fucking best game
It
ever
can't
made.
be too serious. If it's too serious, it's not going to be GTA.
I mean, it can't be better than Slay the Spire 2.
True.
Now hold on.
Anyone?
This guy's cooking.
No?
Yeah, I follow the laws
Listen,
in
at the end of the day, we'll probably all play it, but like, you know.
We won't play it for a year after release. Well, actually, maybe
No,
you guys have.
no.
Do you guys have PlayStations or Xboxes, like new ones?
No,
I have a
I don't
PS5,
have any
yeah.
consoles. I just have a
Wait,
Switch.
PS5? Yo, lucky.
I got it in 2020.
Lucky.
Sony, hit me
You
up.
can still murder
That's like-
sex. Dude, you'll probably be able to murder anyone. They're not
You'll
gonna
be able
like
to kill everyone.
they'll like they can't like have like everyone should be killable in that game. Like that's just how it is. Because if they let it, you know what I mean? Like you should get in trouble for killing people in it, but like everyone, cops, everyone, sex
Chris,
workers.
thank God you said you should get in trouble
That's
for
just how
killing
it is.
people, or
Like
you were
it's
about to get
GTA.
canceled.
Everyone should get killed.
Yeah.
That's close.
You can't even walk GTA without getting a jaywalking citation.
Yeah.
So.
We'll
Yeah.
see. I don't
At
know.
the end of the day, I just drive.
it's
I
gonna
run
be
into
interesting.
everyone with my car.
Ooh, clip it.
Flip it.
In
It's
GTA.
gonna be interesting.
Flip it
And
and
clip it.
ship it.
And it's on YouTube Shorts.
Can I say something
Good.
though? Like, what's going on like game wise this year? There's like no big releases coming up. It's like, hey.
Fable 2.
There's been big releases.
Yeah, Fable's coming out.
Fable 2 is
No,
gonna
I mean
be sick.
there's been games, but it's like very unsaturated.
I think it's
talking
just
about-
called Fable.
You talking like
no?
triple A
Oh, is
titles?
it? Oh yeah,
Crispy?
Fable. Sorry, it's called Fable.
you're
I
chilling.
wouldn't say I'm necessarily talking about AAA titles, but I'm talking about games that have like IPs that have
Sauce?
some sauce. Yeah, like I don't know what the word I'm trying to say. Previous installments, or
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like,
No, I do know what
Yeah.
you mean. I mean, there's been a few. I mean, we got like Silk Song last year, but that was
Silk
last
Song was
year.
great. Yeah.
I never beat it, but
I never
Same,
I feel
played
like
but
it.
was
there's been
still
a
good.
lot of good like. Dude, I'm telling you, there's like a banger indie game once a week. It's crazy.
Well, yeah. I mean, indie is the wave now. to be
There's a
honest.
Phasmo like clone coming out that looks kind of interesting. I sent you guys some reels about it.
Oh, Chris, I saw that one. I
It
thought it
does
was
look kinda
manure.
good.
Oh, my bad.
It looked
Okay,
kind of
that's good.
interesting.
My bad.
No, Sammy.
Did it look mid?
It's great. Chris, I said manure, not mid, but yeah.
Oh, manure. My bad.
By the way, this is kind of hilarious. I was just like running around this course, just chopping it up for like an
I'm
hour.
just playing like mini golf
It
right now.
is
Yeah.
a movie year.
Yeah.
That is true. We're getting some big movies.
It is a movie year, dude. The Odyssey. Oh my god, I'm so ready.
We're getting
I'm
a
sat
lot.
for Dune 3.
Dude, I'm sad for
Dune
Dune.
3.
Lego Dark Knight. Oh yeah, Lego Batman Dark Knight's coming out.
Wait, Sammy, do you have an IMAX near you?
Lego Dark Knight.
Yeah,
should be
I do.
cool.
I do have an IMAX.
Is it like within like an hour of you?
Yeah. Pull up.
Sammy, hear me out. You, me, Luke, an extra large popcorn IMAX Dune release weekend.
Hey, that's beautiful. Say
Damn.
less.
Wait.
No,
I'm seeing
Say
Spider-Man with
less.
Banff when it comes out.
Wait, I'm seeing Spider-Man with Banff.
Oh, you're coming to New York City, Times Square?
Wait,
Yeah.
wait,
Yeah.
wait. Deathmatch. for
Sammy,
it.
this guy thinks I won't do anything. What do you mean am I coming to New York City? That's a flight. Sammy, that's 5 hours, twin. I'm there tomorrow. Am I coming to New York City?
Bro, it's $4 million though.
I'm there
Chris, I don't give a fuck.
True. Fuck it.
Chris, I put myself in insurmountable debt to go to Japan instead of moving out of my mold-ridden apartment, and those are lifelong memories.
Wait, speak on
Wait,
that.
I'll do it
Wait, you're-
again.
this guy's cooking, low key.
No, the one thing I'll always spend money on is travel. Everything else, I don't care.
That's fair.
'Cause when I'm
Yeah,
on my
true.
deathbed, am I gonna care about the black mold that's in my lungs? No, but I'm gonna remember that
How about
time.
food?
Well, it's
I'm
gonna
gonna remember that
contribute
time
to
that
your
Luke and I
deathbed,
got
that's the thing.
17 lemon zawas at the izakaya, bro.
Yeah. Amen.
And that one
You know
time
what?
we almost went to an onsen with Luke.
And then we had to cancel it because.
Hey, that's
you know.
fire.
Yeah. Because this, and that.
The old Schwinze.
Am I coming to New York? He says. I can't believe it.
New York is a place
I'm
of beauty.
insulted. Chris, you know what they got in New York? Ichiran.
And lemon zawas.
Ichiran. You know what they have in New York? Bubba Gump shrimp.
Gabagool in New York.
We should start a
Gabagool.
shrimp farm
The
now, guys.
gabagool.
I'm
The
trying to get you on this shrimp
gabagool.
farm thing.
Why are
do
we
you mean by
farming
this?
shrimp?
No, if we get several 1,000-gallon tanks, we can start a shrimp farm. And
Who
don't
got,
laugh. Who's
who
laughing,
got you on
bro?
shrimp farming TikTok,
Sammy,
bro? What
Sammy,
is
let's
this?
just
Who
let's
in
just
your
say
chat
when
got you on
no,
strip
no, no, no.
farming?
Let's just say when I started stream today, there was a couple Instagram reels that got me. They kind of
Okay, how
got me
much?
thinking.
What's the over under? Not the over under. What's the bottom line for shrimp farming?
What do you mean?
Like, what are we looking at per month?
Like what's? I mean, the ceiling is endless, but we need like a pretty hefty investment to get started. I mean,
How many
1,000.
tanks do we need?
How many
Like
tanks? do you
Tanks
need?
is so
Tanks.
12,
funny.
at least 12 1,000 gallon
All right.
tanks.
Say
much-
me and
how
Sammy
much is
both
that? What are we
contribute
talking about?
10K. Is
Is
that
that
enough?
The money that,
Okay.
yeah, no, Crispy, you give me 25,000, I make you a millionaire by Christmas.
All right, I'm in.
Millionaire.
I've heard this story before.
Guys,
What are
the
we doing with these
shrimp-
shrimps? Are you cooking them?
You can cook them, you can eat them, you can catch and release, you can sell them to restaurants. Guys, the shrimp farming empire is the shrimp farming empire is there's
catching release.
Guys, there's gold in the streets waiting for someone to sweep it up.
Bro, imagine going fishing and catching a shrimp and being like, and then putting it back in the
buddy.
water.
Chris, how does being a trillionaire sound, man?
Wow,
Trillionaire?
that's good.
You could be
Who
a
wants to be a
trillionaire tomorrow.
trillionaire?
This is how he's affording Japan too. Is this?
My God, bro.
Japan the sequel.
Bro, next time I tab into Whiskey's stream, he's just got 20 like huge tanks behind him.
One on the top bunk.
Dude, wait. So what? Is there more? Is there like multiple varieties of shrimp that would work? Like,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but there's probably like a default like good profit margin one, but you could get freaky with it if you want. I mean, Crispy, I'm telling you, the world is our mollusk,
Oh
or
my
whatever they
god.
are.
Mollusk.
the world is our.
We're
crustacean.
wordsing with friends
Exactly.
until
Right, hold on,
Faz is
someone's
down.
putting
I
an
thought it was
Instagram
installed.
reel
Sorry,
about
guys. What the
shrimp
hell?
farming. I gotta watch this.
But you read messages that people put in your chat. I don't.
I read everything
like-
that everyone says in my chat because
like
I love my
Instagram?
chat.
Oh, do
No,
you?
Chris, you only ignore your friends when they say something.
No, I don't know my friends.
Whoops.
No, I'm
Chris,
just
last time I asked that question, you said that you ignore things I say because your brain is too full from COVID and that you don't listen to things I say.
That's not
What
true.
does that mean?
Chris,
Full
there's a
from
there's a
COVID?
Run the clip.
there's a
Run the
hilarious
Run the
clip.
clip.
There's a hilarious clip of you saying that, and it's my
My
favorite.
brain's full from COVID. What's that even mean?
Yeah.
That's
I said-
wild.
Wait, someone just said Chris just ignored the reel I sent. Who gives a fuck? Damn.
Dang.
Sorry, Hannah. No, I just don't click. I don't click links in chat because I don't feel like. Here's the thing. As a streamer, like having to
Hold on, I
click on
gotta
a
watch- I
video
gotta watch
and then
this clip.
show it and interrupt what you're doing, and my computer sucks and it lags and it pisses me off. So I just
We gotta
hate
watch this.
clicking on links.
Yeah, it
Chris,
definitely
you
depends
can,
on
you
the
can have
context.
boundaries, bro. That's fine.
Yeah, boundaries are
Okay, we
cool.
gotta
Also,
watch this.
someone can say something diabolical and you'll never know.
That's
Like
fair.
a poop sock from Nandre in 2022.
True.
Yeah. Yeah. Then also you start clicking links, then everyone's sending links constantly, thinking that you're fucking
Yeah.
always clicking them.
I used to click them all the time,
Sure.
then I got overwhelmed because like it would be in the middle of a DBD game. Or I'm
Yeah.
about to win, and I'm like, that link's gonna go. It's gonna just. I'm just like, put it in
Yeah,
the
you
Discord.
like- Yeah, put it in the fucking disc. I'm
Put
gonna
it
get
in
a dub in Fortnite.
Sorry.
But I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's
I'm
fun.
not clicking it.
Yeah.
I get it. It makes sense.
I'm not a
Most
clicker.
streamers won't click a link.
Chris. I just you gotta watch this clip, please.
Bro, I'm not watching it.
You watch it after stream.
Okay.
Oh,
Wait, what
great.
even is it from?
It's us playing golf, and it's just you yelling at me.
Bro, that
Oh.
sounds like every time we play golf.
Yeah, but it's like hilarious. It's like one of my favorite clips.
Wait. So what's the basis?
Boy.
Because I ignored you or you ignored me?
It's just you saying that your brain is full of COVID, so you can't listen to anything I can say anymore.
That's wild. What a wild
Doesn't
thing
make any
to say.
sense.
It's just watch the clip. It's right there.
I'm not
Wait,
watching
what
it.
year is this?
This was last week.
Oh,
It's
it's last week.
If it's last week, then I'm a monkey's uncle, dude.
It was.
No,
straight
you
up-
probably
You're the
did say
monkey's
something like that. I'll
detritus.
keep it a stack.
The, Timmy, we don't need to like wonder if the stack is there or not. The clip is right there.
Chris has been popping off lately. He'll go on these like tangents where he's just like saying things.
Where's
Something's
this link
awesome.
even at?
It's in Squad Eyes.
Oh. Our good friend Chris. I can hear this.
Oh, he's watching it.
Faz is done. Guys, is it crazy that I'm
We haven't
excited
done
to
this for, like,
talk to you?
15 minutes.
My brain is
I
so
know,
excited
same.
just
I
to talk
literally
to
haven't
you.
looked at chat once. No, I'm kidding. I have.
Ah,
Wait, so
Bro
what-
forgot
what's
to
the actual
preface
quote?
this with the context. Hold on, I'm watching it, but
What's the-
he
all right,
left
yeah.
out the context of this.
Context is important. Also, he hard muted, which is kind of funny.
Bro, sick of us.
Oh god.
Wait.
Did Colin just go play Phasma?
No, I was
Still here?
no,
Oh,
I was
okay.
waiting for it to update, and I was playing Words on stream,
Oh.
and then I was gonna leave when it
Oh,
installed.
fun.
Little podcast moment for me.
Fair. This is so funny. It just feels like a after like a play vibes or like after like a event vibes.
No, it does.
We're literally just hanging out.
What was I saying?
Loki, I wish there was
How
more
you're
moments
living
like
the
this,
dream.
If I'm gonna keep it.
I know, Joe. I love friend swap days, but
Your
I don't
favorite.
get to talk to chat as much. So by the end of it, I'm like,
I need to this glitch to work.
guys. I'll switch after this round.
Oh, did it work? Sammy.
Oh, crispy!
It almost worked.
Holy!
We're stuck together for a second.
Oh,
I was gonna
saw
fly into the
that.
atmosphere.
Chris,
That's
I'm watching your stream as you play it.
Funny. Wait, there's a little secret area down here.
Yo, straight up, I still agree with myself.
But you were like, bro, you were like,
Double down.
that's
double
crazy.
down.
The double
No,
down
'cause-
is classic.
Dude, because like you got angry because I didn't know you were circumcised or something
That's
stupid.
not no. You randomly said that out of nowhere. It was like an insane stray. I was just saying that you don't give a shit about me.
No, I care about stuff, but I also don't care about like random like details sometimes. I'm like, I have too much shit going on. If you're like, hey man, my shirt was blue, it's like, dude, I don't know. Like, at least I knew half the story.
But what if I was really excited to tell you that my shirt was blue?
Sammy,
You still
Sammy,
wouldn't care?
I would be like,
Exactly.
that's amazing,
Sammy,
but I'm not gonna remember it in 3
exactly.
weeks because my brain doesn't work that way anymore.
No, but Sammy, like that's exactly the point though. Like if I'm saying something, it's because I want to share it with my friends who I love.
Nah, I think you're valid.
I do get what you're saying. I'm gonna be honest. I get that.
Me, Crispy, or other person?
What?
Other person is Chris.
Other person.
Who's other
It's
person?
disrespectful.
Other person is
Other
wild.
person's actually crazy.
No.
Other person.
Do you agree? Like, do you get what I'm saying though? Like, it's hard to keep. Like, the amount of stuff we read every day of information, like it's impossible to keep everything in your brain. It is.
Chris,
It's impossible.
can I keep it? Can I keep
Oh
it?
no,
a buck?
100%.
I have an excellent memory and I remember everything.
The amount of stuff. Yo, Sandwich,
that's
thanks for the raid.
aura.
Sorry guys, 1 sec.
Bro's gonna fuck off for 20
I'm out.
minutes.
Sam,
I'm out.
Sam.
I'm
All
out. I
right.
need
Well,
pizza.
Have your
that's the
pizza.
end of the night.
I'm out.
No, wait, don't leave. Sam, how's your brain doing?
I can't just ask her that.
Sam.
You can't just ask Sam that, Chris.
He's asked worse.
That's
Worst.
true.
Well, that's
Yeah, why
true.
did I say it like that?
That's
I mean,
actually
Wait,
true.
are you guys still in the lobby? I got kicked.
Yeah, we're just me and Sammy are
we've been
literally
in-
just
we've been in
putting
here
right
Well,
now.
35
maybe.
minutes.
How are
Wait,
you
toss me an
doing?
invite. I want to run around.
Yeah.
We're literally just golfing and just goofing around, goofs and gaffs.
Wait, Sam,
Wait,
you gonna
that
join
was-
us or no?
So nice.
Sam,
Ah,
get
come on.
in here.
That was an eagle.
Wait, but Whiskey, do you remember what it was that I
It's
was?
loading
that
so
you were, like,
slow.
upset that I didn't remember. So I'm
Blended
trying to
Chili's
remember.
Lucid
it was-
Dream
it-
backshot starting
no
a
joke, I think
podcast
it was
with
like
a
my
crew.
birthday.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I still to this
Oh,
day
bro.
right now couldn't tell you what it was.
Or it was like
Here's
how,
the thing.
No, you know
Birthdays
what
are
it was?
so.
It's
No, no,
June
no.
or it's September or it's Feb.
Ooh,
Not
here it
even
is.
remotely close. You know what it was? I
Hello?
think it was. You
November,
said something like,
right.
"Oh, you have a brother."
Yeah, you have 2
Oh
brothers.
yeah, it was about your brothers.
3.
It definitely was about your brothers.
Ooh.
How do you? Wait, but Chris, you said you didn't know that I had a brother back then. That's why. That's why.
No, I
said
knew that. I knew you had a brother because he worked on that movie.
Which movie?
Kiki. Gigi.
Close.
Kiki's Delivery Service?
D.
Yep, there you go. Good friend.
DD. DD.
3.5 out of 5.
I like
He
3
got,
2.
he got upset by my rating the other day.
Oh, wait, you watched it and rated it?
Yeah, it's good. It's actually really good.
I haven't.
Maybe I
Wait,
give it a 4.
Gigi like the Ben Affleck movie?
No, that's Giggly.
Oh,
It looks so
These
good.
sound fake.
You're right.
that'd be true.
Pals.
Carla.
I love
like,
you.
I'm-
Thank you for today.
I
I just
gotta
wanted to
go,
say
guys.
bye.
Night night, Carl.
Carla, night night.
Carla.
Love you
We'll see you
guys.
games.
Bye.
Appreciate you, pal.
Night night.
See ya.
Wow, guys. This is sick. This looks so good. That's all I'll say. You can say whatever you want, my love. Guys, hello. Hi. Guys, I haven't spoken to you properly all day. I'm sad. Hello, how are you? Hello, hello, aloha. I missed you guys. How are you? Oh, this looks fun. I'm overwhelmed. So fair, babe. Coffee World. So I wonder how all this works. The cat is asleep halfway outside her cat bed. It's a night. Hi, Winter. Hello. Amy, do it. No, I had a really great time with pals, but I was like, you know what would be good? Just hearing my voice. And not 5 others. Again, I love them so much. They didn't do anything wrong. I was just like... Been a lot of sounds today. I'm at work and phone is 34%. I love the danger of phone dying. Makes me feel alive. True. I need to shower and go to bed. No, you don't. Stay up. No, I'm joking. No, I wanted to have some Faz-Yap time. Coffee World. What's my custom on? 2 evidence. Let's put that on. Let's put sprinting on for a laugh. Coffee World. I do be needing another game deep dive because I'm taking a long break from DBD after getting another P100. Oh my god, deserved. Whoa! This looks so cool. With less Sandra and smart. Very smart. This looks pretty. Ooh. What the hell? This looks so cool already. I'm so dead. What the hell? Whoa. This is fun. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Girl. That gave me the heebie-jeebies. Who are these people? Oh my god. Oh, whoa. Axel, huh? Was it in store? Crash, I hope everything's okay. I'm doing 3 Evie to start. To look around. And then I'll practice 2 Evie. Oh my god, everything... This looks crazy. I can't believe that. Oh, it's because it's raining. Damn it. Oh my god, there's just so much around. Oh shit. I don't get it. What are they? what's this? Is that a flashlight? Someone's in here for sure. What the hell? Am I meant to be doing that? Uh-oh. Baby, you're a firework. Oh. Is that it? Be gone! And Abs, I'm sorry, doll. Don't apologize. Sorry you're not feeling good. Oh, what are you doing up there? Okay. Journal. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, hearing. And then what's this? Yeah, the watch is cool. That's fun. Oh, there it is. Oh, ghost writing. Sure. Oh, dots. Holy shit. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. No, that's okay. I don't think I would have figured that one out. I'll give you this one. I just don't know where to look. Wait, let me the banishing of the thing is cool. Of the shadows. Oh my god. Ghost Dong. It's a genuine question. Finally, Winter. Finally. I want them to keep this map like this forever. It's so cool. I miss being able to be so out of pocket. You can always be out of pocket. Yeah, take the thunderstorm away and then keep it the same. Oh. Oh. Oh, sorry. Fuck. My bad. I don't know why they got me so scared. Are you here? Fresh pot? Like... Oh! Is this a jump scare? Oh, okay. Air. That's fun. That's real fun. Girl. She walking? She's walking like she owes me money?
Thank you for the sub. Put your ass away,
God, I want chocolate so bad.
Above average David just subscribed. Carla,
Ooh.
crying face emoji. My sports team got cheated by the refs.
No! Wait. I reckon it's freezing temps. Kit Kats, yum. Oh, is there a DLC expected? Oh, I think I have cookies. I could grab some cookies. I'm gonna force myself to go to the shops tonight. 3 planned. Okay. Alright, look in there. Got you. That's fun. Oops. They? Yeah, it's a they. Okay. That was fun. What the hell? What the hell?
Welcome back.
We did it! Yippee! Time to cook. Ooh, he's cooking. That's my goat. That was a fun little map. Oh, I didn't even see. Oh, there we go. Alan Wake event points 50. Words of power 6. Interesting. Is there something over here? $42%? Event guide. Strange pages have been appearing from the manuscript called Phasmophobia. The mysterious world of Alan Wake writes about darkness sleeping in a shadowy presence, another world overlapped with our own, and somehow the fiction written on these pages becoming reality. The manuscript also describes a group of ghost hunters with the ability to purge the shadows. Oh. Cool. That's gonna be done in like a day. I'm calling it. I'm calling it right now. Oh, that's cool. It's very pretty. I should turn down my sprinting. I should get my cookies as well. Why not? They took the leaderboard away? Oh. Really? Morgan! Hello? I guess we can try... That was really good. Oh. I missed 4 of them. And there was 3 dolls. So wait, question. Are there just little dolls around that you have to pick up? I thought I did all the Alan Wake stuff. I'm cramping. Oh fuck, but my laundry's unfolded. Yeah. That's my goat? Oh, I missed it. Okay. Bye, Abs. I appreciate you. Get some rest. We can do hard things. We can. We can. Let me go grab my cookies as a treat, and then we'll keep going. The maps look really nice. The maps look really, really nice. I'll admit it. We'll get cookies. If you don't know what to look for. Okay. Are they on the ground? I'll have a look. I'll hint but won't give it away. Okay. Pretty small? Okay. Thank you guys. My goats. Hmm. We'll play more Fuzz tomorrow. Because I think tomorrow I'll do a round or two of Gamble with friends solo. And then we'll play Repo with Gran. And then Fast Cap or something? You are my goat. You are my goat. I have hair everywhere. My hair's getting so long. The dolls just look like this? Little guys? Red Bull and a cookie? I mean, is there anything better? Maybe a Red Bull and 2 cookies. Aquarius! Babe, what the hell? You guys are so smooth. What color is that? Henry? Banging a brownie. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe. That sounds delicious. Also, we made it to 6 hours. I'm so proud of that. Yippee! Little wins, little wins. Holly. We have to take a closer look. I'm coming back for you. I'm excited for Grand Day tomorrow. I just gotta get my ass into bed early. Yeah. I love some of the flavors a lot. But I'm also a no sugar girly. That's so creepy. Whoa, that's cool. Damn. Whoa. Are fans happy with this collab? It feels like it's sick. I don't know. I'm gonna get the thing. Maybe in testing they were like, guys, this is really good, and then it went to live servers and they're like, uh-oh, this is not good. Maybe it didn't go the way they planned. This looks really cool though, like it feels like a different game kind of. I gotta find the room. Yeah, so fair. That's fair. Did they fix most of it? Are people happy with the fix? Okay, fireplace. So downstairs maybe? Whoa. This genuinely feels like a different game. This is just what the doctor ordered. See you guys. I'm joking. Hey, Kristen. Yesterday, guys, poor thing, I was saying goodbye. And Kristen comes in and goes, my ass is sat. Oh, are you leaving? I'm like, oh shit, I'm so sorry, I am. I felt terrible. I was like, damn. I just audibly gasped. I'm sorry. Give me that. This is my second map with the update. It feels nice. I like it. How are you, doll? I don't know this map very well, so I'm lost in general. Yeah, I see your name color. I needed my normal torch. I can't see shit. My phone's off its bloody chops. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Let's get some sanity pills, first of all. Yummy. Let's get this, and this, and this. I haven't, no, I have to finish Red Dead first, which I will. I will. And then we'll do RE9. I'm terrified. I'm such a pussy. I have a list, I know. But I'm gonna finish, you know what? I should make the list and make it my goal to finish it this year. Which I will. I swear, I'm a good guy. Pixel not true. I'm too invested in this. Honestly? Oh. That's so real, Pookie. Either or. But actually send me something because I know you're gonna play a prank on me. I deserve this. I did give away one jump scare for you that one day. Which one was it, though? I'm gonna show you Kermit Gabe. Damn it. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, so the whispers we'll have to get rid of with that lampy thing. I want to go home. Lampy thing, sorry. David, thank you for the resub, by the way. I can't believe it's 4 months already. You're my goat. Chase it with cookie, yeah. And Doom, I know. It sounds like I'm sawing something. I'll turn it down. Imagine if I changed it to cupcake mode. And Reanimal. Where is he? Oh my god! Oh. Oh my god! Wait. Pussy! Guys, that's perfect, actually. Takes the edge off. Come! What's all the other shit? Damn. Where are you? I can hear you. Where is it? Maybe they're outside. Juniper, I'm so sorry. Go, 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 go! Go, 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 go! Yum! Yum! Pussy! There's so many in this. Oh no. I can hear them so vividly. Yeah, oh my god. I should probably put this down. Are you here? Are you here? Okay. There's so many of those thingamabobbies. I'm gonna put the orbs down to see if it's there. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. When I could have been doing this. Crash, I can delete it later if you want, doll. No stress though. I still suck at clips and I am the streamer. So you're doing just fine. Damn it. Yes. So that device banishes the little shadow thingies. And you get points for that. And then we also have to find the writing. But it's only on these maps, so I can just go to Tanglewood if I want a casual Faz moment. Which is cool. If you're not interested, you don't have to play, you know? Yeah, Henry, okay. Gulp, 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 gulp. Yeah, you like that? Yeah. Yeah, it does look like a luxury car. Yeah, oh my god. I feel like I'm missing some. Oh my god, where'd you come from? I gotta find the circuit board. How is Devi M? Oh, the hall by the attic? Really? I don't know this map. Go, 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 go. I keep forgetting what she says. Alright, let's try the thing again. I'm so horny. Maybe it's downstairs? I don't know this map very well, so this is not good. Maybe other ones downstairs. I can hear them, but I can't see them. Boys at the back? Must be upstairs. It's your recess. Must be upstairs, but I don't need this because... Oh my god. I don't need this. Oh wow. I get the lamp. The flashlight. Crucifix. Ooh. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. They want me. No, Slug, nothing, right? Nothing at all. Oh, I'm 21%. Are you joking? We lock in. Do I need to turn my flashlight on? Why isn't it working? What am I doing wrong? I made a sword and... Is it in, Oh, okay. I feel like I'm going to perish. Oh, can I just use my normal flashlight? Oh. My normal thing. I don't have to use this. Oh, got you. Okay, nice. Ori. Okay. Cool. I was gonna say, I was like, what? I'm a good guy. Okay, let's go upstairs. I don't know why I'm going so hard on this. I could try to find an open lobby and talk some shit. Also, I'm gonna do a Tanglewood for some classic Faz vibes as well. True. Those other guys? I know. Wonder how they're finding the update. Wonder if we'll ever see each other again. I miss myself. Real. Speak on that. No, speak. I need this. I still haven't found the dolls. I might practice on the smaller map. Tammy Fair. I'm only doing it because I'm on stream and it can be funny. But apart from that, like, I still get nervous being in a lobby. It's just a thrill. I think I'm gonna guess as well. Oh shit, I gotta re-download Snap. I just realized. For some reason, I thought you were texting me, and I was like, oh, it hasn't come through. And then I realized you said which one, and I said either or, forgetting that I don't have it on this phone. That's my bad, cuz I kept getting notifications from Snapchat being like, look at this person's story, and I'm like, I actually don't care. And it was someone I didn't even know. Is it hunting? No. Real. Should've. I went next level and deleted the whole thing. I was like, I'm over this. Yeah, no. I go through phases where I'm like, haha, funny filter, and now I'm like, no. Nah. Yeah, no. It was great when it first came out. Yeah, there's heaps you can do now. I just didn't think to do it for Snap. When it first came out, I think I was in year 10 or year 11 in school, and it was great. But now it's kind of like I don't really have a point for it. I'll just send a photo of myself. Or send... Ooh. Other things? Ghost orbs. A revenant? Girl. I did. Slug. Guys. I will give $1,000 if someone can guess what my first Spotify song was. Which, by the way, it's not true. Because I remember what music I was listening to, and it wasn't that, and I laughed so hard. I was like, great. Axel, and that's fair. It said I joined Spotify in 2013, but I know I joined it in 2011, so I don't know what it's doing. Burrito. I'm gonna play the song for you. This was my first song I played on Spotify, but I want you to know that it's a fucking lie.
I wanna see you peacock, cock, cock, you peacock, cock, you peacock, cock, cock, you peacock. I wanna see you peacock, cock, cock, you peacock, cock, you peacock, cock, cock, you peacock. Word on the street, you got something to show me, magical, colorful, Mr. Mystery.
I'm intrigued for a peek, heard it's fascinating.
Oh, maybe let me see what you hiding underneath. What's up your sleeve?
Such a tease, wanna see the show. In 3D, a movie, heard it's beautiful. Be the judge and my girl's gonna take a vote. Come on baby, let me see what you're hiding underneath.
The jaw dropping, eye popping, head turning, body shocking.
I was 17. Girl, are you brave enough to let me see your peacock?
Don't be a chicken boy, step acting like a biatch. I'm a piece out if you don't give me the payoff. Come on, baby, let me see what you hiding underneath. Are you brave enough to let me see your peacock?
Guys,
What you waiting for?
so all-time songs. These are my all-time songs. So I've listened to these the most, okay? But can I go to the main to show you? What the hell? Can I show you? Where does it go? I want to show you because I was like, girl, that's crazy. Not Shape of You, I know. I know, guys. You know why? And I'm not proud of it. Childish Gambino, #1 forever. But like this, I want to tell you something. And it's so weird. So I used to have an 1:10 train there and back. So 2.5 hours pretty much with delays. To uni for 2 years and then to work in the city the same distance for 4 years. So, and I was honestly always sick back then. I don't know why. I just always was. And I'm not even kidding you. Shape of You and Don't by Ed Sheeran. And this was probably a placebo. But anytime I had a tummy ache or I felt sick on the train, I would play this over and over and it would make me feel better. It would get rid of my ailment. And I don't know why. It was so funny. Probably a placebo, but it worked. Kendrick, I know. These are all, that's a great song. But these are all stream songs. Oh, this is such a bad song, man. And it's the same vibe. This is such a bad song, but again, this was on the train. Like, these are all... Look, Don't's there. See, I wasn't lying. Peking Duck, Truth Hurts. Beg for It. Jesse's Girl. Jesus Christ. There's just so many in my room. This is... Oh. Guys. Oh, ugh. This reminds me of being fresh 18, 19. It sounds like that era.
We could do anything. Are you out of drink? Going up in my room.
You wait till you hear the drop, guys.
Let's party, let's drink. Then go to my room. Shake it fast to the bed. I know you wanna leave.
Straight to my room.
You all I wanna see. Come follow me. Straight to my room.
So bad. It's so bad. This is not even the worst. Ready? Oh, it's so that era. I'm getting flashbacks.
Mother on the beat, ho!
Girl! Guys, I've had this account since 2013, 2011. And this is literally like every song, okay, I remember being fresh 18 dancing to this at Hype Fridays, which was at MacTav. So 2014, I was like,
Put your hands in the air. What's that on that beat? Oh, nana. Look what you done started. Oh, nana. Why you gotta act so naughty?
Slug, yeah. I also made videos for MacTav.
All this cash. Oh, nana. If you keep shaking that. Oh, na na na. Put your hands in the air if you're loving tonight. Oh, na na na.
It is goated.
Keep your hands in the air if you're
I will admit this is better than In My Room. Yes, Slug. I went to school in Lamia, babe.
Baby, I'm the one you like, yeah. I'ma give you a
I went through an Iggy Azalea phase 2.
eggs. Look.
Turn me up, bring it up, right? I get dressed like it's prom night. I find a lemon in the limelight. Is it cool over appetite? Hell nah.
Keep on pushing like a dealer.
Hell nah.
Keep on shooting Reggie Miller.
Hell nah. Go give him all the finger. You gotta set the score right. Call it Hans Zimmer.
My time wherever I go. I took a chance like I'm from Chicago. 100 plus in that Murcielago.
About to go, hey, show it to the Congo. Baby, I got me. Baby, I got me. And that's all I need. Yeah, that's all I need. Guys, I'm going back to 2016. Slug, when did you graduate? I was vice captain. Nerd. We probably did. 24th. What? I graduated in 2013. You were the year below me? Ah. What do you mean? Great. You graduated? I know. I know. Surprising. I know. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, God. Kidding? Kidding was doing it all. Oh, from 7 to 9. Okay. So you were... When I was in year 8 to 10. You were... Oh, we definitely breathe the same air. That's crazy. Whoa.
I walk in this bitch like a motherfucking villain. I'm just tryna bring cool back. King to me, motherfuckers pull that off. Looking like $1 million outfit.
This is crazy.
Nah, nigga, that's me. It don't matter what it costs. Make it look good. Had it on for you, seen it in a lookbook. Said you ain't fucking with a young, fresh ass nigga. Fashion police should arrest that nigga.
Oh, this song.
Okay. I'm with a model ass bitch. I'm Sandro Pay. And some high ass heels, can't stand all day.
Oh, Megan
It's the
Trainor.
price for your beauty, baby girl. I pay. I walk in this bitch like a
Guys.
yeah. Fashion.
What the hell?
I had me a boy, turned him into a man. I showed him all the things that he didn't understand.
Wow.
Then I let him go.
Peacock 121, but that was the first song that I listened to. Is crazy. This was everywhere, I know. Mong Temple across the road from the high school. Yes. This is a real finger snapper.
I wanna see you peacock.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know why I pressed that.
Look, my bitch is all bad, my niggas all real. I ride in dick in some big tall hills, big fat checks, big large bills. Run out, flip like 10 car wheels. Cold ass bitch, I give raw chills. 10 different looks, and my lips so kill. I kiss him in the mouth, I feel all grills. Heat in the car, that smells on wheels. Woo! I was born to flex. Yes. Diamonds on my neck. I like boarding jets, I like more than sex. But nothing in this world that I like more than checks.
Money!
Whatever.
Cool how mobile shows me times you play this song. Guys, alright, ready? Let's do a little quiz, okay? I'm gonna get the same playlist out. How many times do you think I listened to Shape of You by Ed Sheeran? The results may shock you. I do, Henry, I love it. 1K, alright, calm down. Calm down. That's ridiculous. Got bees! What do you... No. 78. Ooh, Kyle. Close. 256 listens. So this is up the top. So this is 262, 260, 256, 244, 239. What's the weirdest one that I saw? What one did I laugh at the most? Oh, in my room. Let's see. 126 times? Are you kidding me? Willow was 132. That's crazy. Oh, Don't Let Me Down. Oh, God. Oh, honestly, this gives me PTSD. Axel. It's still good, but it gives me PTSD. In the sense that I was on the train so many times, like heartbroken. Like, don't let me down.
Reaching out, I call your name, but you're not
Random.
around. I say your name, but you're not around.
The Chainsmokers had a
I need ya, I need you right now.
career and still going. I worked at Campbelltown Mall Slug. I was at Woolies for 6 years. My head, darling, I hope that you'll be here when I need you the most. So don't let me down. But But like, this just sounds like 2016 to me. Did you ever go to Delhi? Campbelltown? No, Campbelltown. Did you ever go to the deli? Because I definitely served you. Wait, Em, did you edit this or is this real? Because I froth it. That looks so good. Wait, you actually cut off the long hair? I like short on you. Hi, Nod. How are you? Hello. Devin and chicken breast serving at the deli. Okay. Oh, it's a rev. What the hell? Well, I was surprised when I got that back, to be honest. My, that playlist, because I listened to way more things. I swear this account I had in 2011. Also, that was a rev. Kristen, I didn't know we were in the same area too. What the fuck? I'm gonna do a chill, old school Tanglewood. 88 plays. Yeah, no, because I had Spotify when it first came out, but unless that was Mum's account and then I made my account in 2013. No, we did. That's crazy. I can't believe I went to school with Slug for like 3 years. Honestly, if I saw, this sounds creepy, it's not, but if I saw a school photo of you, I would probably be like, oh, I know you. Liverpool KKs? Oh my god. Be careful. Shannon. Small world, honestly. I had people that I went to school with go on Twitch and find me on the front page or find me in a category and go, Carla? And I'm like, hey. One of them's now sub for over 60 months. So nice of them. You can tell I was... Oh. That's a lot though, Kyle. Sorry everyone that wanted Faz. I went down a memory hole. That's my bad. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. $4 o'clock. I can't believe Ed Sheeran was so high. That honestly was because of the trains. I swear. I can't believe Peacock was my first song. That's crazy. Guess what Taylor Swift song is my number 1? All Too Well. No? Can I have Evermore? Oh, I'm not good with Evermore. No, the thing is, what we have to understand, if we just go, if we zoom into Taylor Swift right now, she does write a good song, and they're catchy, and a lot of people who don't like Taylor Swift will often shake some ass to a Taylor Swift song. You know what I mean? Yeah. So like, you got to give her some credit there. In terms of like, people are shaking ass no matter what. You know? Yeah. I think that's the way to be though. I think, oh, cowboy like me, true. Kristen, and that's fair. Fair. I like a lot of their songs, but not, I'm not someone who listens like album to album. But there's like a whole bunch of her songs that scratch my brain. And it is what it is. It is what it is. Who am I to prevent my brain from liking something? But I didn't for a long time. It's only a recent thing for me. But I always like have sung along to their hits too, but I kind of went on a deep dive and I was like, oh, I like this. But as you can tell with my playlist, there's everything in there. So much random shit. Motion sensor, paranormal sounds. I gotta do this. I wanna see. Oh, I can't believe Katy Perry Peacock was my first song. I thought it was gonna be something cool. Great. Henry cute. Oh, kitty. Oh, it's in this room. Me and I have been very cute, as per. Getting down to wood. I would listen to Life of a Showgirl on my walk. It's actually a great walking album. Sue me. As per. My favorite Tay song or song of all time? Of all time? If I had to pick one? I know I love this room. Of all time. Ooh. Tribute Tenacious D is up there. Karaoke vibes of that has given me a lot of karaoke fun. I also like a lot of Anastasia. That's timeless. That's hard. Oh, Mason. Hey, we all have our thing, you know? Trying to think though, because I know there's something else. She's so back now. She was battling with some health stuff, but she's so back. Jeffy saw her live last year, I think. Yeah, make the doll stand up. That'd be great. Oh, dots. Well, it's not a gin. We didn't need that anyway. I already had dots. Oh, okay. To dethrone it. Yeah, I love her. I love singing Sick and Tired and I'm out on now. Set me free. But honestly, there's something about my brain. We'll be on like a road trip and so many different genres and songs will play and I won't be able to tell you the song name. But I'll know lyrics. I retain lyrics weirdly well. Oh, some Ariana Grande doll. Alright. That's cute. Yeah, Henry, quarantine was a time. Alright, Kyle, go for it, doll. I have to think. I have a few in mind. I'm gonna take a pill. Let's go. I reckon it's gonna be EMF 5. Rach! Hello!
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child!
Rachel already is just subscribed.
Hello.
Carl's party, Carl's party.
Thank you for 7 months. How are you, doll? Yes, I did slug. Yeah. From year 3 onwards. Oh, Kid Cudi. Alrighty, thank you. I'm good, doll. It's good to see you. Oh. How are you, doll? Are you here? How old are you? I do like rap, yeah. I do like rap. I like the new album too. 35, doll. Have you downloaded Gamble with Friends? It's so up your alley, babe. It's so good. It's so good. It's not walking in it. Oh, they're throwing shit. Oh, girl. Oh my god. Willow's definitely up there. It scratches my brain. Yeah, and that would look so good. It's not stepping in salt. What the hell? What the hell? I did 7 today! Yippee! I am proud of that. That was my goal. I wanted to do 6. I was so nervous today because of how I was feeling, but we did it! Yippee! Thanks for being here today, guys. You are my goats. Next week will be better. Next week will be much better. US Sunday night, my Monday. I am streaming, but I'll probably start at like 9 or 10 p.m. Eastern because Mum and I are gonna have like a hot date and we're gonna go to the shops. But that's really it. And then the rest of the week will be sexy. You're my goat. No, I know this week was unexpected with it being so short. But we have tomorrow as well. I'm very excited. I'll be starting early. I'm actually going to try and start as early as I can, even beat Gran, so we can do some gambling. But no, thank you guys. I know this week has been a 3-stream week. Usually 5. But when I realized what week it was, I was like, you know what, Carls? There's no point beating yourself up. You did what you needed to do, and you still showed up 3 out of the 5 days. That's pretty good. That's a win in my book. That's decent. Like, there's no point beating yourself up. You obviously needed to do that, so. At least I listened to myself, you know? Only my date was happy with going to the shops. They would be. We showed up. Exactly. And tomorrow's going to be super fun because we have games with Gran. I think we're doing Repo, the Repo update. I know, Kristen. Same. That was so funny when you came in. That was silly. We have the Repo update with Gran. I'll try some Gamble with Friends beforehand as well. And then afterwards, we'll just see the vibe. We'll just see what I feel like playing. Ooh. Tammy, my god. We had Unknown Law learnt today. The law. We did. We did. Graham would be traumatized by some of the new monsters. Is it updated? Oh, wow, I haven't even guessed what thingy it is. Oh, it could be a wraith. It wasn't. Oh, it's a wraith. It wasn't. It wasn't stepping in the soul. Wait, the scooter?
Welcome back. Like prepared.
Oh, I thought I ruled out a wraith. Hell yeah. I wanna see your peacock, cock, your peacock, cock. Sorry. I'm in a mood. All right. Oh, Kristen's gonna be sleeping? On the mobile app, after you do, it will tell you to like go through the slideshow and then you save the playlist at the end. 6-7 genuinely. Oh my god, wait, doggo, I said it. I did it. I'll be rotting on the lounge. In 7 hours? Oh, I'll have to be asleep in 7. I gotta really try hard to get in bed as early as I can to sleep and get up early. But I swear to God, mark my words, if I can't fall asleep again, I'm going live and staying on until Granny gets up. I'm over it. I'm over it. It's so annoying not sleeping. Like, it's so frustrating. Morning voice Carla, you will. You have a morning voice Carla again. I have to go to the shops too. I don't want to. But it'll be worth it. Have you tried sleeping? Oh. I tried. Didn't work. Oh. It didn't work. Alright, my loves. Wait. Hold. Last forever. Holding. I have to go to the shops. Do I go now before I get comfy? Oh, probably. Probably. Do you ever do your outside tasks before settling inside? Like if I need to take heaps of trash out or run to the shops or whatever, I'm always like, okay, do the outside stuff and then you can do the inside stuff and not leave. Also, no one asked or cares, but my neighbor, I think they had their baby because I heard a little cry. And it's very exciting. They're a very cute couple. So I have another neighbor now. I have a third neighbor. It's really cute. I love hearing it. Like, it makes me happy. That pregnancy went real quick. She's that neighbor that's so like, she'd be like, Carla, someone's parked in your parking spot. I'm like, oh, thank you. Someone's in your parking spot again. I told them to move. I'm like, no need, babe. I don't have a car. Thank you, though. Thank you. I rest up, then I get the energy to go for it. Fair. I do nothing, and I'll say I'll do it tomorrow and repeat. Perfect. Why you know, because I don't need to go anywhere. But one day I will get the car. Guys, I love you. I'm going to go make myself something nutritious. I'm proud of myself. I wanted to get 6 hours done today, and we got 7. Thank you for helping me through the start of the stream. Sorry, I was so emotional, and I felt really embarrassed, but you guys were so sweet and lovely, and I really appreciated that. Because I didn't know how I was going to stream today. Like, I was actually like, fuck, I'm going to last an hour. So, thank you guys. You are the best. Thank you for this week as well. It's been a weird one for me, and you've been so lovely and understanding. So, you are the best. I will see you bright and early, probably around 5 p.m. Eastern, around there. And we'll probably do another 7 hours as well. At least, I reckon. But I love you guys. I will see you very, very soon tomorrow. And I'm very grateful for you as well. Thank you, doll. with a morning burrito. Who's to say, Evans? Who's to say? Who's to say, so? But I adore you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. Bye. We're so back. Yes, please. Yummy. Sorry. My bad. Take care, guys. I love you. See you tomorrow.